Hello there, YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. I am going to be working on my virtual pet game today because I want to. Because it's a game that I'm really excited about and I enjoy working on. And it's cute, and I like things being cute. Sort of like this cat right here. Hello. Look at this cute cat.
Look at this sweet long boy. Look at his feet. Look at his feet.
Anyway. Hey, Frank. Is he there? Anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna work on this. And what I was working on yesterday was making a selectable object. A selectable object. Hey, Ray, welcome. And specifically, I wanted to have the computer be clickable because we had been doing a game jam where I made a game that goes inside of this game. And the only way to access said game is to click on the computer and then click on the game inside the computer. And then there's the game. It's a little cut off on the top. You know, it needs a little resizing, but I'm not really... My ambition right now isn't to worry about making everything perfect. My ambition is to get the base, like, mechanics there, and then I'll improve on them, you know? So, like, okay, we can go to the computer, I can open up the game, and it works. So later, I'll come back to it, and I'll make it fit in the window better. Thank you, Ray. So that's sort of my philosophy right now with this project, to try to finish it and get it done. Now, what I want to try to do is make another thing selectable. Maybe a couple things selectable. Because I had, making things selectable is a little... It's not I could be happier with the process of making it making things. I don't know, how do I put this? Like look, it works. It's possible. We can click on the litter box. We can click on the couch. We can click on the computer. And we can click on the phone. We can click on the tripod. Alright? Like, that's good. The process of setting that up is not the easiest. It's not bad, but I wish it were like a little bit easier. So I'm gonna try to do it again today. Hopefully I can do it a little faster since well, that's actually entropy, you know, yes. You actually can. You actually can. What I want to try to do today is practice. Not even practice, but build on the fact that I just did that. I just did that. I just went through the struggle of remembering how to set up clickable objects. Because it had been like a month since I did that. And so now that it's been a day since I did that, it's probably the best time for me to do it again before I have to be like, oh, this is so hard to do. So the next thing that I have to make clickable is actually the food bowl. Right there. It's that. I have to go up to this debug button to get there, and I don't like that. What's up, Polemio? Welcome. Polemeo. And also, the cat itself. That's probably the final boss of the selectable challenge, is the cat itself. Because the cat's like moving. I don't even know what that's gonna be like. So I want to start. The first thing I want to do is I want to make that bowl selectable, just like this is selectable, and then I want to make the cat selectable. And because when you select the cat, you're supposed to be playing with the cat. Now, entropy, the petting minigame is actually when you click on the couch. This petting minigame is not really where it needs to be at. I have watched a couple streamers play this petting minigame, and both of them struggled immensely. So for me, I know what to do, but it's not communicated well. I think the circle is very misleading. Yes, of course, of course. It's very misleading because it makes it look like you're supposed to like click on the circle or something. In fact, you're supposed to like swish the cursor left and right or up and down, just across the circle. Thanks for the follow, Polomeo. That's what you're supposed to do, is sort of cross the circle, and then it gets smaller as you do that. But that's not clear. So I think a better like way to communicate that would be like a slider or something more horizontal, and maybe some arrows that tell you like something like that. So maybe even like a thing that moves back and forth. So it needs to be communicated a little better. But this is how you pet the cat. Again, not the full version of the system that I'd want. I'd want to improve that mechanic so people understand how it works. I would love the cat to like change positions. The cat is supposed to say things, so we do all of that, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly, Polomeo, something like that. But that is simply not my ambition at this stage. I'm still learning. Okay, I am not by any means a professional game developer. I don't have a ton of experience. I'm simply here learning how to finish things, and this will be the biggest thing that I've tried to finish. So I don't really know what is the process that I like to do, and I guess every game is different, but I don't really know what the process I like to do for getting things done. So what I'm trying is just to get the base mechanics there, and then once they're there, start working on them. And I'm making of course sure that I'm not leaving too much unfinished, so then I have to like rebuild systems to get it to do what I want, right? It's impossible to finish things. Oh no, 990, 10 more to 1K on Twitch. What in the world? Hey, what's up, Kasey? What in the freaking world? So yeah, I'm okay with the petting minigame not being there all the way. I'm okay with the computer not being there all the way. The poop scooping is pretty much there, so that's great. Well, actually, the poopiness bar doesn't reflect. Actually, no, that's a little broken too. I'm just letting all those things go. Letting all things go. We need to be able to click on things. So that's what I'm going to start with today, is being able to click on everything. And if I get to more, you know, the lucky thing is there's all kinds of stuff to do. All kinds of little this, all kinds of little that. So if I quickly get the bowl clickable and the cat clickable, you know, we can move on. I think it would be nice to like finish the feeding minigame a little bit. Like at least with the petting minigame, it works. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. The cat gets on the couch, you do some kind of interaction, and the cat's loneliness level changes. Done. Solid. Same with the poop scooping minigame. The only thing it doesn't do is it doesn't register new poops, and the poopiness doesn't increase. But the poopiness does decrease if it's up high, so that's fine. The computer does what it's supposed to do. The tripod, this minigame is absolutely not even begun. We can look through it, but this definitely needs a lot. And as does the pull. So I don't know. Something maybe fleshing out the rest of the base mechanics of the remaining mini games would be something to do. Something I really want to be able to do is, and I'd love to set up sooner than later, is the shopping. Like, so you can spend money and like get cosmetics. I'd love to even like give the player the option to like paint the walls, put wallpaper on there. Really wouldn't be that hard other than the infrastructure so the player can select those things. But as far as like changing the wall color, very easy. You know, and then taking that even further, it'd be neat if we could like buy a different kind of litter box, a different kind of food bowl, you know, different things like that. So anyway, that's like down the line kind of stuff. Yeah, obviously we want costume stuff for the cat and whatnot. So yeah, let's get this selecting going. If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to support the stream, you can hit the thumbs up button. Helps a lot. Thank you for liking it. If you want to, it's a little soon. You know, take some time to decide you actually like the stream. But if you do, this is your reminder. Hit that like button. All right. Entropy says, I've got a game in progress the first time in a while. We'll see if I finish. Nice. Oh wait, we've got a flippy dippy. We just got to stay consistent. YouTube on the left. Or the right, sorry. I know the difference between left and right most of the time. Once in a while. That's awesome. What is it? So wait, what's the engine? Things like that. Where's it? Oh wait, that is YouTube. Well, I got confused. Why did I think you were on YouTube? I think it's because your name was red, and my brain was just like, YouTube is red. Really, really not like the most expansive, intelligent approach, but here we are. Mortis is finally starting a godot. Let's go. Love that. Love that. We got Quable over there. Welcome, Quable. Just finished your stream. Gonna lurk here for a bit. How's the game going? That's awesome. That's awesome. Welcome. Good to see you. Quable, y'all know Quable. Y'all don't know Quable? Quable's even on Twitch, so we should give a shout out to Quable there. Quable makes awesome tutorials on YouTube and has started streaming more often. I don't know if Quable always streamed or that's something more recent, but they're good streams. They're very chill streams. So go support Quable. Quable Game Dev over there on Twitch and on YouTube, because it's good stuff. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Okay. And then we'll do the YouTube link over here. Because you know, if you're on YouTube, you should do the YouTube. I feel like this isn't you. It's like somebody else. It's in my history now, though. So every time I go to look you up, I just go there first. Yeah, of course. Gonna work on a COD zombie style roguelike. Neat. Okay, alright. Yeah, I could see that being like scoped down into something reasonable, potentially. I can see that, because it's like kind of arcadey, you know? And it gets you into that like 3D vibe, if that's what you're going for. Hey, what's up, Kimmy? Another night. We do it Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and then if you're a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, we do it on Mondays as well. So I'm like here. I'm like kind of here. G-Develop, nice. You came back to it since they added 3D. How are those 3D tools? Yeah. I heard about that. It seemed nice. Let's go. Okay, G-Develop. Some very good things made in G-Develop. Love to hear it. Hey, what's up? I always want to say Gino, but that's Glino. G-L-N-O. Gileno. I'm spoil you. That's what I'm here to spoil you, Kimmy, specifically. Sticking with Blockbench for your modeling software of choice. Oh, nice. Yeah. I've seen a lot of good uses for that, especially, and people have been integrating that with Godot as well too. Nice. Love that. For Twitch sub, you need to join the Discord and link your Twitch. That's right. I think this is the 16th. I think this counts as number 16. I hope so. Do you think when they say unique days, they mean like 24 hours? They probably don't. Probably if I were to like stream, basically I have to do 90 unique days of streams before Twitch will let me do a proper sub-only stream on Twitch. On YouTube, I just go live on YouTube and say it's only for members and we're good. On Twitch, you do have to connect your Discord and your Twitch. That's true. But I think we're down to 16 now. We're getting there. We're so close. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Yeah, totally. You might choose it over Constructor Game Maker in some cases. Fair. I mean, the open source component. Come on. You know? Like that, if nothing else, that does it. Yeah, Game Maker is cool. No shade at Game Maker for sure. 3D's where my heart's at. Alright, well look, this is not the most beautiful, elegant process that I'm about to go through, but I need to make these other things selectable, and this is the process that I have. I made this game in the course of a game jam, and the systems are what they are, and so I'm going to build on it, and we're going to make that bowl selectable. Now the bowl, as you can see, is kind of, well, it's a little blocked by the phone there, isn't it? Kinda in the way. Might wanna move the phone a bit. I think the phone was sort of a like last minute idea, so it's still kind of in the process of figuring out how I wanna do it. Maybe like that. Maybe somewhere there. Oh, but it's the animations are not set up for those positions at all. Oh, great. And Godot got angry at me for that. Godot was like, look, you told me it was going to be in certain positions, so I'm going to go ahead and crash. That is the start. That is the start that I need to this project right now. Why did Godot crash? Why did you do that? You didn't have to. You could have kept running. What's the big deal? That was weird. The cat just disappears and reappears. I mean, essentially. Okay, so I don't think it liked... Hey, give up. You're trying... Give up is not giving up! That's what we want to hear. Wow, it hated that I moved that. It absolutely rejected that I moved that. So here's the thing. There's like code on the phone. Okay, I guess is that what I'm starting with? Did I lie? Am I starting with that? Well, but yeah, because I want to make the bowl clickable, and it's freaking blocked by the phone. Like, this is unacceptable. That can't stand. So the phone I sort of wedged in. I don't want to say the last second, but kind of. But it just seemed like a good idea. So the phone is... Actually, I believe we want to go to the selectable area phone. And that's going to be where I want to be. So there are these tweens. We have the use position, use rotation, and start position and start rotation. Now, I think we captured that at the beginning. But that was going to be different. Yeah, we captured the start position at the beginning. And then where it's... So actually, it should have been fine. I just need to do it before... Okay. We just have to do it beforehand. That's not too bad. I'm a little shocked. Well, please, I would recommend just don't play the animation. Like, you can move it right now. Okay, do the movement. But just don't commit it until after... Or rather, don't run the animation until after. Which is gonna be kind of hard. So just be like really careful. Does that make sense? Just be like really careful. Okay, move that there. Let's push it away a bit. Bring it down. I don't know, it just seemed like the right thing to do. There's already a phone on the tripod. And I don't know, I just felt like it made sense. I needed a place for the player to check their money so they can buy things. And then the scope just ballooned a bit, like, oh, what if they can do everything they can do on the computer on the phone with different versions of the apps? And maybe they can do, like, vertical videos. I don't know, I kind of lost control. All right, I'm going to be okay with this. So, I think it's going to be fine, but I'm going to do copy value. We're going to stop it. Then we're going to start it. Let's go! Agreed, sorcerer. Agreed. Okay, let's see if we can run this without it crashing this time. Open. Phone to the front. Go back. Nice. It kind of pops up a little further than I would have expected. I don't need it to pop up that far, if I'm being honest with you. It's just... I don't know, it seems like a little much. So where did we even... Oh, hover position Y. Oh, that's fun. Okay. So that's at 0.6342 normally. So let's say 0.65. What do you think about that? Maybe we can change it to that. What's up, Function? Welcome back. Yeah. Function, now you participated in a great many of our 1 hour jams. Yeah, that feels more correct. It's funny how slow it is now. Because it's traveling a shorter distance. Or something. But... I think we're just doing this, I'm probably using the same speed, but it's good to see you. The animations are so good. Thank you, Function. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been working on this one. I feel like this is the game I've been working on the most. Like, yes, Harvest Earth, the game with the alien, there is that, which I think I'm gonna bring that back for the March Game Like Jam. We're gonna bring that one back. I'm thinking we're gonna bring that one back. But. You know, I was just kind of like mucking around. I don't think I really knew what I was doing, and this feels like the one I've really invested the most into, like, really intentionally. So, thank you. I appreciate that. I feel really good about it. But it's got some ways to go still. Hover speed. Oh, there's a special speed. I guess that was right there. Okay, so let's slow that down a bit. I feel like the constants actually do update, which you'd think they wouldn't, but Godot is just awesome like that. Like I don't even have to like what? Updating a constant while the runtime is going? Interpreted language. What do you want me to do? It's interpreted. Godot's awesome. Sorry. I kind of liked it when it was super snappy, actually. It felt good. I feel like players should feel like what they're doing is meaningful. And when it's super snappy, it's a bit aggressive. This is a cozy game, so we can like chill it out a little bit. Like a little gentle. Okay, this is good. I like that. The screen is not supposed to look super bright when it gets on there, and it kind of like resizes. See how the corners are pointy? It's not supposed to do that. But again, these are just the kind of things that I'm like, you know what? Get the base part in there, and then I can go in there and nip and tuck it until it's just right. For now, not the most important thing to me. All right. Good. So now that's out of the way. I think that's commit worthy. That's a whole step. That's a whole dang step right there. And a Godot head phone in hand is in new position. All right. And then hack the brain. And then hack the brain. Yeah. Wow. I don't know what that means, but hey. Oh. Giolano says, can't wait till we all have brain chips installed and we connect to our devices 24/7. Frank brings up an excellent point. That raises a lot of risks. It does. With that said, the concept of thinking and having technology occur is definitely amazing. But it frightens me. It frightens me. The implications. We're gonna get advertisements like in our brains or something? I don't know. It just kind of, it starts to feel a little weird. But I love the concept. I'm with you on the concept. Sorcerer says, really appreciate how code on screen is big. No need to zoom, even on iPad mini. Thank you for saying it, Sorcerer. I have bad vision. And I do like to do that for y'all as well, as make it bigger. I even have a whole entire freaking zoom over here in case I really need to get, like if I'm over here in my like file system, let me tell you about this file system. It's the tiniest. So we can do what we gotta do if we need to do it. Glad you appreciate it. Hey Justy, if you don't pay $1,000 a month for the premium brain chip package, you get hourly ads. No! Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Bean burrito. Sounds good. I don't have a bean burrito, but I do have like I do have tortilla shreds torn up in 5-layer dip. Because I just wanted something I could, scoop. That's like almost a bean burrito. This is like a deconstructed bean burrito. We're on the same page, you and me. All right. Let's get that bowl clickable. As always, if y'all want to share what you're working on, let me know. I'm interested. I'm curious. Just to like talk about it. But if you want to like share like a picture, a little quick video, I'll watch that too. But really, I want to hear about your struggle. I want to hear about your pain. I want to hear about your joys. What are we going through? That's what I'm here to share. Disassembled even. Yeah. True. I did notice there was something about the computer hover that kind of bothered me. And see if you notice it too. You will. I'm going to make it very clear. So you see when I hover it, you see how it kind of has this little edge there? That's not having the effect applied. It's kind of driving me nuts a little bit. So I think I have to fix that for my own sanity real quick. I'm not procrastinating doing the bowl. Look, it was traumatizing yesterday. Cuz I hadn't tried to make a selectable object in a very long time. And it was way more stressful than I realized. Okay, but this is good for like reviewing how this works. So what we do is we get like a whole full-on mesh. It's actually invisible right now. There it is. An entire mesh that overlaps the actual thing itself. And then I put a shader on there, and then whenever it's hovered, that shader has certain parameters that get activated, which make it look like what it looks like. So if I want to do anything here, let's make it actually be visible for the sake of this adjustment. Actually, you know what I can do? I can turn up the opacity and the effect, and it should be, there it goes. So now it just is highlighted. Then from there, I'll reposition it. It's slight, but it bothers me. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Perfection. Oh, so simple. So satisfying. Okay, let's make sure these values get turned back to their intended spots. Those are the ones that get tweened. You just have to know. You just have to know those are the ones that get tweened. These are the kind of things that in future game systems I want to improve. So that way I don't have to be like, which two values were? Oh yeah, overall opacity needs to be turned up and border blur needs to be turned down. Duh, of course. but you know, that's okay. It's okay. You have horrible struggles? Struggers? What's a strugger? You have horrible struggles? I give up. You know, game dev is hard. I'm just gonna say it. Game dev is not easy. Anyone out here talking about anyone can make a game? No, they can't. It's hard. You gotta be devoted. When you make a burrito, is it assembled or compiled? It's interpreted. My burritos are interpreted. Thought that was just you, but there is no shader there. Huh? Oh, at that one little spot. Wasn't just you. Hey, if you noticed it, then I don't feel pedantic for adjusting it. What does Godot even excel at? What doesn't it excel at? Having hyper-realistic matrix trailers with nanite and lumen. Taking your money. Godot doesn't excel at... Okay, I will say this. Godot doesn't excel at in-engine 3D armature animations. I find if there's anything that I come up against in Godot and I'm like, oh, I gotta do this in a different program, it's that. Although they did recently add inverse kinematics, so it's getting better. But generally, I do all of my 3D animations, particularly with armatures, in Blender and import it in. Other than that, I mean, it's pretty good at everything. It's pretty great. Assemble before you eat it, compiled after. Yes. Disgusting. Yeah, very specific. I'm a needler. That's what I do. All right, let's make this bull. Let's make this bull happen. Well, I'm gonna commit again because I'm gonna do that. Computer station shader adjusted a bit. Why was the cat eyes Fresnel adjusted? Oh, because the cat eyes just like moved. Okay, that doesn't make sense, but we're not gonna worry about that. So how do we make the bull clickable? Number one, I need to make a model for the bowl. But guess what? We already have a model for the bowl. I actually don't think this is going to be that hard. So it's called a food and water dish. Nice. It's already just one thing here. I don't know what this... Wait, why is there two? I think I meant to hide one of these. Wait, why do I like this one so much more? What's the story on the other one? Maybe I saved it as like an alternative bowl. So like if the player wanted to buy a different one, this would be a different model. I think that was the thought process. And this is the other thing. This is, okay, so this is where buying new things, the scope is probably unrealistic. Because I'm gonna have to make a selectable mesh for everything. But at least that's not that hard. It's not that hard because it's the code making things selectable. That's the challenge. The thing that isn't that hard is just getting a mesh made that fits around it. So don't worry, don't worry. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm just saying. I know. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so this is gonna be the food water dish. Hover. And then, luckily, this is gonna be really easy. And then we're going to make it have an invisible material. Make the transparency go to alpha and have that albedo go down to nothing. Then in geometry, we're going to add a material overlay. I'm going to borrow one of the other hover shaders and then make it unique. And we're going to have to do some adjusting. This is kind of one of the more painful parts, unfortunately. Actually, before I keep it invisible, let me make sure I've got the shape down. Because I need to make it just a little bit bigger, a little bit larger. And actually, while we're doing this, let's make this full blast. Okay, it's there a little bit. Let me actually see what that looks like in game. Hopefully it's just already in the right spot. Wouldn't that be great? Because basically you have to look at it from a certain angle for it to show up, unfortunately. So I have to like adjust all these values until it just suddenly appears. Which it's not. Well, Lee's, what? You probably should make it bigger so that way it can appear around it. True. Excellent point. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, up here, what I'm gonna do is not have it be transparent for a second. See, it's not even appearing there. Then we're gonna go to its transform, and I'm gonna make it a little bigger. There it is. See, that's what we want. We want to see it. It's just the nature of the shader that I found on Godot shaders because shader code does not endear me. I tried very much to be endeared by shader code, and I found it unpleasant, uninteresting, and frustrating. You know, I do think I need to give shader nodes, like visual scripting nodes, more of a chance. As much as I harp on visual scripting, I have been, right, Justy? I have been convinced that it's pretty valuable visual scripting for shader stuff. Man, I just feel like it's just not. It's just on the. Just not quite. Just not quite. So maybe, just maybe, I could get into it without code. But then again, I like code. You know, you can do stuff with code. What if I like make it a non-uniform scale? Like, what if we get really weird? I just think I'm gonna, yeah. I mean, if you think about it, an outline is non-uniform relative to the object it's outlining. So it would make sense. It would make sense. Oh, the founder tag worked. Nice. I didn't even notice that. Yes. I tried to beef up the some of the overlay stuff. Since it is my own code, it isn't always great. Thank you for the hydrate, Roger. Welcome. The cat is looking kind of thirsty. We're trying to help the cat with that. The cat's stuck. It's because it isn't well lubricated. If it had hydrated, it would be able to squeeze right through there. Or, I just need to actually, you know, make a unstick itself function. It's that one. Okay, I'm taking a short lap. Taking a short lap. Nope. So I'm just gonna adjust this. We're gonna adjust this a little bit. We're gonna make it be good. We're gonna make it be right. And then I would love to water the cat. If I could water the cat today, that would be dope. Water's gonna be free. That is to say, the player doesn't have to pay for the water. You just literally go up to the bowl and press it, and the water will just dump in. That's the idea. Food, on the other hand, the food's gonna cost. That's gonna cost you. And then I want you to be able to buy like all kinds of weird food, like food that turns your cat into an alien, things like that. So it's gonna be basically the food bowl is gonna be a pretty important place. I don't know if you have pets, but let me tell you, they will love to eat. It's like they can't get enough. Literally, they will. If you just keep feeding them and feeding them and feeding them, they'll keep eating. Hey, what's up, YouTube? Welcome. Not YouTube, but a person named YouTube. It's very confusing. And then I feel like if I say your name, I'm gonna get freaking demonetized. Probably not. Here, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna say, hey, ask AI chatbot. Do you think that saying this person's name, whose name is YouTube sucks, is gonna get me in trouble? Any consequences? Let me know. Alright. Look, there's like a little ask button after a video is like processed, including live streams, and you can ask it questions. I was seeding that, so later I can go ask it, and it can find this moment. If you don't think that'll work, it will. It's very freaky, actually. You put a clip in live chat. Can you give me a little more information? 1,000 years in jail, at least. I know, right? Justy says, I think my cats are broken. They never eat more than the usual. I mean, honestly, that's amazing. That's like a good thing. Your cats are so well behaved. Okay, I think this is... I think everyone else's cats are broken. Now, obviously, this limits it to a certain view. Because look, as soon as I move over here, like change the camera view, like now it's not selected. So, you know, it's definitely boxing me into a certain way of things, but I don't really care. Because if you think about it, like, basically, if we need to, like, have the camera go inside of the room, then I just won't let you select things. YouTube creators are awesome. It's just the bigwigs that you have a problem with. No comment. No comment. Alright, so let's hide this now that we've got it in place. Put that transparency on alpha. And then what else? Oh yeah, now I want to make sure that the shader is positioned correctly. So to do that, I get to just drag this around until something appears. Skew helps. Oh my. I don't see a damn thing up here. Where is anything? Actually, I feel like the higher these values are, the more likely it should be. Oh my. Okay, so that didn't work well. Let me try restarting it. So I know what you're thinking. What is she doing? Is it real? Does it work? Here, let me show you what I'm doing. So that way you're at least on the same page with me. So for example, this, okay? This is the computer station shader parameters. Again, I'm not saying this is optimal, but this is the system we have. So I'm gonna turn the overall opacity all the way up, border blur all the way down, which will make it appear. See? Now, if I adjust these values like, here, don't mess with that. Like, border left, border right. Oh, there it goes. See? See how it adjusts it and it appears? This is basically occupying a certain level of coverage that makes it appear on that object. And so I just have to find those values wherever they're, whatever dials them in for the bowl. It is what it is. This is why I need to get this over with. You're officially jobless. That sucks. How do you think it's gonna be now that you're jobless? Okay. Do you think you're gonna be okay? Are you in danger? I do wonder if, because here's something that's unique about this bowl. It's in a super different position than everything else. Oh, there it goes. Never mind. Nice. I was like, maybe these parameters are just different. We got there. You'll be fine. Alright. Okay, so now there's another parameter I have here. I don't know if you've noticed, but I like the animation to grow from the bottom. See how it like kind of blooms in when you hover over it? It's harder to tell on the tripod, but it is there. It's like you hover over it and it kind of goes. So in order to do that, I have to make sure that when this border blur value changes, well, first of all, it looks like that, but also that these border values, whichever ones are the ones that matter. There we go. So see how this is coming from like the top down? I actually need to do the opposite. I need it to come from the bottom up. There we go. So if I kind of adjust it like this, should be more nice. Much better. Now I kind of want to skew it a bit. That's where the skew top comes in, which will angle it. See how it's changing the angle of that like line? The shader, I basically like modified the shader to be hyper specific for this purpose. Okay, good. And then make sure we get the good coverage. And now when we hover it, it should light up just the way I want. Nice. Cool. Okay, so now we're gonna hide it entirely. That part's done. Next part, make it actually be detectable. So this is a different set of steps. I'm gonna go back to the, I don't know, should we do this in the food bowl? Actually, maybe we should do it in here. Yeah, actually, let's do it in here. Because the other place to do it would be in the room, since that's where the bowl is, naturally. But I kind of don't want to make a mess of things. Truth be told, there's already a bit of a mess in here. There's a lot of placeholder stuff. Yeah, we should put it in the scene. Okay, so in here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make an area 3D, and we call it, I believe, selectable area. Or what do you want to call it after that? Bowl? What's the nomenclature we're using here? Let me look in the whole project. Bowl. Okay. Bowl. Okay, bowl. Bowl is the word we're going with. Bowl is the word we're going with. Understood. Roger says, I have the full cost to cover my college, so any money I need is just for trinkets you may want. You deserve trinkets, but that's good. I'm glad you've got, like, your needs covered. That's the most important thing. YTS says, I hope things get better for you and that doors open as a result. Yeah, right? Right? I love that. Totally. YTS lost their job last year, and it was really hard. Wishing you the best. Y'all are the best. Pie says, I'm running a piece of crap web game because I'm bored of making my shooter game. Nice. Gonna keep the old game dev brain muscle going. Love that. But yeah, good. That's I like that. Like, it totally can open new doors. Maybe you didn't even realize that you were at a dead end. You didn't even know until you turned around and saw the rest of the room. Okay. So we're making an area, and in there, I'm gonna put a collision, naturally, because areas love that a lot. Helps them be good and detectable. So let's put a box in there. Kind of hard to see, so I'm gonna switch to the overdraw mode, which makes collision objects so much more obvious. Although, yeah, we lose the gizmos. Hate that. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so I'm gonna look at it orthogonally, which will help me just make sure I'm lining this up correct. Kind of get that centered. Squish it down. Let's go to the other side. Squish it. Just get it. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it needs to represent the range that I want the player to be able to select it from. So maybe I want it to be a little bigger than that, so the player doesn't have to get perfectly right on it. I don't know. I'm not sure. But let's start with something closer to exact and go from there. One mistake I just made, though, in my opinion, is adjusting the position of the collision shape instead of the area. That is just something I have decided I prefer to do, is not move the contents if I can avoid it, and rather move the parent. Sometimes that is not optimal, but as a rule of thumb, for whatever reason, that's what I've decided to do. So we're gonna do it. They should really use something more like Lua for web development. JavaScript is really annoying. I like JavaScript, but I understand where you're coming from. It's not for the faint of heart. That's for sure. But there's like nothing. There's nothing they can do at this point. It's so ubiquitous, you know. That'd be dope if it was Lua, though. Mortis is anti-Lua. What is 5M? What is that? Okay. Good, good, good. Lapis. I don't know what that is either. Y'all got some skills. Y'all got some skills. GTA roleplay. Oh. That made you not like Lua? I mean, that's kind of what's so great about Lua, right? Is that you can embed it, work it in with other systems. But that made you not like it. I haven't used much Lua, but I have a feeling I would like it. Okay, so now I've got the area. I'm going to need to add a script to it. Selectable area bowl, that's it. Put it in my scripts folder. And we're gonna actually just borrow the nomenclature from other things. Oh, actually, I'm gonna grab this whole script. So the base class selectable object, I've got a lot of abstract functions. When Godot came out with abstract, so I'm as you may notice, I'm not the most like programming savvy, except with GDScript, only because that's the pretty much only language I know besides JavaScript. And so I didn't know what an abstract class was. I have no idea. People are out here being like, interfaces are better. I don't know. Okay? I don't know. I don't care. If Godot comes out with interfaces, then I'll learn them and I'll find out how great they are. Godot came out with abstract classes like a version or two ago, and I was like, let's do this. Let's use the crap out of it. Let's put like 10 abstract functions on here. I do like them though. And so if you don't know, basically what they do is they just mandate that these functions be implemented on any class that inherits from this script. So if I create a new script that inherits selectable object, then that script is going to get very angry with me unless I implement those functions. The other thing that it does is if it's an abstract class, then not only does it allow for abstract functions, but it also means that this, whatever this script is attached to, cannot be added to the scene tree. And again, it's basically just like a way to prevent oopsies. Is really what this abstract class does, as far as I'm concerned. It means that I can't accidentally, or someone I'm collaborating with can't accidentally do stuff like instantiate an abstract class or forget to implement one of these. But that's the way I like it. You know, it's one less thing for me to think about. I do have to type out some instructions sometimes, but it's a few less instructions that I have to type out, which is nice. Because it's kind of baked in. Like, oh yeah, right, I need to set that. I need to set that. You mean a goop of oatmeal? Let's go. Let's go. Oatmeal is solid. That is a solid food. Good job. I mean, it's mushy, but you know what I mean. It's good. It's reliable. That fiber, though. Morta says GTA is coded in Lua. GTA is coded in Lua? Is that true? I didn't know that. I had no idea that GTA was like fun. Is that a fact? GTA is actually fundamentally coded in Lua. I know that GTA, I feel like they like use their own, they make their own engines. I don't know anything about it actually. The game logic script in Lua. Wow. That's kind of cool. I don't know. It's just kind of cool. I think of Lua, I just think of like, I think of it being kind of gentle. Okay, C++. Okay, there's gotta be something. There's something hardcore in there. There's gotta be. Okay. Demon Souls also uses Lua. Oh, I love Demon Souls. It's kind of my favorite. It's kind of my favorite Souls game. Only because it was the first one I played. And I really liked the hub world. I remember like reading a lot of reviews that were like, hub world sucks. And I do get it. I think like the progression is more interesting without the hub world, but I don't know, I kind of liked it. I kind of liked having this like home base. It took me back to like the old days with like, you know, Rareware platformers and stuff, which is probably why it was also not very beloved. That's dope. I like Demon Souls. Oh yeah, World Tendency. Right. I liked it. Demon Souls underrated. Underrated Souls game, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, it has a crap load of issues with weird dependencies. Then again, that's more about how GTA was programmed, not made with modding in mind. Ah, I see. But I see it left a bad taste in your mouth with Lua. Bad associations. You're putting World Tendency into your roguelike? Whoa. I feel like I already even forgot what World Tendency was. There was a time where I remembered what it was. But I totally forgot. I literally just completely forgot. Your actions weigh heavily against your character. This is familiar to all gamers out there who say morality. Oh, okay. Yeah. White or black. I remember the white or black. Yes, very much so. I remember it feeling like kind of complicated. Neat. Yeah, it's been a while since I played it. Something else I liked about it, like I remember when I beat it, there was like this like Hall of Fame. I don't know if they have that in the newer ones. I just don't know. But I remember being like, whoa, look at that. There's that person's avatar is just right there in a trophy room. It's nuts. Okay, so I'm gonna make this a little easier myself. I think there's some of these that are simpler. What was the one I just made? The computer station? Computer station should be pretty straightforward with regards to its selectable object, selectable area script. Should be pretty simple, yeah. So this implements all of these, and it doesn't have a lot of complication to it. So we're gonna slap that in. Instead of calling it a selectable computer station, in this case, this is gonna be selectable bowl. And enter exit animation length 1 second, totally fine. That looks great. Not a computer station, incidentally. Not what it is. This is going to be a bowl. Yes. Alright. Has a cat it actually might have a cat target. So this target assigner is just this like script and concept and situation that I put together. Hopefully nothing's broken right now. Where let's say I click on the couch and the cat teleports to the couch. That's oh, I gotta switch. That's because the target assigner assigns the cat's target to be right there in the center of the couch. So that has a special target assigner property. I do think that I would want that with the bowl. Except maybe instead of the cat just immediately teleporting right to the bowl, maybe they teleport just like kind of near it and then walk towards it. So it's like the cat is like, ooh, what you doing with my bowl? You feeding me? Or something. So I might actually do a target assigner, but for now, I'm not going to worry about it. No animation. The animation would be, at least not yet, like for the litter box, it opens the litter box. That's an animation. Not really thinking I need that here. Has a stat. It does. It actually has 2 stats. So this one is a little unique. So when what this has stat is going to do is it's going to make sure, like when I click on the litter box, the poopiness appears. When I click on the couch, the loneliness appears. So this one's a little different. These two don't have stats. This one's a little different because it has 2 stats in it. It's got double the stats. So in my mockup, which is somewhere here, this is my concept. Is that it would have 1 on the top left and 1 on the top right. But I don't believe it's set up. I actually have no idea how it's set up to put the bar there. I don't even remember how that works. So I'm certain that it is not designed to handle 2. I don't know what will happen if I give it 2, but I bet it won't be. It won't be very good. What's up, Why Techie Tech? Liked my explanation of abstract class. Highlighted the exact gist of the concept in hands-on approach. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you know, I'm just plain speaking it the way it makes sense to me. I'm glad that it's like approved. Yeah, I don't often have the most technical way of describing things. Cat got peepers. The cat got peepers. Oh yeah, the cat has eyes. Oh yeah. The eyes, so I really want to work on the eyes more. They actually are completely controllable in every way. I just haven't gotten around to making that function as well as it could. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I'm just trying to get base systems in place and then, you know, dive in as I go to more intentional polishing. But I actually have an entire animation tree just for the eyes. We can switch to different eye. Yeah, the cat running is kind of making it hard to see. Let me chill the cat out for a second. Hey cat, just like take a break. You've done enough exercising for one day. You're good. You're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. Okay, so if you go to the eyes, we can switch it to a scowl. A scowl, like, I was thinking like that meme, that like Futurama Fry meme, where it's like, not sure if. Then just like evil cat, horrified cat, innocent cat, mischievous cat. I feel like we're usually on mischievous cat. And then, not only that, but it is being trained for ultramarathons. Oh, I guess they don't have the animations in here for this, but in theory, with the shader that's on there, the cat eyes can be moved. Let's see, where is that? Where does that live? Exactly. I don't remember. Oh, is it on a next pass? It sure is. It sure is. There's a lot of next passes. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. So the cat, oh, it's, excuse me. Well, for this, just for the sake of the example, I'll make it unique. I said, oh, that's the wrong thing. I'm just gonna break everything. Please, please. Oh, do I have to just make it like all the way local? Jesus. Jesus. Oh my god. Wait, where is this stored? Okay, this is getting a little ridiculous. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Wait 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 a minute. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. What's the problem here? Hey, what's up, Halloween Ghoul? Why you not let me access those materials? I mean, really. Make it. How about I make it unique recursive? You gotta let me access the materials. Thank you. Anyway, I have these mislabeled. It says look up, but it's obviously left and right. So yeah, the cat can move its eyes, which I was trying to show you. Cat can move its eyes. I want it to do that. I want to set up like a whole procedural system where it chooses like what direction it wants to look based on targets and whatnot. And then it can also blink. I want to have blinking, all that kind of good stuff. But, you know, just not right now. That's, again, something for another time. But it is technically ready to be implemented. Anyway. Where were we? Bowl. Food, water, dish. Selectable area bowl. I feel like I need to call this bowl, or I'm gonna get confused. Oh yeah, the stat thing. Okay, so let me look at let's look at the couch, since it's probably the least complicated thing. The litter box has a lot going on, so we're not gonna look at that. How does its stat work? For its stat, it just clarifies the stat, which is nice. But what does it do with said stat? So it gets the stat name, it checks to see if it actually has one. So if that's just two double quotes, it's gonna return null or falsy. Not null, but falsy. So most of them, well, half of them are falsy. About maybe one more than half. Well, the computer, the tripod are falsy. The litter box and the couch, yeah, half. And then the cat will be true. So most of them will have a stat name. And if it does, it is logging the index of it. It is then fetching the enum. Oh, is this how we fetch an enum? You know, the other day I was trying to remind myself how we get an enum from a string. And it's right here. I really gotta remember that. I'm gonna forget it. Then we change stat bar state. What does that mean? What does that mean? Change current stat shown. Changing visible stat bar from that to that. I mean, that sounds very singular. It's not sounding very plural. So it is definitely not equipped for that. So I mean, that makes me feel like we need like an array or something in there, instead of it taking a string. And then if the array is, you know, bigger than size 1, we need to put 2 up there. I think that's what's gonna happen. and then it just iterates through all of the children in the stats UI. Okay, wait, that doesn't make sense. In the canvas layer, which canvas layer? Where is this? Just can't, that doesn't even, you don't even have a name? Okay, let's see if we can puzzle out some of this here. Someone was in a rush in the middle of a game jam. We have a UI HUD. Is this different? Oh, this is the wrong project. Wrong project. Nope. Here we go. There's 2 projects built into this. There's actually going to be even more. Don't worry about it. It's the mini games on the computer. Okay, here we go. Manage UI stats. What's going on there? Canvas there. You gotta call it something else. That's no fun. I mean, it is just a canvas layer, to be honest. Like, what else is it? Like, it's all it is. It's not doing anything. It's a little confusing. I feel like this is HUD. I feel like this is misnamed. So we're gonna rename this because that was confusing to me. I know that sounds like it's the same thing, but in my brain, it's not the same thing. So we're gonna change it. We're gonna look for all of the incidents. Oh, you can, no, don't do that. Everywhere that manage UI stats appears, and I'm gonna Control-Shift-R replace it with manage HUD stats. It makes more sense to me. So that's what I'm gonna do. It's what I'm gonna do. Okay. So it is in here. That looks good. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. All looks good to me. So let's no undo replace. I know. Okay, tell me. That was a selectable area object and UI back button minigame. No problem. Oh, it's declared. Sorry. It is. I forgot to tell you. You're gonna hit save over here, and then it should find it eventually, one day. Manage HUD. What, did I spell it wrong? Manage HUD stats. Okay, looks good. Manage HUD stats. Yeah, it's saved. Sometimes it doesn't like notice that it's changed. We're just gonna reload the project. Thanks for the follow, Raheel. Appreciate it. We're so close to 1,000K, to 1K on Twitch. Thank you for being a part of that, Raheel. Okay, so we're good with the errors now. So, I think. Now it's called Manage HUD Stats, which makes a lot of sense to me. Although it is a scene, which is probably still called Manage UI Stats. So I'm going to rename that too. I like as much consistency as I can possibly get. Because if I don't have that consistency, I just, I get confused. And I don't like to be confused. It's one of my least favorite emotions. Unless, I know there's a difference between being curious and excited to learn. That's one thing. That's different. Welcome back, Kimmy. With your glasses on. Let's go. Glasses locked in. Kai Guy! Thanks for the thumbs up. Thanks for dropping in. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Hope work is going the best it can and all that. Okay, so now that I've renamed this to something that makes more sense to me, I'm going to set up that array because I need this to know. Oh, I guess what I was going to look at. Right, so I need to look at too how this works because I don't remember. Don't care about this actually. We do care about that. So the way this is set up is there's one called loneliness, poopiness. Oh, there's literally only loneliness and poopiness. So I wouldn't even be able to handle the other ones yet because they don't exist in there. Bar poopiness. And how are they even being dealt with? On second tick. So we're literally just, okay, all right, I see. Huh. Yeah, that seems interesting. Really? Alright. Well, I just would have thought it was pulling from like a central place, but I guess this is supposed to be the central place? That seems weird. Oh, but I see. Oh no. So it's not actually adjusting the values on second tick, it's just fetching the values on second tick. So that is to say every second, in every in-game second, it's fetching the value. But it doesn't adjust the value there. It adjusts the value here where it's supposed to, which is in manage stats. Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure. I saw that, I kind of panicked. Made it a little confusing. Okay. Good. Probably could even make it more clear if I wanted to, and I could say on second tick, pass stat values to HUD. You know, just something to like, or like fetch stat values for HUD. Something to this, so I don't have that moment of like, wait, what? How goes it? Always like seeing what you're up to. Off work today. Hey, off work today. It's been a lazy day, as it should be. So today I am making everything I can, everything that's supposed to be selectable, I'm making selectable. So the bowl, I don't think anything's broken. We're gonna find out. What you talking about over here? Resource file not found. You know what? So yesterday I made the computer station selectable, and it was a bit of an awakening to realize how specific the process for making something selectable is. I don't think it's that hard. It's just not the most intuitive thing after a month of me not having set up a selectable object. I was like, whoa, how does this work? But now I've got the familiarity, so I'm going to go through and make everything else selectable, namely the bowl. Maybe even the door, actually. That'd be nice if the door was selectable. But the bowl I'm doing right now. And then I'll actually try to do the cat and the door even actually today. Ooh, maybe even the stairs back there. You can go upstairs. I don't know. That's a bit ambitious. So then the bowl has a special requirement where when you click on it, it needs to show a hunger bar and a thirst bar, since it combines both stats in it. Whereas like the litter box has one stat, poopiness, and the couch has one stat, loneliness. This is going to have two stats. So I need to adjust the system a little bit to be ready to receive those two possible systems. So that's kind of what I'm working on at the moment. And then I was sort of cleaning up this script a little bit to just make a little more sense to me in the future. It just said on second tick, which I associate with that's what happens when the stats are actually updating. So I just wanted to make it a little more clear. No, we're not updating them here, we're fetching them. Hey, what's up, Mark? Welcome. I'm great today. Y'all are funny. I was like, whatever color I am, that's what I am. That's my adjective. I'm doing really good. Randomly ended up drinking with some Emirates last night. They invited you to drag race today. Whoa, what was that like? Were you participating in the drag race? Or were you observing the drag race? That sounds honestly very fun. I'm a little jealous. Okay, so this is good, this is great, but I need to make that be an array. So let's go back. How did we get here again? Let me go back to the selectable area couch. Oh yeah, it has target. That's how we got there. Or sorry, has stat. So if it has a stat, then it's gonna do this, but we need to adjust this. Instead of being a string, I need to change that to an array. An array of strings. So that just got a little complicated, but it's okay. So an array of strings equals what that is. And we'll say instead, if stat names size is greater than 0, now we go here, That's going to be a little different. So we'll say for stat name index in stat names. Sorry, string. We then pass the iteration in there, and I like to just do I stat, whatever it is. Like, I could just do I, but I just decided I like this better. I like to have a little more clarity what's going on. I meaning iteration, kind of. It's really just kind of nothing. It's like a nothing thing. Sometimes if you have two, you might do J, like H-I-J-K. I don't know, it's just weird coder crap. But I wanted to at least make it a little more clear rather than just purely weird coder crap. You're only gonna be watching. These guys' cars are insane. Your car can't hang. Not yet anyways. I'm gonna be honest with you, Mark. That's not the kind of drag race I thought you were talking about. Well, that also sounds fun. Oh, worlds apart, worlds apart. Thanks for the follow, Vinny. Appreciate it. Yeah, right. Yeah, you need a very specific kind of car. Yeah, and then to do that, oh my goodness, a certain amount of moxie, I would think. Oof. Okay, that sucks. That's sad to hear. That is sad to hear, Mark. Kaka says, not doing anything game dev themselves, just learning Moho slowly. Yes, that counts. Oh, come on. Game dev is not just programming. Game dev is not even necessarily just working towards a game being made. You like to make games, you aspire to make games, and you're learning an art animation tool? That's game dev. Come on now. You telling me that's not gonna be fed into a game dev task someday? You learn a game dev. They added game export as GLTF. What? Wait, does Moho do 3D? Why did I think it was only 2D? Alright, that's sick. Guy, you're gonna be unstoppable. You're building up. It sounds like you're attacking the right skill, you know? Like you were doing a G-develop and you said, okay, I've done some G-develop, I've gotten familiar. Now I'm gonna do some art animation stuff. And you excel so well at that. You know, if you, it would be less great if you were just like, I guess I'll do some G-develop today. You know, that would be not great. But instead, you're like, what am I interested in? Because there's so many different things in game dev. You might as well, you know, go towards that which is interesting. So yes, I think you're doing game dev. Okay, has stat, iterate through, put istat in there. Then we get all this, we're all good to go. Okay. Now I do have to update, yeah, everywhere else. Yeah, it's gonna get upset. Everything that inherits, which is good. I want it to get upset because now it finds all these errors for me, which makes it a lot easier to fix them. So this is gonna look for an array of strings. In this case, all I'm gonna do is just return it like that. So there's gonna be a bunch of other errors. I'll just go find them. So everywhere where I have selectable area, we're gonna go fix this. So we just did couch. Let's do phone. Instead of the just like two double quotes indicating a falsy string or an empty string, we're gonna do two brackets, which will also return falsy. That is to say, if it checks if has stat and that's empty, it'll be false, or it won't run an if statement. So let's keep going down the line and update each one. Tripod. See, they all have the error because of that abstract keyword. So I couldn't even start it up and silently fail if I tried. Okay, next is the litter box, which will actually have a stat to add in. An array of strings. Wrap it up. Next one. Computer station. Also not gonna have anything. At least not yet. Can't imagine it would. Maybe money. Maybe money, but it would be kind of different. Money isn't really a stat. So. Okay, great. Now we go to the bowl. And the bowl is gonna be the special one now. And the bowl is going to return. Well, actually, can I just go borrow what the others say? Yeah, sure. I set it up to be inferred, you know, by typing in stuff. But what if I just did? You know what would be nicer? This is something that I've gotten more in the habit of, is actually making functions that do this instead of typing all that crap. So I've only recently gotten into this habit. So why not start now? I'm not in a game jam. You know? It's focused on 2D animation in a potentially 3D layered workspace. I am very intrigued by that. I am heavily intrigued by that. That is interesting. Get what? Get stat enum string, and it'll return a string. And then, just so I don't have to think about it with my little brain, I'm going to copy this, go back to manage stats, and we're gonna just paste it in. We don't need it to be an array. I'm gonna do a variable first. I find that for when you are setting up a breakpoint and going through, the breakpoints allow you to like look through every line of code that's being executed. When you have like an error, you just put like this little red dot, or you type the word breakpoint, and when you go to run the script, it's going to stop you right there. And let me stop you right there. And then you can click through each line. And I find that if I like do something like this, like if I just say return that, it'll work for returning the string. But if I set up the breakpoint and I run this, assuming I don't have other problems, which I do, expected indented block after I oh, there we go. Need that. Hey, what's up, Brett? Welcome. I'm doing really good today. Thanks for asking. Getting to continue this game I've been wanting to continue. Oh, I'm not calling this script, this function. All right, let's call the function, then I can show you what I'm talking about. Selectable litter box, yeah. So instead of returning that, oh, but I actually need to. Okay, I'll explain this in a second. Actually, I just need to. I need to do a couple things. We need to tell it what is the string that we're trying to get. So we're gonna ask for the stat enum, and that's gonna be typed to stats. And then we don't just want to return stats poop. We want to return whatever stat enum is. All right. Now I'm gonna go back to the litter box, and let's use that. So now I'll say manage stats .ref. .ref is a static reference to that script, so I can get it from anywhere. And I'm going to say, give me that stat enum string, which one? Now, it may not look much more convenient, but to me, this is a optimal approach, is to have these helper functions. It's sort of like demagicifying, like, you know about magic numbers, where you just have like something there without an explanation of why it's there. For me, this explains the why. We're not just finding a key. This explains, well, we're getting a stat enum string. It clarifies that. And then if I'm trying to get a stat enum There's lots of poop, big. We're all up in the poop. Uh, so if I maybe don't remember how to set this up, I start typing this out and it's going to autocomplete and be like, oh yeah, this is what you need. So for me, this is just like an optimal approach. So that's why I do it this way. And why I think it's worth the refactor. So yes, we are asking for poop, Paulino. That's what we do. That's what we do here. It's the joy. It's the little joys of making a virtual pet game. Is the poop. Okay, so we're gonna ask for that. Now, when I open up the litter box, it's gonna proc that breakpoint. Okay, so we click on this. So basically what that just did was it said, hey, when I get to this line, when I call that function, we're immediately going to stop. So that way you can examine what's going on. And so then in the stack trace down here is where the good stuff is. This is where the good stuff's at. Give me that good. So in here, not only can you see everything that led up to this moment, so like there's the hasStat function where we called it, and you can click through over here, but we can see all of the variables and all the good juicy stuff in there, which when something is going wrong is very helpful. So I can see clearly that we asked for stat enum4, which happens to correspond with poop. That's what this was when we passed in the parameter. Now if I come over here to one of these two buttons, and just so you see the context actually, so that's over here on the right, and you can use like F10 and F11 to do this as well, and in the next version of Godot you can also go backwards, but you can either do step into or step over. Step into, let's say you're on a function that you created. If you use step into, it's going to take you further into that function and you'll be like examining deeper and deeper. If you do step over, it's going to say, okay, let's just go to the next one. So let's just go to the next one. There's nothing to step into anyway. We go to the next one and okay, nothing really actually here. Nothing changed here in the stack trace. It still says 4 because that's what this is. It's going to return what? What's it going to return? I don't know what it's going to return. I have no idea. And so even if I step into, step over, it doesn't matter. Like, we're out of here. It's done. So I never get to find out what that was equaling. Okay, let me see if I can make that make even the most final sense. So what I prefer to do, instead of just returning that, is say variable enum string, whatever, and we're going to say that that equals this. So this is like an extra line of code, right? It's not as small, but now that I have this variable written out, not only is it slightly more readable, but if I do that breakpoint again, let me run this, now I'll be able to investigate what is that variable resolving to. Okay, so we're going to come in here, we hit the breakpoint. Now we have a new thing here, enum string. Now it's null because we haven't gotten to this point yet. So let's continue. Let's do our step into, it doesn't really matter. It's still null because we're currently on that line. But if I press that one more again and we keep going, or on return, it's just poop. So now I see what it resolves to. If I don't put that variable in there, I won't get to check it. And I've found that to be really frustrating when I'm breakpointing through code if I don't make this variable first. It's a little thing. It's just a little thing. But I feel like often I'm always doing so many little things and you know, I don't always want to never explain why I'm doing those things. So there we go. Oh, I think often when I'm doing game jams, I just am like, you know, and I don't ever really get to stop and explain things. So it's nice to not be in a jam and actually talk about what's going on once in a while. They're running a $100 off deal to get people fleeing Adobe Animate. Smart. Smart. I love when companies do that. I don't know. It just makes me smile. Like, yeah, go for it. YouTube has done that a couple times when Twitch has had a fumble. Programmable poop enums. Yeah. What a time to be alive. Okay. So now that I've got that set up, I'm going to actually put this in all the rest of the selectable areas. Would it have been nice if I had known that I was going to make this function before I started changing them? Sure. But there's only a couple. So no, actually, Liz. Ain't no thing. It is super easy. Plus, I get to practice. So we're going to do manage stats, get... manage stats.ref, get stat enum string. Which one do I want? I want manage stats dot, this is the couch, that's loneliness, and there we go. I think that's all. And then when we go to the bowl, most important one, our task on this day. So we're going to say manage stats.ref dot get stat enum string. That's where we're going to put 2 in there. Manage stats. Which one do I want first? I guess hunger, maybe on the left. Was that the vision? I think that was the vision. Hunger. Then we're going to do a little comma. And I'm going to pop in thirst. I kind of want this to be indented more. It's a lot of indenting, I admit. Maybe like that. Okay, then close it. And those are all the things we wanted to have. Alright. Now I need to handle that if that happens. You know what I'm saying? What's going to happen if there's 2? Use evaluator and type on the fly the value you want to know without introducing a variable. That's true! That's a good point. Yes. So what why Tacky Tack is talking about is something that I don't use enough, actually. At all. Here, let's try it. Let's go back to manage stats. Put this back there. I find the evaluator to just be like a few extra steps. So I like don't usually bother with it. But maybe if I was like used to doing it, it wouldn't really be a big deal. I don't know. But I've certainly had it explained to me. And when I've tried it, I'm just like, okay, all right, like maybe I'll use this. And then I gotta like know what to even do. Like, what do I even do? I gotta type, like, what am I even typing here? Let's see. So I don't even know what I would do. You're even gonna have to show me. I don't even know what I do here. Like, what does this even want? Stat enum? Let's see. 4. Nice. Okay. Oh, but I don't think that's gonna... Is that gonna work? Maybe it will. So are you saying I would literally just copy this code and paste it in there? Whoa. Okay, that's kind of cool, though. That is kind of cool, actually. Okay, I should use this more often. I still prefer the variable being in there. But this is a nice opportunity to explain what this does. Really, really good example. Now I feel like I gotta make a short about that. Why Tacky Tack? Why Tacky Tack? Why Tacky Tack giving me more work to do? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, I do. I'm gonna write it down. And I'm gonna grab this moment and I'll put it in the short. I recorded a short on Monday, finally. I haven't put out shorts since, like a year and a half ago. I was a little overwhelmed by how how well they did kind of stressed me out. It was like I just went from like having live streams with like, you know, I don't know, 10 to 30 people. And then like so many comments. It's like, all right, I need to like think about this. The beep and the boops. Yeah, cuz cuz you're a human who beeps and boops as humans do. Welcome, Vince. Good to see you. No, I'm totally gonna talk about that. That's a really good one. Because you also just like presented like such a good opportunity to explain it, which is nice. Let's make that be evaluator 2026 6-2 stream Y Tacky Tack 378. How long are we in on the stream? About a minute 36 seconds. All right. Yeah, we can do that. I think that's fine. Okay. About 1 hour 30, we'll say 4 minutes in. All humans beep boop fail. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't even know why you would... Why did I even point that out? It's like the most obvious thing. We're such silly humans. Yeah, right? I've got like just an absurd amount of shorts ideas just like stocked. Ready to go. I like your cute Roblox avatar, Frank. Evaluator may help if you want to calculate many expressions which you don't have variables for in code. May help sometimes. I think it will. All right, back to it. Enough messing around. Even though it's fun to mess around. Because it's not a game jam. So we can mess around. So, okay, so the bowl is going to pass these two, but they have to be handled somehow. So back on the selectable area object, I want to say if it's greater than that, it's going to iterate through, but now that's going to run that 2 times. So I don't think I want that. I think that is not what I want. I think what I want to do is I'm going to create a variable called statenum array. And that's going to be an array of manage stats. Okay. We're going to pull this back 1 level. And in here, in this for loop, I'm going to add the UI stat enum entry, or no, into stat enum array. I'm going to append the UI stat enum entry. And then we'll pass into change stat bar state. It's kind of a weird name. I'd kind of rather that be like update or something. I'm picky. UI or stat enum array. Okay. Then we come back to manage HUD stats. I have refactored this to update stat bar state because we're also, yes, we're changing the state, but we're also clarifying like what stat is in there. You know, it just feels kind of weird. So I'm gonna rename it. So this is no longer looking for just that. It is looking for stat array, which is an array of those stats. Okay, so what's it gonna do with those? Well, I would want to, maybe I'll even do like let's do a variable stat count integer equals stat array size And maybe I'll do a match stat count. If that is 1, then we simply do this as normal. And, well, we need to pass something in. There's only gonna be one, we know there's one thing in there. You know? So maybe it's a little goofy, but I'm gonna say just stat array 0. We know there's 1! It matched 1! We want me to know. Then for 2, you try to mask your beeps and boops until they inevitably stream out into a full EDM track. Dope. Let your beeps and boops just run free, fellow human. They make beautiful music. Update current stat shown. So if there's 2... Now wait, remind me what updates current stat shown does. Well, we kind of want to iterate through and do them both, but I need to make sure one is on the left and one is on the right. Well, do you really have to, though? Just put the first on the right, and it just always will be on the right. I feel like that makes the most sense. Yeah, this is the way. This is the way. I don't even think I need to do the match. Like, just iterate through. I think it'll be fine. It doesn't matter, you know? So we'll just say for stats in stat array, update current stat shown, stat, you know? Then on that script, or on that, in that scene, I should say. Oh, how's the YouTube stream looking? Is it okay? I noticed a little number droppage. Hopefully it's not glitching out on YouTube. We just got fiber. Okay, we didn't get it, but they are installing fiber internet outside. They're out there installing it. Not right this second, but they have been. So I won't have even be thinking about these internet problems soon. I think it's okay. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. I don't trust it right now. So right, the scene. I'm gonna open up the manage UI. Oh, scene, I mean manage HUD stats.tscn. And in here, we're going to create what we need to create. It's good? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's just YouTube sometimes. It's just like, hey, things look kind of weird. We don't like what we see. And so they be out here talking about some, hey, this is poor. Usually it tends to be very overly sensitive. And even if it's not that bad, it'll be like, but I realized I wasn't looking at it, so I didn't know if it got weird. Be me, need at more position and control bones. Also me. You don't wanna. I feel like whenever I do control bones so infrequently that I do procrastinate it. But like once I'm like in the habit of doing it, I don't mind it all that much. Need to add, yeah. But since I only have to do it once in a while, it becomes something that I get a little, you know, I get a little stressed about. But you'll get it. You just gotta practice. I know you will. Okay, so I'm gonna duplicate the loneliness, except we're gonna call this now. Are we how are we fetching the name, by the way? What is that? Value equals? How does it determine that? I'm not sure I understand. What? Loneliness visible, get stat value. Wait, stats. How do you know which one it's supposed to be? I don't understand. find key. Stat equals new stat. Canvas layer and get children. If child is margin container. Container child is margin container. But how do you know? I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. How do you do it? Wait, how do you do this? How do you work? That's just updating. So this is just happening all the time. So this is not really important for this. I mean, I don't really understand. How is it choosing which ones to show? I'm actually very confused right now. Yeah, how does this work? I don't remember how this works. Because I thought maybe it was going to compare the string. But that doesn't say lonely. And that doesn't say poop. How do you work? Explain yourself. Oh, I gotta fix it. I broke stuff. Yeah, sorry about that. Invalid argument for update bar state. Function argument 1 should be array manage stats, but is manage stats. Oh. Yeah, that's wrong. Oops. Yeah, they both have that. Manage HUD stats. Excuse me. Sorry. That's a bit confusing. YouTube S loves YouTube. No, that's not the same thing. Okay, let me look at this changing. So when I click on this, changing visible stat bar from none to 5. But how? I don't understand what I'm looking at, but we're gonna get there. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure it out. Because all we pass here is the enum. This. That's what we're passing in. And then we're iterating through all of them. If it's a margin container, we're hiding it. Well, something must be becoming visible. That's here. Oh, I see. Duh. I don't like that. No, I don't like that. That's... Come on. We don't need a match statement for this. Bar loneliness value equals what that is. I don't think we need... I don't think we need a match statement. Now I could just like keep it this way and it would work. So I have to decide, do I want to resist the urge? So the way that it works is, if it happens to be lonely, it just makes the loneliness margin container be visible. So it hides all of them and it makes a certain one visible. But you know what I could do if I wanted to get a little weird with it. And this, by the way, look, you don't have to like it, but it's what I kind of would rather do. Do I though? Should I? I mean, I'm gonna make this say lonely. I'm gonna make this say poop. I'm gonna make it match the enum. Maybe this is a mistake, but I don't care. And I'm gonna make this be called bar. And I'm gonna make that be called bar. Hell, let's even make it be, okay, not a unique name. I'm getting a little extreme here. We're gonna make them call progress bar, the default name. Yup. I guess this is just the way I'd rather do it. So then I don't even need these references anymore. And look, this is okay, but it's what so it's risky. I admit that. It's arguably not something that others may agree with. But I don't care. And then I don't even need these references, technically. Don't even need them. So I'm going to revoke their unique names. And we're not going to do any of this crap. And I'm not even going to find... Because if we pass in, I would rather have the string. You know? Because then I don't even need... Well, you do, actually. You need it for this. Well, yeah, so that's where it gets tricky, Lise. Look right there. But look right there. That's where it gets tricky. Because I'm going to have to make sure I pass in something that makes sense to this. Well, let me ask you this, Lise. Why are you doing this? Why are you making a separate enum? Why not just have one source of truth enum? It's all going to be exactly the same, isn't it? Is it not? Again, you know, just doing another project, I guess I've just like picked up some more preferences and some more things that I like to do. There is a none, which does not exist here. I don't think I need a none. So I'm gonna get rid of it. And I'm gonna adjust some things for real. We're gonna say this is actually looking for manage stats. Right, Randolph? I mean, it's just, or I have like multiple, which I just think is ridiculous. That have the exact same things in them? I mean, it literally just confused me, and I used this instead of that. It just seems pointless. So yeah, I think I'd rather do it this way. Mostly for type checking. I don't know. All kinds of stuff. They're great for so many things. I use it as like just a way to explain to the code what I want and what to do with it. It's like an ID. A universal ID that can just that the whole project will understand. A source of truth. So all I gotta do is just update each of these. Hey, well, the enums only be used for type checking, which enum if that matters. Oh yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. No. That's interesting though. Yeah. In theory. And that's the other thing. It's like, you know, if I know I don't need it, yeah, why bother? Just in case. But just in case. No. No in case. Oh, too many A's. Okay. Stat not declared. Well, it wasn't declared before either. So I'm not sure what you're on about. It was never declared. How could you say such a thing? Oh, it was up there. I see. Yeah. Like and that's what. Yeah. Well, but no, not necessary. Simply not necessary. I mean, maybe somewhere it's checking. Maybe I'm wrong. But even then, it doesn't matter. I can still create a variable stat. There's still, look, variable stat. It's, you know, I still don't even need it. No, I don't even, and Randolph, I don't even think that's needed because, you know, we just have a variable that's local to this script, right? So if I ever need to do that, you know, I could be like, whatever, get HUD stat, current HUD stat, or whatever. And then this can just return the stat. And since it's local to this, we know what state this is. Yeah, it's different, but still, that's a consolidation I'd rather embrace. You know, unless it turns out that was a bad idea. Also, can this be text? Seems like this would be more useful if it was. Yeah. Maybe I'm crazy for that. Yeah, right? Only one giant script from your 80s based Godot project for the jam. I love that, honestly. Why the hell not? Giant scripts are a vibe. Okay? Don't even change my mind. Alright. So new stat. And then I am gonna have to pass something different into it, but it'll be okay. So, okay, and then the whole reason I did this was so we can get rid of this whole entire match statement. Just get rid of it. Don't care about it. It doesn't matter. So whenever you fetch stat values for the HUD, what I'll do is, well, we'll need to get all of the matching margin containers. You don't even need the margin container? Yeah, because you make it visible. Yeah, you do want to do that because you need to make it visible. So I will say, because you kind of want to iterate now. So for, don't we do that up here? Right there? For child, if child's margin. See, that's what I'm thinking, like, we don't even need... I feel like well, this happens at that moment, right? So, because whenever that moment happens, I would even say, like, yeah, no, this makes sense, actually. No, that makes sense. No, it's good. For child node in canvas layer, get children. If child is margin container. If, and you know what, let's do a variable child name string equals child name. And let's do one more thing. Variable. We can even use the get string that we just made earlier. Variable stat enum string equals manage stats dot ref dot get. Let me make that another line. Get stat enum string. We can actually just pass in the current stat. So then we'll get the string for it. Then I'll iterate through all of the canvas layer children, find the ones that are margin containers, capture the name of whichever one we're iterating through. If child's name is the same as... I even feel like we could be even more clever about this. Like I could say lonely margin container. I could say poop margin container. Now what sucks about this, where there's like a weakness here, is the fact that this is depending on names and strings. That is definitely a controversial choice on my part. And I think there will come a time that I will make a different choice. But I'm more interested in establishing the pattern and then realizing, oh, maybe instead of using names and strings, I could use this or that. You know, maybe I could start to put like a script on each of these, and that script could have something on it that it checks. That might be a little bit more safe. Because if these names ever change, it breaks. So it's definitely a controversial choice, but I kind of don't care. I want to find out why I should care the hard way. And until then, I'm going to keep doing it. So Many Bones almost got this mesh looking like Pinhead. Nice. I love the way things are along the process. Silly as they may be. Good job, Benj. We're deep in it today. Yeah, so okay, so then I'm gonna say this is lonely progress bar. And poop progress bar. Okay. So we're not even gonna ask if it's a margin container yet. I'm just gonna say, find out the name of the damn thing first. And we'll say if child name contains stat enum string. I want to know something. If that child is a margin container, go ahead and make that child visible. If the child is a progress bar, then we want to update the stat value. So all this becomes trash. And so now we're going to get the stat value to put in there, and all I have to do is say stat. And in theory, this is, to me, a little bit more comprehensible to me and more in line with the ways that I'd be doing things lately. Again, the string name dependence is a risky bet, but it's one I'm willing to make. Okay, so I might have missed something there. We'll see. I'm just going to run it and find out. But I know one thing I do have to fix. I'm going to search everywhere that I have referenced manage HUD stats, not stats, because those need to be changed because they are now gone. Oh, there's none. Ooh, I did use none. Starting to like the code base of Godot. Made a quick main menu already and it's not too bad. Dope. Dope. Okay, Mortis. Okay, Mortis, learning to love Godot. I mean, like Godot. Nice. And you said you're coming from no. I don't remember what you said you were coming from. I forgot already. Oh, Lua. Nice. So that I can see how that has some like familiar overlap with GScript. Took you a while to figure out how to resize your title PNG? Okay, alright. Through code or just like in the engine? Okay, so we do it. When do we do that? What even is this? Handle stat bar. UI back button minigame. Oh, to hide the stat bar. We'll just have a stat bar hide. I don't care if it's none. Yeah, I mean, okay. I guess so it's not updating in the background. Well, we can just clear it. Well, that's what none was for. I see why you did that. That's a good thing. But there's another way. Still, it doesn't strike me as the most useful thing. So what would have happened in the previous implementation? So I changed that to update state. All it would have done is make it none. It would have hid them all. So it would have been an excuse to just hide them all. And then on second tick, it wouldn't be doing anything. I mean, at that point, you might as well just have like a flag or a state machine, right? Like is visible or not. Or a stat, the HUD is active. So let's do that. I think I like that better. To me, that makes more sense. It still feels weird to be like, I get it, like the back button is resetting things. Something that I started doing in my last project was creating like a single place where all of the resets occur. So like, for example, this where it's resetting the stat, the active stat information. Through the back button. Instead of, I would still have it on the back button, but instead of directly calling change bar state or stat bar state and making it none here, I would make a how would I handle that? I would have on pressed call something. Hey, what's up, Mariano? I am winning. I'm winning. Absolutely. I think. Probably. We'll see. What about you? Are you winning? I would have it call a function on manage resets, and then manage resets would go back to the back button and do this stuff, which seems like kind of roundabout, but the reason why I started doing that was because I often get really lost in what things need to happen when the game has to reset for whatever reason. And so if I have everything that needs to be reset passing through a single place, then I can always go there instead of being like, wait, why when I reset the game is this not actually reset? Crap, I don't know. And I gotta go look through everything to see like what was supposed to reset. But if I have one place where everything that ever resets has to pass through, now I can find my way to all of those things much more easily. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know, possibly. There's a lot of ways to do things, right? Definitely. So I am going to, I'm just sharing. Yeah, I'm just kind of sharing, you know. But that's not what I'm doing here, right? And I don't know that I feel like setting all that up right now, considering I'm setting up something else. But it does raise a flag to me, like, I do wish I was doing something like that. Did I make a manage resets? Okay, let me just see if I made one. I did. There's nothing on it. It's waiting for me. But see then, so this, actually the one for the other project is here. So just like, you know, when a level resets, clears level cells, clear level data, clear room data, path data, tile data, spawn data, and each of these are doing different things. Just to like, again, make it clear. So this is talking to the door scripts, the path scripts, tile data scripts. It reaches across the whole project. But again, you know what I don't like about signals that much, Mariano? I don't like signals because they're invisible. I use them sometimes if I have to, if there's no other choice. You know what I use signals for? I use signals when I need to talk to multiple instances of something. So let's say there are 20 enemies spawned, and I need each of them to know that a bomb exploded. I wouldn't do that. Doesn't make sense. But whatever. It's just an example. Then I would use a signal to let every enemy know, hey, a bomb just went off. Did you get hit? Or something. Like, again, not necessarily what I would do, but in theory. In this case, yeah. To me, not the same situation. But I think yeah, it's just, you know, this project, obviously, like, you know, you just got here. What do you know? I get that. But not exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying multiple instances of the same thing. That's when I like to use signals, when there's multiple instances of the same thing. In this case, what I'm describing is all kinds of different things across the whole script, right? So, doors, paths, tile data, levels, spawns, player, nav polys, debug colors, cells, all the components of the entire game. Not one duplicate of the same thing. And so for that, I feel like signals would just obfuscate everything. Whereas what this is doing is the opposite. And it's saying, come here to see exactly where all of the reset operations are occurring and what they're doing. So I don't have this set up for my this current like big project, because there's like a mini game that goes inside of this game. That's where I do have that set up. But for the main parent project, it is not set up. So I gotta figure that out. I guess I'll do it. I might as well start somewhere. I guess I'm not only doing like one task at a time here, I'm also like combing through how I want this code to be better. Hey, what's up? Oh, the integration is integrated. It's all in. We did it. Name-based matching danger equals YOLO. I don't get it. I don't get it. Name-based matching typed to danger equals YOLO. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wait, I get it. Yes. Sometimes we do have to do the dangerous things once in a while. But yeah, it's all in. I don't think I could show you because I'm in the middle of things being broken. What I'm working on now, I am trying to make all of the things in the game selectable, like the food dish bowl. Hey, what's up, Sean? The door, the cat, things clickable is what I'm setting up. And then in the process, I'm sort of discovering things that, sort of little opportunities that when I was making the roguelike, things I had learned that I like to do with my code, and now that I'm coming back to this code base, I'm like, ooh, you know what I would like better is that thing I did in the other project. That would be nice. So I'm kind of like refactoring along the way. Rosa, hello! I'm refactoring along the way as I find things that I'm like, you know what, this could be more what I like things to be. So I'm trying to make things selectable, and that's leading me down the path of finding things that, you know, I don't really like about the way this was written. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Precisely. And then, you know, it becomes a bit of a debate because it's like, am I sure I want to do that? Because, like, I can get into a lot of distractions. You know, it's like, I'm refactoring something in the middle of refactoring something else. Which is like, okay, we're getting nested in refactors here. It can get risky, but that's okay. Get a little carried away. Yeah, I mean, in terms of resetting this stat bar state, and I'll try to catch y'all back up on what I'm doing once I at least get through it being broken and make it back to a fixed point. It's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. I'm slipping. I'm slipping. So this used to have a none, so that way this fetch stat values for HUD would stop happening, and it would hide all of them, which is good, but I don't think we need to do that for that to occur. I just don't. Take a breath. Okay, yeah, let's take a breath. Do you have a preference for a certain breath setup, Rosa? Box breathing, 478. One of the other ones? Refactor the refactored refactor? Yes. Unfortunately, sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it be like that. The one that suits me best? Alright, let's do... Or I said 434. It's 424. Let's do 424. I think. Well... Actually, let's do 478. Let's do 478. Alright, so y'all are welcome to join if you want. You don't have to join. It's not a requirement. But if you so choose, you may. If nothing else, you can enjoy the vibes. Alright. Here we go. So this is going to be inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 7 seconds, and then exhale all the way. Get all the air out of your lungs for 8 seconds. Here we go. Breathe in for 4. Hold for 7 seconds. Soak up those nutrients. Let them all get in. And then exhale for 8. Get it all out. Keep pushing. All right, breathe in. Hold. 7 seconds. Exhale for 8. Breathe in. Hold. You don't have to breathe too deep. Enjoy the hold and then let it all out. All of it. Clear out those lungs. Breathe back in. Hold. This is the best part. Holding. Then exhale. So 2 more. In. Hold it. Soak it up. Soak it up. Let it all out. Last one. Last one. Breathe in. Hold. And exhale. Breathe normally. Very nice. Thank you, Rosa, for that. Sean, right there with us. I love that. That's the emojis are amazing. It's such a vibe. I felt you breathing with me. Right. So I think if I want to reset this, I could probably just make a function that does that. You know, and and then I don't know what that's supposed to be, Rosa, but I'm concerned. So I don't know about that one. So some of them I'm like, oh, that's a teacup that's twerking. Is it a potato? It's a potato. It's a very sus potato. The most sus potato I think I've ever seen. I believe you. I mean, yes, I have. Yeah, you got me. I have. Okay. No, stop. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. I hate that one. I hate that one with all my heart. It makes me sad. That one's banned. Banned, I tell you. No, that one's banned. No, that one's banned. I'm serious, that one's totally banned. I see what you're doing. It's not a potato, and you know it's not a potato. So I'll say clear or like reset. Reset HUD stats. You see where I'm coming from. Reset HUD stats, and this will hide them all. I mean, I think we can still just run update current stat shown. Except, yeah, I don't have that none anymore. And I get why you did that. I do. But we're gonna do something a little different here. We're gonna do something a little different. I mean, I could repeat it. What if we do this? What if we do this? Wait, I got an idea. Here, put this in here. Put reset HUD stats in there. And then we're gonna have this run reset HUD stats. Okay. The first thing reset HUD stats gonna do is hide HUD stats. And that's what this is. The next thing it's gonna do is let's just make it be a flag. I think that's gonna be my preferred approach. What's up, the Immortal? Good to see you. Happy birthday! What special thing are you doing for your birthday? Or is it special things? We're gonna say HUD stats are active. Welcome. Boolean equals false. It's gonna make it a little flag. You're just gonna make it a little flag. It's not, I don't need like a state machine because it's just one state or two states. That's just not enough. But if it needs more, then it can have more. Now, whenever we're updating current stats shown, that's gonna make it false. But right after that, we're gonna say HUD stats are active equals true. So it'll hide them all. Hell, Lise, you don't even have to do reset. Look, here, just do HUD, hide HUD stats. There you go. See? I think I like this better. So when we update the current stats shown, it's gonna hide the HUD stats. HUD stats are active, it's gonna become true. And when HUD stats activate, because on second take runs every in-game second, that's a lot, right? And so I do want that to be nerfed. So we're gonna say if HUD stats are active, and only if HUD stats are active, do we fetch the stat values for that. What's up, Srami? HLW. Hello, little woman. Happiness lives where? How long will you be here? Has luck won? Hand long. Why? Has Liana went? Hold. Let. Whoa. We may never know, but I have a feeling one of those are correct. We may never know which one. Sometimes it's just like that. Alright, see you later, Kai Guy. Thank you, appreciate it. Yes. See ya, goodbye. Good luck with your moho. Good luck with your moho. You thought your headphones were bugging out on you every half a second? Why? Why? Sounds stressful. Okay, so if HUD stats are active, it's going to fetch the values, otherwise it won't. So now we've reset it, and I need to call this. So back on the UI back button, instead of handle stat bar, how do I want to do this? I want to say, you know what I'd like to do? What I'd like to do is just not even have this be there. What I'd like to do is say that whenever, this is kind of crazy, whenever this gets pressed, it's going to inform. So for this, I even don't know, because we obviously, wait, unpressed. Where does unpressed get called? Wait, where does that get called, actually? Where does that get called? Well, it has to be getting called somewhere. Super ready? Oh, UI button. Oh, got it. I see. Interesting. Yeah, let's have all of this. Yeah, it checks if it's disabled. Let's say if it's not disabled, I'm gonna actually have this call manage resets. Now, something I have to consider here is the fact that there's two manage resets. Oh no, I renamed it. Just kidding. Manage resets.ref dot, and we're gonna call this on pressed back. And that's where we're gonna move this stuff to. Okay. I would rather aggregate this there. Just would. Maybe I'll regret that. Maybe I'll change my mind. But I'd like to at least start doing it so I can decide what I think about it. That's the way I decide what I think about things, is I just try them. And I keep doing it until I'm like, wait, that sucked. I don't want that. So then we still need to call handle current minigame. Which, I'm gonna be honest, does this even belong on a back button? I mean, look at all these things we're calling here. Well, we do keep track of what to go back from, which is pretty important. And we do emit a signal that a minigame is exited, which is pretty useful. So it's a little weird. It's tough. I almost am not sure if this actually belongs on a global like manage resets kind of thing. Because like let's say you restart the game in the middle of like let's say you have a mini game open and you restart the game or something, or you somehow press some kind of reset of a such. I would want it to be like, oh, a back button is up, so we need to do the back button things. And I would want to track that on manage resets. So I guess it makes sense. But it does feel a little weird to like do the back button and then we're outsourcing that to manage resets and then we're coming right back to back button. Like that does feel a little wacky. I'm gonna admit. But again, it's really just about logging, having a pass through. So I don't know. I'm doing this not sure how I feel about it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do it anyway. What happened to manage mini games? Oh yeah, because that that makes sense. Yeah, I guess what I'm gonna do. We're just gonna come right back here. We're gonna come right back here. But really the thing that I would want to run is this handle current minigame. So I'm gonna make that a public function. I am. That's what I'm gonna do. Because this could potentially reset the current minigame that the back button is aware of. And it also is letting, I mean, this is doing all reset behavior. That's everything, this is literally 100% reset behavior. I don't even know if handle current minigame makes the most sense. Really, we are exiting the current minigame, is what this is doing. That's what that's doing. And again, if I'm looking at manage resets, and we're calling something from there, I want to clearly be like, oh yeah, look at that. That's doing a reset thing. I know it seems a little esoteric and theoretical, but that's my learning process. That's my journey, you know. Okay, so I'm gonna say UI back button minigame. And what we're calling there is exit current minigame. The other thing I need to do is I need to reset on the HUD stats. Just like that. So now I can always come here and see something that is, yeah, I think this is the way I want to do it. Something that is related to resetting. Now, there's a lot of other things that I haven't added in here, but this is me beginning that process of migrating things over there. So that wasn't too bad of a refactor. And I think this is all ready to go. Okay, so now I'm just going back to making sure I find everything that references manage HUD stats, .stats, which is now removed. So let me just make sure that's all dealt with. This becomes, actually all of these become, well, not that one, actually, not the last one. Just these two. Manage stats. Let's keep looking for others. They're all gone. Okay. Let's see where we're at. Let's see if things work. See if things don't work. Click on the litter box. We got poopiness. We got poopiness. Now, the poopiness is not updating. Look, it's staying at 58%. So, okay. Non-existent function on press back in base nil. That's true. Wait, is it true? Are you quite sure? So you're saying you don't see manage resets? Did I not add it? Did I not add it into the scene tree? I mean, sure, it's statically referenced, but it still needs to be in the scene tree. Yeah, nope. It ain't in there. That'll do it. Manage, oh, node. And we'll call this manage resets. Feels like one that I want at the top. It's just a feeling. Maybe debug can go first. Then we'll attach that manage reset script to it. And now it should be able to find it. Still not updating it correctly, so I need to fix that. Invalid access property or key level generated. Oh yeah, well yeah, did I put the wrong... Oh, I put the wrong manage reset. Okay, so now I need to fix that. Alright, hold on a second. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So this is why I have this other project open. This is the project that's embedded into my virtual pet game. Not this, just kidding. Whoops, wrong project. That's not the project that's embedded into my virtual pet game. Actually, no it isn't. And I basically don't ever, this is what I was afraid of when I started merging these projects, is that I was going to accidentally, like, cross-contaminate things. Like, I didn't realize that manage resets belonged to this project. So my intention is to approach this like the mini game, this roguelike game, is Game Like Rogue. It can only be updated here. It is not allowed. It is basically, effectively, theoretically, unfortunately not enforcedly, read-only on the other project. So this game, which is embedded in the other game, it is read-only. So if I want to make changes to it, I expect myself to come here and make the changes. So there's things that are named the same thing. That's called managers. I would like to rename that to managers post planner. That way that's clear. Because there's also a managers on the other script. Player, there's not a player, but what if there is? I'm gonna call it player post planner. That way I'm less likely to get confused. I don't like this workflow much at all. I dislike this workflow to an extreme degree. Considerably dislike. The only real workaround that I found was by basically treating my minigames as mods, where I would have like a PCK export of the minigame, and then from there I would try basically loading in the minigame as a mod, which I got a little overwhelmed learning how to do that, because if I set it up that way, then it's never going to show up in my file system. It's never going to show up when I search scripts. But I was a little overwhelmed trying to figure out how to add mod support to a game. It was sort of like not something I've ever done. So I'm skipping it for now. But that would be optimal, because then it would exist sort of outside of the normal file system. So I guess until that time, I just have to sort of, you know, hack it together by doing this. So for me, this is a good learning experience, because of course I'm going to want to probably make mini games for other games someday. I doubt very highly that this is going to be the last mini game project I ever have. Camera, oh my goodness, we gotta rename that. So you know, I'm gonna grin and bear it for now, and maybe come up with a way to deal with this. The global script is a little complicated because I actually do need that to be the same, because they are shared between them, which is very strange, but it's true. So I just kind of got to decide, like, do I think this is going to exist in the other one? You know, and then again, just to, like, keep confusing away. It seems hard, right? Yeah, right? I know. I was a little overwhelmed by the PCK stuff. Like trying to extract the PCK and then figure out how to, like, connect that back to all the code. It was, yeah, and I think like what you're saying, like, I'd have to make sure. Yeah, so basically, if I'm gonna learn that, then I'm going to start with, like, yeah, a blank project and do really, really simple examples to figure it out. Whoa, that was a flicker. Jeez, the hell was that? That's how I would approach it. Yeah. I feel like, yeah, trying to wedge it into this project is just gonna be really stressful. So I just kind of, you know, I don't know. I have a feeling, because I want there to be a lot of mini games. So the more I start adding, the more crap there's gonna be to manage altogether. Could you just not flicker? And I don't really want to deal with that. So what I'm expecting, how I'm expecting this to go down is I'm gonna suffer through it with this mini game to get it implemented. And then probably by the next mini game that I plan on, when I say mini game, it's a little confusing because in my cat care project, there's another type of mini game, but it's not the same thing. Sort of like an external game. The next external embedded game I try putting in, I think I'm gonna try to explore the mod support thing, because it's gonna start getting really chaotic in that project, more than it needs to be. So we'll see. Give out the Godot project ultimate mod support. Well, I mean, it's not true mod support, but yes, I suppose if I did want mod support, that would be a way to do it. Agreed. But not technically. It's more just like internal. It's like theoretically the system that people use for mods. But yeah, you could do that. Let's do this. I mean, that's kind of what Battlefield did, right? Kind of. Not really, but like sort of. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this might be on the other one as well. All of these manage resets. That's the one that I came here for primarily. So I'm just gonna rename a bunch of these right now. Spawns. I don't know. What if I do? It's like, might as well go through every single one and add them in. It's kind of ridiculous, but I gotta come up with something for now to survive until I figure that out. Yeah, it's gonna be too much. I do think that the mod approach would be really, really, really clean. I just gotta figure out how to do it. I think it would be optimal, frankly. But up until then, there's just gonna be a lot of things all living together. Which, I mean, if you think about it, right? If you have a giant game, a freaking gigantic game, right? There's a lot of stuff that live together. There's tons and hundreds of things, sometimes thousands of things that all exist within the same file system. So it's not like it's unheard of to have multiple things in one project. But the difference is, these are like multiple separate projects, all existing on their own, but then they all come together into one unified piece. And similar to mod support in games, if someone makes a mod and they name certain files the same thing in the base project, there's going to be issues. Potentially. So I just kind of want to circumvent there being issues by having a system that considers it more thoughtfully. Yeah, I mean, it's something I wouldn't have not been able to anticipate personally. So again, I'm okay with the fact that this is suboptimal because it's part of that learning experience. But there's definitely going to be a time. All this stuff, it's just so vague. And I want it to be vague. I want to be able to make this project and be freaking vague. You know, I don't want to have to add freaking post planner to the end of everything. That's the name of this game, is post planner. As you can see, maybe. I don't know, who knows? I'm just kind of arbitrarily picking things that I think might be used somewhere else. I'll probably be wrong. And have to come back and add other ones. So now that I'm doing this, by the way, I'm gonna have to replace all the files in my virtual pet game with these. And that's the other thing I don't like about this workflow, is that. So if I had the mod support, I would just pack a new PCK file and use that, or you know, copy and paste that, drop that right into the virtual pet game. What I have to do now is copy a bunch of different folders and replace them, which just feels particularly messy. So, suboptimal, to say the least. Just button. I mean, it's fine to name things generic, normally. But here, it's a big liability. Materials is a folder that we export as well, but that's probably fine. Alright, we're gonna call that enough for right now. It's kind of a lot. Let's make sure I didn't break it. I don't think so. Nothing is like referred to by those things, just files. So I'm gonna close the project. I'm gonna commit it just to do diligence. Do due diligence. And I'm gonna say name changes for uniqueness. 90 files? It seems like a bit much, doesn't it? Did I change 90 files? And then what I'll want to do next is go find where it needs to be added in. So in embedded games, post planner. So instead of having these game files, what I would change this to is postplanner.pck or something, and then it would get extracted, essentially. That would be my preference. But it's kind of complicated. It's kind of over my head right now. Okay, these are all the things that I need. So I'm going to put those on the clipboard. Can we do a commit on the cat game before we do this? That'd be great. Mid refactor for resets and HUD stats. It's tough. It's a very tough specific thing to figure out how to merge games like this, but I like it. I live for it. Come on. What am I gonna wake up and not solve tough problems? Okay, replace all of them. So that should be good. I probably forgot to close the project. That was an oops. That's okay. Godot will be a little upset at me. And it just has to be okay. All right. So now I won't make that mistake again. I hope. Maybe. I don't know. Manage resets. Okay. That's concerning. Ooh. Yep, that was a mistake. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna quit it because it's not gonna replace the files. It can't replace the files. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can save this. It can only replace the files if they're named the same thing, but they're not named the same thing. So I actually need to delete all of these and completely replace them back in there. See, it's just like these extra things. If it was a PCK file, all I'd have to do is just, it'd be a patch, basically. Like patching the existing mod. Which is just, would be so much simpler. The other option is making the extra embedded games be plugins, but I'm not a big fan of that because it doesn't fully separate them. Yeah. Fair. Totally fair. Makes a lot of sense. Totally get why you would say that. Yeah. Totally. So that's again something I would completely avoid otherwise. Well, let's find out how in danger I am. This is why we use version control. I'm a little surprised. Oh, because it's looking for it locally. Why would you do that? Why would you look for it? Who's looking for it locally? Who's doing that? Because the UIDs? Ugh. Well, we can try to recreate them. But, I mean, as soon as I do this, we're gonna have problems. See. I'm honestly, y'all, I'm feeling like this is gonna happen this month. I think I'm gonna learn mod support this month. I think next week I'm gonna learn mod support. Like, I can't live like this. This is untenable. Like, we're gonna fix it and it's gonna be okay. But it's like, this is what I have to do every time? Like, no thank you? Like, can I not, though? me just make sure. I don't think there was anything interesting here that we need to worry about. Yeah, nothing here is of any value. There's nothing to worry about losing because we were mid refactor. So what I'm going to do, we're going to throw all it away. That's a do-over. Total do-over. So that means all these files are going to go back to not having the post planner at the end of them. And I could replace the Godot folder. That might be necessary for all those UIDs to rebuild themselves. But I'm going to go with the fact that I kept that open, copied them, and then deleted them and did all that. That was more the issue. We're going to find out. So for now, I'm just going to delete it with the project closed. Clean slate. Discarded changes. I'm going to bring the files in. And then if we still get those issues, I'm going to try removing the Godot folder and adding it back in, which just means we have to wait a little bit for it to recreate all of the UIDs. But in so doing, it should reconnect all of those references. Which again, it's another thing. It's like, so every time I have to rebuild UIDs if I make a change? Hopefully not. Okay, we just got, oh, no, we got a bunch. Yeah. That is not what you want to see. Is not what you want to see. Yeah, so actually in this case, this was a mistake, but that's all right. We can leave it. I kind of left it there just to see if it would fix itself. But I think we're still going to have all of those UID issues. So I think I got to just rebuild the Godot file. I think that's the only way here. Unfortunately. Most unfortunately. So if I run this again, it's going to give me the same problems. It's very irritating. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Despise it. Okay. Alright, so let's rebuild the references. Yeah, I think this is my task next week. I think I gotta step away from just straight up working on the cat game. I mean, I'm working on the cat game next week, for sure. In the sense that I'm gonna learn mod support. So I'm probably gonna pull up like a blank project and just have at it. See what I can figure out. Because you know, imagine I have 20 embedded games like this that I have to manage this way. That's too many. I'll go crazy. Or I'll lose it. So what I'm gonna do, this just got reset. So now if we look in here, they're gonna go back to the way that they were. Not having the post planner at the end. Have the old UIDs. And we're going to rebuild them. And it's just going to take a while. But it's not that bad. So we're going to go up. And then I'm going to delete all these. Once again. And copy these in. Also once again. And then what I'm gonna do is come up to the cat care game root, and we're gonna delete this whole folder. So if I delete this folder, that will set off rebuilding rebuilding the UIDs. Alright, delete it. And we're gonna open the project back up again. And it's just gonna like be loading. It's gonna be doing some loading. So it's not even opening in the same screen right now. Because if it just, basically I just told it, hey, forget everything that you normally remember that we keep track of. Because we're doing it again. Honestly, this is pretty fast. It's not taking that long. We're already at 88%. Are you kidding me? Hey, if you're still hanging out with me here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button. Hit the thumbs up for loading. for realizing what things need to be, for going into refactor after refactor after refactor, because sometimes it'd be that way. Hyper smash the like button. Thank you for doing it. I appreciate it. Helps a lot. We have a showcase happening next week. 2 days of the showcase for the Game Like Jam. That's the game jam that I host. We run it every other month, and we make games like other games. We just finished the Roguelike Jam in January. There are over 30 entries, so this is the first Game Like Jam we've had that many entries. Thank you, Ray. And that means I'm going to have to do 2 separate streams to play the games, which I'm excited about. So many cool games. You should play the games. You should just go check them out. An incredible variety. Games that are quite like Rogue, and ones that take a more modern Rogue approach. They're worth looking at. And then by next week, we'll also have the next Game Jam ready to join. If anyone wants to make a system really modular, but you need to break down your player controller into components so you can use some stuff on enemies. Alright. Reasonable. A reasonable approach. An Iron Lung like would be a cool idea. Its mechanics are pretty simple. Wait, the movie? Is it a game? I didn't know it was a game. Is it? I didn't know. I had no idea. Your bestie wants to see that movie? In Markiplier. I didn't know that. Actually, I'm just gonna pull this up here. You never know, it might be like showtimes in your area, and then I'm doxxed. Nobody wants that. Nobody. Kimmy, are you a founder? Is that true? Or did I do something wrong? You very well may be. I have no idea. I'm not trying to doubt that you're a founder. I'm just like, I just set that up, and I think I might have set it up wrong. Thank you, Dash. I appreciate that. I think it is too. It looks like a one-person movie. Yeah. Of life. On Twitch. It says you're a subscriber and founder. Love, joy, happiness. I might have set that up wrong. Because it checks for like a hash on a badge, and I think it's probably doing that wrong. I think it might be doing that badly. Matter of fact, I'm gonna capture your message so I can study it later. Oh, so what the founder badge means, basically for like the first, if you're an affiliate, the first 10 subscribers on Twitch get a founder's badge. And it's usually like a number 1 next to their name, next to your name on Twitch. Have you ever seen that badge? And there's been a weird bug where people who are founders haven't gotten access to the correct benefits. And so I was trying to fix that by coding in a way to examine the avatars that people have, or the badges. But I think it's doing it wrong, which is okay. Not a founder, but marked as a founder. Because what it does is it's looking at your chat badges, and it's trying to match a hash But if we look at your chat badge, I don't think that's gonna be a founder. That's just a little crown. Why they think that? Why does it think it's a founder? I don't know. I mean, there it is. Oh, it's saying it's checking either of these. No, no, no. Don't check that one. Oops. I now know that that was a mistake. That's a hype train badge. I have made terrible mistakes. I have chosen the wrong badges. Okay. Let's, This is a premium badge. This is a hype train badge. The correct badge would be we're coding all kinds of different things now. Let's just look at for the chat badges. Do I have one? Surely I've captured one. I probably... Don't tell me I deleted it because I thought it was solved. Oh, here we go, founder. This one, it's the 511. That's the one. I remember it. This is the founder badge that I'm talking about. That is the correct badge. In fact, we're gonna fix the chat in real time. I guess on some level it's kind of interesting to have these, so I'm glad I set those ones aside. But in fact, I don't want this. And this becomes that. The actual founder badge. Okay. Thank you for being you. So that way I could test that. And root out the truth. Is that a snowman torque? Okay, hopefully I didn't break the whole thing just now. It's certainly possible. But I choose to be optimistic. I didn't. Alright, this loaded. Oh, it's not a snowman? Well, I guess it is a duck. And it's not even twerking? Shows what I know. Okay, so this should be good. We don't get any crazy errors. Those errors are interesting because those don't even seem related. I have to change that. This is a known one. So right here, we have to detach this script and add the manager or the manage resets that I meant to initially. This one. Now run it. Hopefully that weird tile thing is real. See, I even forgot that I embedded this. It's not that bad, you know, rebuilding the Godot folder. There's just a few things it just kind of forgets. You need to figure out how to reroute the player controller directly to the mesh. When you drop it in right now, you have to do it manually from the inspector. reroute the player controller to the mesh. Like through code or something? Okay, game loads. Nice. Okay, well, I don't know if Fleekuda is still here, but there's the integration. It is integrated. The size of the game is a little off. You can see it's cut off at the top a little bit. You go back here, well, not there. Actually, the restart game button doesn't work. I shouldn't use that. Because it's gonna, well, you can do it, but basically it restarts the whole thing. Because it's just like reload current scene. But it's just a little cut off on the top and the bottom, but that's okay. I aim to get the base mechanic implemented of the game being integrated, and then, you know, doing those little nudges to make it fit later. But yeah, it's all integrated, which is good. And now we're back on task. So, you know, again, that wasn't that bad. It's just like, that's quite a bunch of annoying things to have to do every single time that I make a change to the other project. You know, it's just like, it's simply untenable. Definitely cause for celebration. But it also, it illuminates what needs to be done. So there is a absolute chance that next week, well, by next week I mean Friday, because Tuesday and Thursday are the showcases. I guess I can look into it off stream too, but I probably won't have time. So next Friday, I'll look into that. But it's not next Friday. It's this Friday. And that's what I care about. We got a lot of time left. We're only halfway through. So let's get back to it. The controller is the node/code, not the mesh itself. So the way you have to do it currently is drop the mesh's node into a slot in the inspector. Okay. And that isn't good. I'm not really sure I understand what the problem is, but I hear you. I hear you that you have a task. I do. Alright. So where was I? I was doing manage resets. And I guess we're going to test it. Right. I was at the testing phase. To make sure that all that refactoring actually works. So we're going to go to the litter box. Poopiness is not going down. That was something we had to fix. Loneliness also, I'm sure, is not going to go down. In fact, it doesn't look like it's updating. I bet it's 58% by default. So I think we're not getting that update, but it's looking good. It's working. It's resetting things. So the go back button seems to be functioning, because there it says poopiness, and then now it says loneliness. So it is resetting it. What is not happening, however, is I don't think that flag is updating correctly. So let's go fix that. I wanted it to look kind of tasty. Nathaniel. Hey, Fleek. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, not nice. Sick partner. But also nice that you're taking care of your sick partner. They're lucky to have you taking care of them. So we can do overtime. Yeah, when you update the mesh. I see. Yeah, that does suck. I see. It sounds like you need like a different way to update the mesh or something. That does sound annoying. Heard. So that's gonna be back on the manage HUD. We may finish the game before bed? What? Wait, was this the one you said you just started? Wait, which one? Which one? That's awesome. Let's go. Wow. Control backslash? Nice. I was trying to remember what toggles this. So this flag, HUD stats are active, false. I need to examine if this is actually swapping. So actually, let's go to that manager. The HUD stats manager. I'm really afraid about mod support. I think it's gonna be stressful, but it'll be fun. No, it's gonna be fun because we're starting with a blank project. That's gonna be really, really interesting. I'm super excited about that. Where is it? I see manage UI stats. Oh, that is manage. I didn't rename it. Oh, whoops. Better now than never. Better now than never. Okay. And so on there, HUD stats are active is false, which is true. So I'm gonna click on this. It does get checked. So that's good. It does get checked. As you can see, that on gets toggled, but it's certainly not acting like it. So my guess then is not about the toggle, it's about my code here. This doesn't seem to be working correctly, which isn't that surprising. So let's do the breakpoint. I'm gonna pop that in right there. Do I have to restart it to do it? Nope. Okay, stat enum string is null here. So let's step over. Okay, it knows it's lonely. It's got that. That's correct. For child node in canvas layer, get children. So we're gonna go into that. We're gonna find out what the child name is set to in a second here. Let's see if I can set up the zoom. Zoom, you chase the day away. Okay. Okay, so child name is null. Go to the next one. What has child name become? What has this child name become? Lonely margin container. Okay. Now that looks like it contains it to me. So let's see if it agrees that it contains it. It does. It agrees. So it's moved on to if child is margin container, make it visible. Okay. So far, so good. So there's the lonely margin container. It's a lonely margin container. It is not visible. As you can see, that eye is closed. All right. So everything is looking really good. Where does it all fall apart? Step to the next one. Child visible, true. Keep going. Did it go visible? It did go visible. No, it didn't. It did. Right, we actually, Lise, it is going, you know it's going visible because you see it. The problem isn't the visibility. I forgot. The problem is the updating of the progress bar. That's the problem. Which I guess if you think about it, that's going to be running every... Oh, okay. Nope, that makes sense. I see why that doesn't work. Okay. Yeah. All right. Because it's... Okay, so you're telling me every second it's going to be making something that's already visible, and then updating it? It doesn't make sense. It actually makes no sense. I see that now. That was a mistake on my part. All right, I gotta log in actually. That was a very significant oops. But that's okay. You know, a little oops isn't the worst. We can fix that. So in fact, I certainly don't need this to run every second tick. Checking for the margin container. That is a one-time thing. So we could say here when we update the current stat shown, like just go ahead and do it. Just like friggin' do it. We're already iterating through there. So that would be a great time to go find where it is and make it visible. Now what we actually do want to happen every tick is update that progress bar. So we really need to find that progress bar and set that progress bar and keep that progress bar known. Which does start to feel like hard coding it makes a lot more sense, but we can hard code it. We can still hard code it. Okay, I have a different way to approach this, and it's still relying on the controversial method of naming. Hey, Quixote, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. 5 months, let's go. Woo! 5 months from Quixote. Okay, I did just try to set up the founder thing. Do you still have a founder's badge? I think you do. Yeah, you do. Did it work? I don't know if it worked. Wait, did it take Kimmy's? But that's not what premium means. Premium means something else. Okay, that's, yeah, premium is a different thing. What is premium? What does that even mean? Is that like YouTube or Twitch Turbo? What is premium? Twitch has so many mysterious badges. Yes!
I fixed it. It's fixed at last.
I literally just had to ninja fix it moments ago. But finally, Quixote, you are acknowledged. It literally goes and it looks for the badge with the 1 on it. It makes sure that the person has that badge. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Let's go today. Let's go tomorrow. Let's go every day. Now that's something to twerk about. I'm twerking. I'm twerking. You can't tell, but I'm twerking. So take my word for it. See, there it is. That's what it looks for. I did it. I did it. Victory chair twerk. Yeah. Pretty much. Basically. What is this? What did you clip? And a YouTube clip at that. The rare YouTube clip. You love to see it. Rare as they may be. They do exist. I would love to water the cat. I would love to water the cat. Yes, watering a cat. It is normal. I would love to it is normal to water a cat. Is it 25 thumbs ups? I would love to have you thumbed up the stream, whoever you are? By the way, I see there's 25 actually. I would love to water the cat. It's worth considering. Thank you. I would love to water the cat. It almost sounds like animal abuse. Like you're gonna do what to the cat? You give the cat water. You don't water the cat. Ridiculous. Hi! Oh, it's so cute. Quixote, it's so cute. Look at it. Look at those eyes. You captured its soul. I mean, I don't know the cat, but or the dog, but I assume you captured this dog's soul. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. Jonas! Is that Jonas? That's Jonas. Welcome, Jonas. Jonas is water. Hello, hey yo. Jonas is here. And this puppy dog, a goodest boy, is saying... that's what I'm imagining its bark is like. Okay, you can't hear it. It's the microphone is like, we're not doing it. Well, I barked. You have to trust me that I barked. Even if the microphone rejects my barking. What a time to come in. How was your stream, Jonas? Jonas, you have a YouTube channel, yes? If I was to shout it out on YouTube? Since we are on both of the platforms after all. Well, welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a nice time with Jonas. I hope, Jonas, your stream was nice. Did I spell that? Yeah, I spelled it. Here's the bark more. Yep. It's a great drawing. Really well done. Yeah, it's good, right? It's like genuinely an extremely good drawing. I think that's one of the harder things about drawing pets is like capturing like the heart of the soul. The heart of the soul. You know what I mean? It doesn't just feel like a drawing. It feels like the personality is in there. Jonas' new house over there. Okay. That's similar to a link. At Jonas' new house. I did it! I found you! Alright, there you go. If y'all are on YouTube and you want to keep track of Jonas, there's a shout out. Just don't zoom in, I'll see your technique. Do you want, is that you? I don't know. It's because you say that and it makes me want to do it. Like now I want to zoom in and I want to see your technique. But you said don't, and you just subbed for 5 months. So I feel like I'm going to have to take you literally. I'm too autistic to infer what you mean, so it's gonna have to be literal. That's the only way this is gonna work. Thank you for the 5 months. And thank you for the raid, Jonas. I am not making music, which I assume is what you were getting up to, Jonas. Jonas makes such good music. If y'all are ever participating in a game jam, you should keep an eye on Jonas and see if Jonas is out there putting out a, hey, I'll make some music. Because they make some banging music for some great games and game jams. You can't go wrong with Jonas's music. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's like the hardest part. You nailed it. I also love the like little sheen on the nose. It's very nice. Even the lips. Dogs have like such a specific lip. You captured that. You do want to see the zoom. I knew you did. I was like, I can't tell. What do you want me to do? Whoa. That is a zoom. Wow. And I'm not supposed to see this? I see you have drawn lines in directions. And those directions are different. And because of those different directions, we can see them. And because we see them, we know about them. And the knowing is part of my experience in my brain. I'm not a visual artist. I'm not a drawer. So to me, I'm just like, yes, I see lines. And there's not another thought in my brain. Just like ol' Harris. Not a thought. Hatching! Is that what that is? Is that what that is? I knew someone would know. Here you go, Coyote. Fleeku to Senate. It's damn good shading / hatching. It's all line art. Okay, alright, right. Line art. Hatching. Line art. I'm especially, honestly, like, impressed by the hair. Like, they just seem like such defined lines with, like, a very uniform shape on each one, and yet each one looks unique. And then I like these, like, really light ones back there that just add, like, that extra level of dimensionality. Even, like, the directions, like how these are, like, flipped out and those are flipped down. Those are, like, decisions I would agonize over and just give up and run away and cry. Because there's little, like, shadows under here. So many, like, choices. You even gave it a few, like, with little, like, I don't know, chin hairs or something. It's just nice choices. I like the, like, tongue shape. It looks like waves or something. There's good choices in there. There's good choices. You found every instinct to erase overlining and try to make it perfect. You can't do perfect on something that is supposed to represent life. To do so is to rob it of its natural perfection. I feel like I just got an art lesson. Makes sense. Makes total sense. I can relate to that with, like, 3D modeling. You want that organic look. That's very nice. Did the person you gave it to like it? Have you given it? What they're gonna be like? They're gonna be like, don't like it. Of course they liked it. And you got paid for this. This was like a commission, which is pretty cool. Congrats on that. They both love it. Yes, success. So they didn't just like it, they loved it. This is the way. It was your first commission. You got a portfolio. You got a portfolio now. It's official. That's just what it is. I started refactoring this in a weird way. I think I'm going to backtrack on that. I think I'm backtracking on that refactor idea. But not entirely. Just a little bit. I definitely don't want the match statement I had before. But what I do want is to bring these back as references. I think that was still a good idea. Oh, we're in remote. So I have just been adding some clickable objects into my virtual pet game, which is currently a little broken. And in so doing, I've stumbled on some things that I do differently now. I last worked on this project a month ago. And more than a month ago now. And so in that time, I was working on something else. And I just have developed like a lot of habits that I like. And then I'm not seeing here. So I am kind of just like refactoring things as I come across them that I think can be better, closer to like the way I like doing things, as I've discovered in the last month. And some of that is still up in the air, and I started making a change that now I am regretting, but not entirely. They're just evolving a little differently. I'm a little lost in here right now. Okay. In there. I do want these to be references as unique names. So I'm going to put that back. But. And that's a big but. I am not going to use a match statement to access each one of these. I'm also not going to use this for loop to find these things. Instead, we're going to use get. We have a string that represents the enum string. That's good. We want that. And that enum string is going to help me find, in this case, the margin container. Because by using, oops, I don't even need to do get. We could do set. It's a little wacky. I know, I continue to just choose the wackiest path. I'm gonna make a constant. And this constant is going to be margin container, or let's say string margin container. And it's gonna be a string. And it is gonna equal margin container. I'm gonna make another string. And this is gonna be called progress bar. Look, I know it's wacky, okay? You don't have to take notes. I'm not here to give you notes about what you should do. I'm here to share my weird way of trying to figure out the way I like to do things. And this is one of those weird ways. And what I'll do with this is when we go to update the current stat shown, we're going to create a variable. Variable is going to be stat margin container. String. It's going to be a string. And it is going to be equivalent to stat enum string which will be the name of the stat: lonely, poop, thirst, hunger. And we are going to concatenate it or add it with /2 and underscore and string margin container. Then with that string, I can now just say, well, yeah. Well, I could do variable stat margin container. Call that a margin container. And have it equal get, so we can use get. Get stat margin container string. So that'll look for that property. Again, we're relying on names very heavily. Then we can say stat margin container visible equals true. It's a little wacky, but it should work. And then do the exact same thing for the progress bar. that we update every tick. Now, I kind of have another idea too, where I could say, I'm full of the ideas, variable current progress bar, which by the way could be multiple. So that gets a little complicated actually. Ooh, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, maybe not that. Sorry about that. Quixote said when he asked me, the person who commissioned this good boy. Quixote says, when he asked me if I would consider a commission, I told him I don't normally draw for others, as I do best when I draw from what I see in my inner mind, but would be happy to try. I asked him on an early sketch if he liked the direction so far, and he says, I'm not going to tell you how to make art. I've gotten a few commissions, and I don't direct the artist. You got this. I believe in you. Hell yeah. Oh, I love that. That's, I mean, honestly, you're working with a gem there. That is like, if there was a, I can't imagine like a better first commission than that. Breaking stuff is going good. We're still breaking things. We're still breaking things, putting them back together eventually. Admiring goodest boys. Yeah, right? I decided there was a different way that I wanted to handle finding the stat container that's going to pop up for the food bowl when we click on it. You know, I hate to set this every in-game second. That's kind of, it's kind of a lot. Kind of a lot. I could potentially slot it. We could still slot it. What if it was this? What if it was variable current progress bars, and it was an array of progress bars? Okay. It is the nature, isn't it? Because I have to, this whole, like, part of the reason I'm even redoing a lot of this is because I'm making, so I have like a bunch of different stuff in this game that you can click on. You can click on the couch, and when you click on the couch, you can pet the cat. So you click on the couch, a petting minigame appears, and you pet the cat. When you click on the litter box, litter scooping minigame begins, and you scoop the poop. And in each of those, a bar appears in the top left usually, but we'll do it here. And that bar contains information about the relevant stat that doing that minigame will adjust. So for the litter box, you're reducing poopiness. With the couch, you're reducing loneliness by petting the cat. For food and water, it's a little different. For food and water, they're gonna have 2 status bars at once. So I built the system to handle 1 status bar. So I'm getting in here and refactoring it right now to be able to handle multiple. And in so doing, discovering other things that I want to refactor, and it just becomes like a whole thing. So I think what I'll do is maybe not even, because we're iterating through each one and updating the current stat shown, which sure is a choice. We could also check for the size, because this is bringing in an array, depending on if it's 1 or 2 that's in there. We're just iterating through, and we're running update current stat shown, which will hide the existing ones. if something else is up, it'll hide it. And then it is going to set HUD stats are active to true. Then it is going to set one to visible. And it'll just do that for each one that's in there. Which, if I think about it, actually is going to be a problem. Because then it will hide the one it just made visible. So that's not good. Well, we're going to do it differently anyway. Instead of... And where do we... That runs here. Instead of doing a for loop, let's pass in the array. And that's what this is going to bring in. New stats. An array of stats. And what shall it do with those stats? I'm going to comment out this for now. Now there we have the singular stat being updated to new stat. But this is different now. So we're going to say current or visible stats or active stats. That will also equal an array here, an empty one. And so instead of setting it up like that, active stats becomes new stats. Hide all the other HUD stats. Set HUD stats are active to true. Now we should do a loop. So for I active stat yeah, manager stats, wait, manage stats dot stats in active stats. We do all this. I'm just gonna say iStat. I keep that a little simple here. No, can we just do active stat? I don't think we need to do iteration. I prefer iteration if it's actually like a number. Let's just do active stat, because it kind of makes sense. Like active stats, active stat. Then we replace that here with active stat. So that's gonna get us that stat enum. We're gonna get the margin container. We're gonna set the margin container to visible. Great. Now what about updating it every in-game second? So when HUD stats are active, it's going to fetch the stat values for HUD. Well, we've already set, we know that it's active, and we know that we have active stats updated, finally. I would even say, well, no, yeah, we're good to go. We can make that true because we've assigned it. It's got stuff in it. So actually, it's fine. We're good. Now, one thing that would be kind of nice, though, you know what would be nice? What if? I mean, it could contain these. Can we also, what if, okay, what if we say active stat strings? I know. But it could just make things easier. I don't know if it's gonna make things easier. I don't know. Okay, better idea. Helper function. Func get. Did we already make this? Wait, I made this, didn't I? Oh, it's right there. Yeah, it gets that any for string. How about this? How about get property, get control node from stat. And that'll take in manage stat. So the stat. And it will return some kind of control. Some kind. We don't know which one. But one. So it's a bit vague, but that's okay. We're okay with vague. That song is dramatic. Jeez. I don't mind it, but dang. Hey, Willow. Drops in. So my project last night took several hours, but I have internet again. You didn't have internet? Was that what you did by not having it, like, while you didn't have internet? Or did you lose internet while you were working on it? Either way. That's cool that you got... You said you made it sound like you got it done, though. Oh, I see. Your project was setting up the servers. I remember. I was like, oh, like a game project. No, like a server project. Let's go. Like I feel like that's just like one of those things you gotta just like bite your teeth and do it. Yes. Grit your teeth, bite your tongue. I don't know, whatever. It's done! It's over with! Putting it off for months. Damn! And now it's done! After months! That's a celebration. That's worth a celebration. Framing it as a project is a good way to think about it. I believe that is probably true. Framing it as opposed to what? Like a chore. A burden. An obligation. A job. It's a project. Yeah. It's much nicer. The relief, right? Nice work, Willow. We see, we are proud of you. I did. Yes, and I've actually broke a lot of things, but can I actually show it? Let me see. Return. Can I just say return control? No. Control new. Now I'm gonna see if I can. Because as long as I don't click on anything, I think it'll be okay. You just can't click on anything. Except for this. So actually, I got the computer hoverable. You can hover over it. You can choose computer. You can load up the game. Voila! It is in! The dimensions are a little wacky. This go back button is in the way. But it works. It's in there. I do have some concerns about the way that it's in there. I do feel that it needs to be added in like as a mod, kind of. So yeah, the game totally works. But, no, not but. Yes, it's in there, and I'm proud, and I'm happy that it's in there. This is good. This is a good thing. It's in there, it's got a desktop icon. Yeah, you can grab multiple desktop icons. You're not supposed to, but that's okay. We got programs. We got programs, baby. I'm beginning to think that I need to, because right now, this is just like all of the game files are just mixed in with the cat game, which is a little chaotic like when I'm just searching through all my files in the project, and it's just got like everything from each project mixed in. And I just tried updating this game embedded in here, and I had to rebuild all of the UIDs to get it to work. So it's a bit tedious. So I think like what I'm going to do next Friday, because Tuesday and Thursday we're doing the Game Jam showcase. So on Friday, I'm gonna learn how to do mod support in Godot. I'm gonna start like a tiny blank project and just see if I can figure out how to set up mods. Basically like exporting a project as a PCK and then unpacking it at runtime. Because then I can do that with this. I can make this game be a packed little file and unpack it when the game starts. So that way all those files aren't sitting in the file system, causing me chaos and grief. And when I go to update it, it's basically like a patch. Instead of having to copy all of the files in, reset all of the UIDs, potentially do something wrong, make sure I have Godot closed, just like all of these like really annoying things, it would just be literally replacing the PCK file. Much nicer, right? I found the process for doing that a little confusing. And then especially in the context of an existing project and thinking about how the hell am I gonna make this connect, it was like very stressful. So I want to like have like a blank slate project to get like the basic idea down and then go from there. So basically next Friday is gonna be a learn along stream. Like we're doing a classic learn along topic where we just do a very specific thing. I'm excited about that. But overall, definitely a W. The game is in there. And so now I'm trying to make other things selectable. Not just the computer, but the couch. We already have the couch. Litter box, we already have the litter box. Specifically, the food bowl. And as I've been doing that, I've been discovering things that I want to change. What am I learning? I am learning... Me? I am learning that... Oh, next week? How to basically have mod support. Now, it's not really going to be mod support. It's not mod support in the sense that, like, there's going to be a way for players to upload their own thing and put it in there. It's not really mod support. Like, it is the same stuff, but technically, it's kind of... Actually, probably a better analog would be DLC. Yeah, that's probably what it actually is going to be a learn-along for. I'm going to learn next Friday on stream with you all how to have DLC support. I'm treating each minigame basically like a DLC. Yeah. Making OS is hard work. Even fake, realistic OS. I know. Who'd have thought? Thought I could take some shortcuts. Yeah, DLC stuff. That's the better way to put it. Because I feel like mod support implies some other things. Oh yeah. Get control node from stat. So that would basically just be this. Right here. And then we do stuff with it. As one does. Right? Yeah, it's much better. It's much better, yeah. Much better than mod. Vinge says, gotcha. You're thinking of doing that, finding a way players can link meshes if I upload download links, if that's an idea for you. Nice. I think that what we're going to learn could get you half of the way to doing something like that. Fleek says, making OS is what you're working on right now? Like, for real? Who knew installing Linux on a Surface Book laptop would be so complicated? Oh, hey Merv! Good to see you. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. This Eve. You're up late. Also, that's so cool. You're putting Linux on a Surface Book laptop? Oh no. Surface. They still make those? Or is it like vintage? So you're making your own operating system for it? There's no distro that will work? Wow. That's badass. Has since college, specifically a Surface Book 1. Wow, I love that. Stonehaven! Thank you for the 3 months. I assume it's 3 months. It's what it says, but it does say Prime. Can you subscribe with Prime for 3 months? Thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub, Stone. I appreciate you. I hope your night's going wonderfully. And I hope your puppy dog is doing alright. Okay. There's a kernel for it that you have to install after the main distro. And it's a pain. I was like, damn. You can't find a distro, so you're making your own. That's hardcore. I believe you, Flikuda. Like, I do know what those words mean. And I really enjoy restoring, like, old tablets, specifically. And I've come across those words doing it. But it all together hasn't made, like, my brain fully understand. But I can appreciate how working with old devices and trying to make them be compatible with anything has its troubles. Painful. Someone was doing it. Someone here was doing it. And did describe it that way, as painful and hard. What a lovely lurk flex. To just sub. To just do a sub. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's wild that we get more people coming through on YouTube, but Twitch gets more, like, the channel gets more financial support from Twitch. I think that's wild. But I mean, those Prime subs, you know? Surely one day they're gonna stop doing that, right? It's like, it almost feels like cheating. Like, okay, alright, yeah, thank you, Twitch, thank you, yeah, okay, I'll put this right into the channel bank account. Thank you. Puppers is a cutie, but still managing symptoms. Yeah. Well, cutie with symptoms. Okay, cutie with symptoms. You've got to include fun, painful, hard, and fun, probably. So it's more rewarding over there. Yeah, I think they are. I know, it's like, yeah, I have noticed. I've definitely noticed that the YouTube memberships are less frequent. Although, to me, the YouTube membership does come with, I think the YouTube membership comes with some really good perks, but yeah, the Twitch subs are fun. I don't think YouTube makes it as fun. Yeah, hype trains are fun. Yeah, Twitch has all kinds of like confetti and alerts and fun thing. It just, yeah, it makes it fun. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I mean, look at this right now. Look at that. It just did this. It was there for a second. It was like a little scroller. I was celebrating the sub. It was just like, you know, it's fun stuff. It is. YouTube's like, you can handle it, streamer. We're not gonna give you much API endpoints to do much with it, but you'll figure it out. Okay, alright, okay. I'll get right on that. Exactly. Fleekuda over on YouTube is like, oh, I'm gonna go to Twitch and use the Prime. Thank you, but like, what? YouTube. Not you. YouTube. Not chat. YouTube, but YouTube. Like how YouTube's up there. A god. Fleekuda, member on YouTube. There's good stuff on YouTube. It's nice to be a member on YouTube. Thank you for being a member here on YouTube and joining Hypers. You get that member stream. You get that member stream right here on YouTube. Oh, is that the equivalent? Is that what they do? Does YouTube Premium let you use it like an Amazon Prime? Like a Prime sub? Is that real? I didn't know that. I had no idea if that's real. Or are you just saying, like, usually you don't need to get a membership or something? I don't know. Check Twitch. Yeah. Right. Yes. But I thought maybe Fleek was implying that they were able to use, like, a... Yeah. Yeah, I also have Premium. I honestly... I can't live without it. I did for a little bit. Because they have, like, a, if you go into your settings, you can find this, like... Whoa. Basically, you can tell it to, like, not happen for a little bit. You can say, hey, let's turn off... I guess I'm not going to pull it up. Hey, let's turn off YouTube Premium for, like, 2 months. Like, they'll, like, let you just do it. For some reason. I guess that's kind of a nice feature. And so if you do that... Game development is an identity. If you do that, you don't have to pay for a little bit, and it'll come right back after. And I gotta tell you, it was a rough 2 months. I didn't enjoy it. I very, very strongly missed having those non-ads. It was very good. Very, very good. Thank you, Fleek. Appreciate the membership. Even if YouTube doesn't give you a nice, convenient way to do it, like Prime subs. It makes it mean even more. Oh, here's a benefit. It's cheaper. YouTube membership is cheaper. That's because I set the price. It's cheaper than a Twitch sub. Twitch, I can't set the price. So there's an upside. Now, I would say that their, exclusive stream integration is better on YouTube. But I don't actually know, because I need 16 more days of streaming on Twitch before they'll give me access to the subscriber-only streams. And I've never seen anyone use the subscriber-only streams, so I don't even know what they're like. But I have a feeling YouTube integrates the alert system a lot more effectively. So when the member streams are happening and stuff. But I don't know. Exactly. Nobody knows. They do. but I'm not allowed to use them yet because you have to stream 90 times. They slapped it together. I agree, but they also, you know, along the way, they're trying to like upgrade little things, but it's pretty slow. They're pretty slow at it. Yes, like whenever you set up your stream, there's like this little section here. Oh, that doesn't help at all. Here, we'll do this one. There's a little section here, audience. And in theory, you could click on this and it would drop down and you could choose only VIPs, only moderators, only subscribers. And you can limit the audience basically. But you have to stream for 90 unique days in order to unlock that feature. And I am 16 or so away from that. 90 unique days. We're so close. We're so close. So again, like nobody ever finds out about it. You know, like by the time they get to this, they probably forgot it was even a thing. And if they do, I tend to think that like the conventional advice is like, well, why would you waste your time not being public when you could, like, why would you be private when you could just be public? Well, I happen to enjoy the quieter environment sometimes. You know, and it's like I know that like that interaction is that I'm having with you all is not one that's going to be a public stream that anyone can just go watch. So we can like talk about more like serious things and talk about our lives a little more. You know, it creates a different environment. It's quite nice. But I think a lot of streamers don't have to them it's not like a valuable choice. Yeah, mods have a blue cube now. Yes. Yes, did you see a mod with it? Did Nightbot have it? Yes. I've been trying to get that to work for a while. I finally got it. And I got the founder thing to work as well. Also VIPs. Wait, you want to test it right now? Somebody want to be a VIP so I can just test this? Wait, but I gotta make this choice thoughtfully. Oh, actually, let's do Murphkin since you asked, because I got it on YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, I mean, Nightbot, I think it's just default to make them be able to have powers. But I set up like a VIP thing. I don't know if it's gonna work, because in theory, it's supposed to work for all. I guess I could proc Nightbot here. Let's see if we can proc Nightbot. I'll be using up the what? Oh, we can do like. That'll bring up Nightbot, right? That'll bring up Nightbot. Yeah, blue box. But in theory, they're supposed to stack. In theory. Okay, I'm gonna add Murphkins to this list. At Murphkins. I don't know if it's gonna work, or if I have to like restart it or something. But I'm curious if you send a message. Okay, let me try reloading it. See if that works. Can I refresh it? I don't know. In theory, it's supposed to stack them, but I haven't actually really seen it yet. I guess it did. No, I guess it didn't for the founder. In theory, it's supposed to be a pink box and another one. I think I might have broken the VIP because actually I'm on the VIP list and it wasn't showing up. So I think it actually is broken. I think I broke it. I think I actually broke the VIP now that I think about it. Wait, it's broken. I broke it. Because I used to be pink in a VIP box. But I totally broke it. Oh, go sleep. Go sleep. Thank you, Willow, for being here. Appreciate it. And congrats on the internet thing. You did that. Did Nightbot honk? Hank? Hunk? Oh, thank you, Vince. Thank you. I hope so. Because it motivates me. Being here motivates me. maybe it's like that's how that works. Like if I'm here and I'm not motivated, then it won't work anymore. I promise to always be motivated. Put your favorite of your game creations up in the Discord. Whoa. Sony was going insane off of premium. So glad someone put you in their family plan. Nice. Music sounds like Schedule 1 music. Oh, I don't even know what that was anymore. It's long gone. Someone says, I found you on YouTube and you brought me back to using Twitch. Oh, what? What? Twitch acts like a partner to streamers. That's a real difference. Yeah. I mean, look, I think there's a balance there because YouTube has that discoverability. I mean, y'all have seen it. Sometimes on YouTube, we have like the usual amount of people here, right? 30, 40, 50. You know, I feel like there's like 50. I feel like 50 is like the most core realistic general average of people. Sometimes less, sometimes more. But often YouTube will just like be like, hey, let's try out your stream somewhere else. And we'll have 400 or 500 viewers. And then, you know, after they've tried out the stream, next thing you know, it's instead of 40, 50, the next time it's like 55, 60. You know? The cat, I don't know. I don't see a cat, Gibison. So YouTube tests out your content. Which Twitch does not. Twitch is just like, look, it's up to you to figure out how to get people to your stream. We'll put you up higher if you get a bunch of people. So I do think, like, in that sense, YouTube is more on your side. But in basically every other sense, yeah, I think Twitch is helping streamers out. You have an itch.io page? Nice. You do provide better tools for streamers, I agree. They're getting better, but they're just behind the curve on features that make streamers' lives and viewers' lives a little easier. Yeah, I agree. What are we working on? Hey Flip, I've been working on making more things in my game selectable, and that led me down a path of refactoring, realizing that there are better ways to do things that I've learned since I started making my other project. It's nice but scary. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, good night, Merkins. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate you. Always appreciate you and your support and your vibes. Kirby Dance. Hey, Nonsit. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, that's all I do. I come here and I try to make some games. That's my whole thing. And I just struggle through it. I just show up and learn. I'm doing it for a few years, and the project that I'm working on right now is a virtual pet game. See if I can tie this off real quick. Let's just say for now, return stat margin container. We're gonna run a virtual pet game. Be a playtester? That is important. Bringing games is important. Well, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. So, you know, you can pet the cat. You can scoop the cat's poop. You can play games on the computer that help you take care of your cat better. Oh, Mr. Gabisson, we got a cat. Speaking of cats, we got a real cat. I think. Hold on. Hold up. There's a cat. So we got like games embedded inside of here, since mini games are super important to this genre. So yeah, it's a work in progress. Just something I'm kind of making to help me learn and get better at making games. Thanks, Nonsit. So yeah, I'm always working on something. Every other month, I start a new project for a game jam that I host, and this is one that I'm returning back to on those off months. So yeah, I'm just out here trying to learn, trying to get better. Are you someone who's interested in game dev? He does sleep like a king. Accurate. He is a little king. He really is. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I agree, Stone. I agree. I agree. My heart is still with YouTube, but Twitch, you showing up, and it starts to make me just kind of be indifferent to either platform, and it's just like,
You are all my children.
what does that mean? I'm a parent? Nonsense is not good game. It's not a good game dev, but you've made some games. You're working on a horror game with your friend right now. We go under the game Glow Tech. There's a demo on itch right now, Maze95. What are you talking about? You're not a good game dev. Who cares? You're a game dev. You're a game dev or you're not a game dev. Either you were a game dev or you're not a game dev. You know that you're good or a bad game. What is a bad game dev? What does that even mean? What does that mean to be a bad game dev? Who did an accent? Did I do an accent? What even is a bad game dev? I know you're trying to be humble, but or maybe not. Maybe you're just being down on yourself for no reason. Your game dev and not an AI, is that is good. That is good. Yeah, they are Venge. They are. I agree. I agree with you on that one. I do. But, you know, the communities, right? The people who... Hold on, I gotta resize this. The people who come to these streams, the people who... The cultures, right? So I used to stream on Twitch, you know, from 2021 to like 2022 or 2023 or something. A year and a half or 2 years or something. Yeah, probably like 2021 and 2022. And Twitch had a very palpable culture, and I felt like I was losing myself in that culture. That is to say, I didn't feel like my stream had its own identity. I didn't feel like I was doing anything other than what Twitch streamers are doing. I was just a Twitch stream. I didn't like that. So I left Twitch, and I came and I streamed on YouTube for like 3 years exclusively, and I didn't stream on Twitch at all. And there wasn't that same like overwhelming, highly specific Twitch culture anymore. I was just sort of free to like develop my own thing and to figure out what kind of people came through here and what kind of people work together with the vibe. And it's sort of just, it was just nice. It was just really nice to craft that. And then once I felt like really confident and comfortable in that space, I was ready to go back to Twitch. Because now so that, yeah, that's what I feel about Twitch, is that Twitch kind of overwhelms, in my opinion, for me, from my experience, it overwhelmed me a little bit. Because it was just like, okay, here's how things work on Twitch. You do this, you do raids, you got this. There's these that happen, there's hype trains, and there's emotes where people's heads are cut out, and and you don't worry about who those people are. They don't matter. It's just their face. And you know, you get emotes, and there's other channels emotes, and there's such a you know, almost like oppressive ecosystem going on. For me, it was. It was a bit suffocating, you know? And I didn't really know how to like figure myself out in that space. But YouTube was like this blank slate, and I could just let it be whatever it was gonna be. So anyway, I don't remember why I was talking about that. I mean, the both evil money. Yeah, I mean, it's like YouTube gave me that opportunity to just like not feel suffocated. But now I don't feel that on Twitch because again, I've like figured out what this is supposed to be. And so now I'm okay with being there and it's not a big deal. It's all good. I love it. I can bring my own meanness. Now it does mean that like we're probably always going to have a bigger following on YouTube because, you know, the stream still doesn't have that twitchy vibe to some extent. That's okay. Fuse tester found any flaw in the game. That means you're good on game dev. Found a bad bug on a game is not easy. That's true. That's true. Nonsen has a few YouTuber friends. Made a collab recently. Somehow managed to get a 65,000 sub YouTuber and you only had 30 subs. Nice, nice. Cool. It's cool like that. Alright. Scared every time you stream or release a video. You sound super young and you don't want to be labeled as this little kid on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to assume that you are an adult who sounds super young. And I'm going to ask that you do not tell us your age. Because if you suggest or say that you're under 18, I will have to ban you. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But I also don't want to deal with people who are under 18 because it is extra and I'm not interested. So please, let's just go with, I assume that's the truth, based on what you said. It sounds like what you mean is you just have one of those voices. And I get that. Like, totally. People have those voices. And it's ridiculous that anyone would assume that that has any bearing on your age. Because it doesn't, right? YouTube's awesome. You've been getting lots of views on your recent videos, so that's cool. Yeah, it's cool. YouTube is nice about helping creators get found. Hey Elvis, welcome. Yeah, for sure. For sure, Stone. Yeah, I mean, you can see it, like, if you go to twitchtracker.com or whatever, you will see look at this. Look at this right here. That right there is when I used to be on Twitch. Right there. And then I didn't stream for that entire time from January. I mean, this was like not much. This was like nothing. Basically from the middle of 2022 till the middle of 2025, I was not streaming on Twitch. Just that huge gap. And so we just started again. It's a weird thing, but yeah, it's my story. So you could always have the voice of, oh, you're in your early 20s, which is fine before then and after then. Now it's getting a little old sometimes. The irony of it getting old that you sound young. Your Tracer Human ultimately said this isn't for you. That's fair. That is very fair. That's kind of the opposite. Also, I'm a user is 25% of subs are actual watchers, and the other 27% of subs is like the better video. Okay, alright. Looking at those analytics. Started following just after I started back up. Yeah. Wow. Wow. It was a good choice. It was the right choice to go back. It really was. Somebody said they had something to share. Now look, I mean, I'm not going to go into a deep game playing thing. And let me tell you something, by the way. we have a stream coming up, a secret stream. Not the members stream, but it's an event. It's called the Game Feedback Stream. It's actually in a couple weeks. I want to say the week after next. Yes. So on Wednesday the 18th, we're doing a game feedback stream. So some of y'all talked about sharing a bunch of your games and stuff. In this stream, I will check out your stuff for like an hour. Like, now it's an unlisted live stream. It's a secret live stream. It's very secret. And the reason why it's unlisted is because the vibe is just a lot nicer. We're not worried about, like, you know, putting on a show. You don't have to worry about, you know, your game getting critiqued and being embarrassed or something, unless you want to, because you can share it, right? It's an unlisted stream, so you can always share clips if you want. But it is not going to be publicized in a lot of ways. So the only way to know about it is me telling you here. If you're on the Discord, it's an event up there in the top left of the Discord. You can also learn about it here. Now this, I think, says that it happens on the last Friday, but that's not true anymore. I'm actually usually it's on the last Friday, but with the game like jams, it's actually very stressful to do that on the last Friday of every month, because sometimes the last Friday of the month is the last day of the month, and I need to not be dealing with that. So, and it doesn't make sense because, anyway, this is not accurate, but go to the Discord to find the exact date, or you can keep in mind that I'm telling you that it's on Wednesday. And it's a very nice, really, really chill stream. So if you've got like games you want to share, you can come through. Oh, there it says moderator. Oh, it's got both the moderator and the subscriber. Oh, nice. So it does double it up sometimes. Okay, good. But just the VIP was broken. But yeah, if you have stuff you want to share, this is like the place to do it, is this stream. Here, I just prefer to like work on stuff, and I'll check out your things. Basically, if, you know, if it's like a quick little piece of art, okay. If it's related to our game jam, okay. But generally speaking, I just sort of set that boundary where I'm not just gonna check out everything people send. But that's what that stream is for. So if you want to come through, it's like a full stream, and we'll spend a lot of time playing your game. So check out that link, join the queue if you have something, and we'll let you know. Alright, I actually have to go get some water. If we're gonna enjoy this hydrate, I'll be right back. And then we'll get back to work, if that's okay. Fill this up. Thank you for the hydrate. If y'all need to refresh yourselves, consider doing that. Because I'm not the only one who needs to drink. The cat needs to drink. I need to drink. Could you imagine if we stopped drinking? It would be extremely dangerous. We need to take care of ourselves. It's very important. for the hydrate. Appreciate it. You poofed. You poofed and came back. Are you magic? Refreshing. A bowl of water. What's up, microwave water? Oh. Hope we're all nice and drinking. We're all drinking up. Glug glug glug. Okay, I don't actually want to return the margin container. I want to. Did he even move that whole time? I want to. It depends what it's going to be. So we're saying stat enum string, whatever it's going to be, and we're going to say stat control string. Then we say stat control. Now there's one more thing that I actually need to pass in here. Not just a stat, but control string, which is going to be a string. And that's what this is. Control string. So I'll explain more what this is once I finish it here. Is none apparent? Oh, comma. Loves a comma. Dang. What, how long did this like take you overall, Kimmy? Like, what was the like full length of this experience? Was this like a day-long jam, basically? Stat margin container string. Yes, no, it's not that anymore. Stat control string. So we're gonna get that away. Grab the cheerwine soda people have been surprised you knew nothing about. You picked up while getting snacks for sick partner. What a sentence. You grabbed the cheerwine soda that people have been surprised that you knew nothing about. That you picked up while getting snacks for your sick partner. I think I must be misreading that. Oh, a week. That's still fast. A week is fast. Did you say what the game was? I think I forgot. What is cheerwine soda? Well, if it's not extravagant, then who cares? Quite alright. It's a week. It's a week. I understand, though. I'd probably say something like that, too. Pink alien coin eater? 2D point and click? Okay, that sounds awesome. It's delightful. It's so creative. A pink alien coin eater? I did read it right. Cheerwine is apparently a soda you didn't know about, because it's a southern thing, and you grew up in the north. Got it. What's it like? Hey, what's up, V-Rex? Can't wait to make even more awesome stuff. Yeah, more awesome stuff. That's it. You're in. You're in. One of us, one of us, one of us. So I have this helper function now. And what this is going to do is this is going to give me a control node based on a stat that I give it. And a string that represents what the control node is. Param control string should match a constant should match a suffix of a control node. Match the suffix of the desired control node in the scene tree. And then when we update the current stat shown, and we set HUD stats to active, I'm going to want to make the margin container visible. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to say variable stat margin container equals get control node from stat. The stat is going to be the one that we're iterating through, which is actually nothing right now. So for, do we have that? We do. We sure do. For active stat, manage stats, inactive stats. Yes. So then we'll clarify what this is supposed to be. And the first thing we're going to pass in is the active stat. And finally, the string, which in this case is going to be the margin container. So string margin container. Okay. And then once we have that, we're going to set it to visible. Now, I still need to update the stat value itself on the progress bar. That's the other control node I want to get. If HUD stats are active, we're going to be fetching stat values for the HUD. To do that, oh, that's funny. I see why it didn't work before. It didn't work before because I had a line that was doing nothing. This literally wasn't even doing anything. That's funny. Well, I like this way of doing things better anyway, so. So what I'm gonna want is and here's the thing, you need it for each active stat, which is gonna be 2. I feel like it'd be better if you iterated it here. I don't know. It's gonna be tough because that's pretty frequently they were iterating, but I don't care. Let's put this out here. I think it makes more sense. Same thing for active stat, manage stats in active stats. We're going to create a variable for stat progress bar, which will type to a progress bar, and it will equal, same thing, get control node from stat. The stat is the active stat, and the control string, in this case, will be string progress bar. Now, when we go to fetch the stat values for the HUD, we can actually make this singular. Now, it kind of sucks, because that means every second it's going to be running that loop, but it's okay. And it's going to be assigning that progress bar. I don't love it, but we're going to just rock with it for now. And it's just efficient. And what I'm going to want to put in here is the progress bar. So we say progress bar, which is typed to a progress bar. And in this case, we're passing in the stat progress bar. It's getting a little long, so I'll pop that there. And with regards to fetching the stat value for the HUD, we now have the progress bar, but we don't know what the stat is. So that's a bit of a problem. So let's pass the stat in as well. So the stat we get from manage stats. So we'll pass in active stat here. And we now say progress bar value equals this active stat. Oh, sorry, stat. Current progress bars. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a way, yeah. So if I didn't want to iterate through and discover it every time, I could save the current progress bars. That's an option. That probably would be more efficient or more optimal, even if it's a bit more code. I'm tempted. I'm a little tempted. For active stat. So we'd only run it one time. Instead of 1 second tick, that would actually go up here. It would go right here. I would have to clear it. Right, so whenever that goes to false, I have to make sure that we don't keep those. Oh, I kind of like it though, chat. Oh, I'm sorry, I kind of like it. Oy. I like that better. I'm so sorry, but I have to. So not only do we iterate through them for the container, we're iterating through it here in the same spot for the progress bar. And when we're done with that, we're going to say current progress bars append stat progress bar. So it's probably gonna be 1. There might be 2. Then every second, we don't even have to pass in this. We don't even have to pass in that. Well. Wait, where were you gonna get active stat from? We would still do a for loop here. So we would still say for active stat in, actually we would still do that. That for loop would stay. But it wouldn't be discovering the progress bar and assigning it every time, which is the real problem. Like, yeah, a loop, but it's not as bad. Hey, Struff, it's different. For active stat, in active stats, fetch stat value for HUD. We can pass in the active stat. That is fine. And we're not going to worry about the progress bar anymore, because it's going to be right in there. So what we have to do, though, is we have to match it. We have to make sure we're talking about the right progress bar. Yeah. Nah, you know what? I'm going to do it the other way. Yeah, I don't like it. Nah, because it's just getting it anyway. It's just kind of confusing. You know what? I like the way it was going. I actually like the way it was going. I decided I like that. You know what? I changed my mind. Yeah, we're not gonna do it. I'm done. Sorry, microphone. You deserve that. Oh, it's so soft. Whoa, look at that water. How do redeems out of stock? Oh no, yeah, someone just redeemed it. I'm not drinking nothing. Because when I had it lower, people were like, ooh, I love when streamers put it low because then I can redeem it constantly just to annoy them. And I'm like, okay, I'll change it. Twist my arm. But you know what? Cheers. Cheers. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, before I talk about what I just did here, I'm gonna make sure it works. I mean, it's good to talk about it because then I can evaluate if it would work. A flower? Go with this flower. So bad. He's gone. Okay, we come over here. Poopiness. Oh, good. It's 0. That means it's working. Loneliness is 100%. Does it go down, though? It should be, like, constantly draining. Uh-oh. Okay, I don't think that's working. Because if it was working, that would be decreasing. But it is not decreasing. Oh, wait! No, it's correct. It's the other way around. Loneliness goes up. Actually, it is working. Wait. Pet. Go down. Yeah! Just kidding. It's working. We are doing a good job. Okay, cool. Alright, so what did I just do? So this is... this is the thing I just did. Do you really care? Like, I can tell you. Basically, I have these strings. Margin container, progress bar. And look, I'm not asking for your opinion on whether this is advisable. I'm doing what I want to do because I haven't ran into it being a problem. Although people say that using strings and names as a way to compare things and have things be referenced is not good. And I agree that with the reasons why they say that. But it works for me for now. And if I change my mind, I'll change my approach. But for now, I'm quite happy with it because it keeps my code pretty efficient and clean, and I like it. So, anyway, just getting ahead of that. As you can see in here, I have a margin container, underscore margin container. I have an underscore progress bar. I have an underscore progress bar. But that's actually not even the thing. It's this. Actually, sorry, wrong thing. This. It was that, but now it's this. So right here, as you can see, margin underscore container, lowercase m and c with an underscore in between. Then we have progress bar, lowercase p, underscore in between. We have one for poop, and one for lonely. And then up here, down here, somewhere, down here, we have those same things. Margin container, underscore in between, lowercase, progress bar, underscore, lowercase. And we also are referencing a stat, an active stat. And this list of stats is the word hunger, thirst, lonely, bored, and poop. Notice that lonely and poop match the lonely and poop words right here. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna check to see which stats are supposed to be shown when I'm clicking on the litter box, when I'm clicking on the food or water bowl, when I'm clicking on the couch. What are we supposed to be showing? And it's gonna receive those via this function right here, update stat bar state. So it's gonna take in that array. It might be more than one stat. That's why I had to refactor all this, because the food dish has both food and water. So it's gonna have 2 stats. So that's why I needed, to make this an array and refactor all this in the first place. So it's gonna take that array and it's gonna log it. And it's gonna remember it. I think I need to clear it. I haven't done the clearing yet. It's gonna hide any existing ones, and it's gonna set HUD states are active to true. Then it's gonna iterate through all of the stats that are in that array that it received. Doing so, it will find the margin container that corresponds to each stat. So it'll do that by using this function, get control node from stat, which will take in a stat and one of those control strings that I talked about. So in this case, we're passing in string margin container. So it will find the enum, that is to say, from that stat enum, it'll find the string, make that a variable. It'll use that and add that stat enum string with an underscore, and then the control string that we pass in here. So it's basically constructing that variable name. Then we get that constructed variable name and return it. In this case, that'll be a margin container. So actually, now that I think about it, I would like to even have this say as margin container, because it's actually going to pull it in as a control node. Extra type safe. So it'll do that. And now that HUD stats are active is true, this on second tick, which this function gets called every second, in-game second, every second, if HUD stats are active, it's going to look through all those active stats. It's going to, once again, get the control node from the stat based on that string. So it builds the parameter or the property based on the stat enum and the string that we're giving it, which is progress bar. And we'll also make that type safer, cast it a little bit as well as a progress bar. Then, in that for loop, we fetch the stat value for the HUD. So now that we have the progress bar, we're going to update the stat value. So that way, just like we saw where the loneliness would increase, it's a little faster. It's not balanced yet, but, you know, it's nice that it's fast because I can test it easily. Oops. So there's at 95, 96. That's that. That's what's happening every second. Now, it may be slightly suboptimal to be fetching a progress bar every in-game second, which, as you noticed, is faster than a real-world second. I just don't care. Yeah, I don't care. If it becomes a problem, I'll optimize it. But if it's not a problem, I don't see the point. So we're going to call it okay. And there's one thing I'm missing, though. I believe that I need to clear it. So in terms of making it false, we have this reset HUD stats that hides the HUD stats. HUD stats are active equals false. And then one last thing, we should clear out the array. Oh, he's a long boy. Oh, he's such a long boy. So I'm going to, whoops. I'm going to say active stats clear. I think that will do it now. Okay. Let's make sure I didn't break it. And we can move on. Okay, we're petting the cat. Cat lies down. Loneliness goes down. Increases gradually. We go back. Okay, now I don't know if you saw it, but I saw that for a second, it still said loneliness. For a quick second. It's good now, but I don't want that. So if we could have a more immediate... I wonder why that happened. When you reset the HUD stats, it hides it. It makes it false. And then it clears it. I mean, if the first thing it's doing is hiding it, I'm a little surprised that that happened. If I'm being honest. Maybe I need to make this false first? Doesn't really matter, does it? It's not a big deal, but... It's not a big deal. Let me try just updating it. Come over here. Click on that. Oh, dang it. I wasn't looking. I looked away for a second. So, there it is. Come here. Okay, I didn't see it flash. To be fair. Maybe it's good now. Maybe everything's fine. Alright, great. Anyway, nice. So now that that's good, and the real test is going to be if I can get them on both sides. So again, the whole reason I did this was for the sake of this. So when I set up this tonight, the food bowl with the water and stuff, I'm going to want to have 2 up there. That's why I set everything up with the arrays, basically. Alright, good success. Kimmy says, so all I have to do is the final animation, rig it up, been like a week, nothing extravagant, pink alien, cone eater, can't wait to make you more awesome stuff, hell yeah. What's up, V-Rex? No way, Godot Dev. Yes way, Godot Dev. I love Godot. Someone even says, I could have sworn you just said you were gonna fat shame the HUD. What? I just want to let everyone know ahead of time, okay? Just a heads up, I am going to fat shame the HUD. Alright? That is just... that's what's gonna happen. So prepare yourselves. No. The cat spacing out the back of the chair. It's like a real cat. Exactly. Search to the sea of YouTube for more cozy corners. Have a great stream. Thanks, Nonset. Appreciate you stopping in. Hope you find what you're looking for. Hey, MKG. Welcome back. How are you? You're somebody. What happened to your name? YouTube changed a bunch of people's names. That's a lot of gears. Look at all those gears you have. You see this? This is a senior Hyper Game Dev supporter right there. You don't get that many gears unless you're supporting. But YouTube recently changed things a little bit, where instead of showing your like normal chosen username, they show your @tagged username. So a lot of people's names are different than what I recognize them as. I feel like you're somebody else than that. Welcome. Whoever MKGS2 maps to. Fleek says, kind of like black cherry sodas if you've had one of those. Yeah, but sweeter. Almost to the point of too sweet. But you like sweet things, so I see why your coworker suggested it. Cheer wine. Now that you mention it, that is kind of familiar. It brings you cheer. It's like wine, but it actually makes you happy. Memory versus CPU, the endless battle, right? Like, we'll just see. If one of them becomes if one of those two is an issue, we'll deal with it. Strofe recorded the first raw session of that series that I meant. Okay. Strofe says, dude, I recorded my first raw session of that series that I mentioned that I'm starting. Okay, we got it. Nice. You did like 8 takes between yesterday and this morning before just one-shotting it. Realized I was trying way too hard to like tutorialize it. You're like, F it, I'm gonna stream of consciousness so you can hear what I'm thinking in real time. Explain why I'm always in all 5 of those 8s. You had a professor in grad school who always told us to fail early, fail hard. And I got so much mileage out of that wisdom. Hell yes. I love that. Yes. Wait, what series did you mention again? Flukuda says, I've had them change that username thing on me so many times that I made sure everything was just Flukuda to make it easier, right? Short of them starting using emails, usernames. Oh my god. Honestly, wouldn't put it past him. Wouldn't put it past him. 100% would not. YouTube be pulling things like that. They do. They actually do. In fact. Alright, so now that I've actually got that done, it is commit time. I don't even know what to say about this commit. I'm sure as soon as it loads, I can ascertain. He's kind of cut off, isn't he? Let me get him in there. Do we think it would be worth it to have like either a remote controlled or like a remote controlled or a motion sensor controlled cat cam? I haven't decided. Like, I'm very, very picky about spending channel money. I don't mess around. I don't be spending channel money unless I think it's actually a good, real, true benefit for the channel. But I feel like a cat cam upgrade could be in order. I don't even have to buy like a new camera. I could get like a servos or something. And then just rotate it around. Yeah, I do. That's why I wouldn't put it past them, Fleekuda. That's why I wouldn't put it past them. That's exactly why. Oh, the Google Plus thing was so bad. Oh my gosh. Worst decision. And it still haunts them. Because there are still accounts to this day that are like impacted by the like switch up that came from that. I feel like people, depending on like how that shook out for them, they can't get like gift memberships, for example, on YouTube because they had to get like a brand account. I don't know. That was a weird thing. Never trust Google to keep a service going. Thank you for the ad money, Google. Oh yeah, Micro. Just look at the rules. The rules. I feel like the first time you join on YouTube, they show them. If you can't find them otherwise, they're on the Discord. It should be around somewhere. Somewhere. SFW, please. Definition of done. Okay, let me see if things make sense now. You're recreating Ball X Pit? What's Ball X Pit? Like bollocks? And sort of treating it like the way you get tasks in a studio where you have to develop to a specification. So like you sit down and here's a feature. Here's definition of done. I don't know what you're talking about. You explained it and it made me more confused. But I have to imagine you're doing something interesting. I got the vibe you're doing something interesting. Gotta build a machine learning algorithm for recognizing cat bodies so it can track the loaf. Yeah, that's what we'll start next week. We'll start building an LLM. That would actually be kind of fun. Just a little fun. The concept behind the series is to like A, get insight into what game dev as a studio programmer is like, and 2, tutorials suck. So providing insight as to what questions you ask myself and how. You continued? Oh yeah, YouTube doesn't give you a lot of space. How you approach hurdles. I think I'm still very confused what you're talking about. Oh yeah, not an LLM, just image recognition. Okay, yeah, machine learning, that's different. Large language model. Machine learning. They both have an M and an L, but they are not the same. Right, like, I see. No, I get you. I know now. I know now the difference. I've seen the YouTube videos. I've seen them. Training an AI to, like, speed run and stuff like that. Welcome back. It's not me, it's you for show. Strofe, I feel like I need to copy and paste your messages into a chatbot to understand what you're talking about. What do you mean by a series? You still don't have access to gifted subs on YouTube, nor hype? I don't have hype either. I've never seen that. But that, honestly, the hype is probably just being rolled out to some people. Gifted, however, should be for everybody. Except weird edge cases like your Google Plus account got converted to this or that, and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Languages evolved so much over the past decade. I know, that's right. You're creating an existing game with a structure set of tasks and exact reference and specifications. Because in studios, you'll get like mock-ups and wireframes and recreate them one-to-one in Engine. Okay, I'll take your word for it on that one. Series gonna be like one video per task until the game's done. Does somebody understand exactly what Strophium is talking about? It's confusing me. It sounds like very, very interesting. And like it's gonna help you learn about a process and get better at doing the thing. A reactor simulator? Okay. Like a nuclear reactor? Alright, so I need to make this thing clickable. So, in order to do that, I'm going to continue filling out what I was filling out forever ago. Selectable area bowl. When I realized I need to do 2 right here. Actually, we did do that. On select instance, I don't need anything to happen yet. On unselect instance, I don't need anything to happen yet. On hover object instance, I don't need anything to happen there. So that's all set up. Actually, I just realized there's one other thing, which is that I have to actually make the thirst and hunger stats. So to do that, you see poopiness and lonely are on top of each other. What I'd rather do now is duplicate poop, and we're gonna call this hunger. Hunger margin container. And then instead of poop progress bar, this is hunger progress bar. On the label, I am going to write hunger. Then I'm going to duplicate the hunger bar. And we're going to call it thirst. Get rid of the 2 on the end. Again, get rid of hunger, replace it with thirst. And change this label to thirst. I do need the thirst and hunger progress bars to be accessible as unique names. Unfortunately, I do have to, which is probably for the best, drag all of these in as references. It's not that big a deal. Oop, I missed one. I'm sorry, I take it back. We have to also get that one. So drag them in. I'm gonna hold control. Okay, I screwed that up again. I'm gonna hold control and let go of it right there. So that way it creates those on-readies for me. They're good to go. Now back over here, I want thirst on the right, hunger on the left. So hopefully that'll be as simple as layout, anchor, top right. Okay, so now they're both up there. Yes, poo-poo bar. That's what it is. It's a poo-poo bar. Fleetcooter gets it. You feel like you'd have to see the series to get it first. Like, I think I get it, but I also think it will help. It sounds very interesting what you're working on, Strophium. Honestly. A poo meter. Poo-poo bar, poo meter. Poopiness progress. Poop in progress. So we're gonna hide those. Don't need invisible by default. But now I still need to actually be able to select it. Oh, I never committed, did I? HUD, manage HUD stats, set up for multiple potential stats. Is the big thing. And looks like other things too, but the dookie dookie meter. Stroby says I can post a raw video on your Discord if you want to check it out sometime. Yeah, please do. It's an hour-long stream of consciousness though, so I don't know how much people will enjoy that. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's like safe for work and stuff, I feel like people are gonna love that. If it's like game dev, if you're like sitting there nerding out about game dev for an hour, I'm pretty sure people are gonna be interested in that. At least enough to skip through it. Okay, so what's next? Next, I gave it a collision. Does it detect that I'm hovering over it yet? Well, okay, a couple things. Let me go back to the bowl itself, which is irritatingly not called that, so we're gonna fix that immediately. It's called food water dish. I hate it. Stop this. It's bowl. It's simpler. We'll keep that named that though. It's too confusing otherwise. This I will call bowl, as well as this. Consistency makes me happy. Okay. Here's our dish. It has a collision shape. It has a selectable area. We need to assign the object mesh here. And now I just need to check to see, is it being detected when I hover over it? I'm not sure. But I'm about to find out. Okay, so if you see, when I hover over the couch, it says couch is hovered, couch is unhovered, couch is hovered, couch is unhovered. Okay, so it does not see it. I know why. Because the area, I did not give the right collision layer. So over here, collision, not a mask, and layer 2, because it's a room object. Let's see if that gets it working. I certainly hope so. Okay, yes, bowl is hovered. Okay, bowl is hovered, bowl is unhovered. So it knows it's hovered. This is very good. However, we don't see the hover effect. Now you can tell there's a lot less printing, right? There's just like a little bit. Whereas here, there's all kinds of stuff that appears. It does change the hover state. However, it is not running any type of animation tween. Whereas it does that for the rest of these. So what did I miss that it doesn't do the tween? One is killing tweens, exactly. The other one isn't killing any tweens. The tweens survive. Evidently longer than they should. Or they're not even getting created in the first place. Yes, the enter event exit animation. Switch camera. Well, we haven't clicked on it yet. On hover object enters. So why? What am I missing? creates the tween if it's pretty obnoxious because tween's already a word. I wonder which came first, the animation tween or like the person age tween. I like to think it was the animation. Because then I can be bitter, like, why can't I just say it and then not mean something else? Handle hover animation. If it's hovered, it should handle the hover animation. And it should create a tween. So it's failing somewhere along the line here. But I don't know where. Person, yeah, like an age. Yeah, like people who are like between not being a teen and being a teen are called tweens. So it's like I'm literally saying like kill an 11-year-old. Don't do that. I feel like it's like for like double-digit aged children who are not teenagers. Honestly, it's a very weird term, and I'm sure kids like it because it makes them feel like they're a little older, and now they can be something other than what they were. Okay, you know, okay. No, it's very silly. It's highly silly. It's about as silly as it gets. The idea conceptually carries forward to mechanics, sound design, eventually aesthetics, etc. You put it in video, timestamped at a relevant portion. Right now, it's really simple, like you're just recreating the game world structure using reference. I trust that you're joking, microwaved water. Because if you're serious, wow, do I have to ban the crap out of you. I have to ban you into the ground. You'd be the gonest. Forever. I trust you're just like being goofy. You're back, you're not able to find another cozy corner. I'm sorry to hear that. You're joking. That's what I thought. I figured. Scientists invents quantum computing, tech bros, fill it with AI slop. Oh god. Oh god. The goddess. Like, I don't think there could be a more goner. Like, unless you were a killed tween, you couldn't be more a goner. Why isn't this tween getting... It must be failing somewhere along the line. So, where does that exactly... That happens when a tween officially gets created. The tween officially gets created. I'm curious to see what that's about, Stroh. I hope you tagged me in that, Stroh. I'm very curious. Handle hover animation. If not has default shader. It must not have a default shader. Okay, let's see what's going on. Did I not put a shader on there? Maybe it can't find it? Oh. Oh! Oh! I think I know what's going on. There we go. I set the wrong mesh. Okay, I think it'll work. I think it'll work now. I think it'll work. I set the wrong thing. I think it's gonna work away. Everyone thinks it's gonna work away. Bam! We hovering, baby. We tweening. We killing tweens. Yeah. It's time consuming. It's a time consuming process. Okay, now, what's gonna happen when I click on it? Probably bad things. Oh, perfection! That's what's gonna happen. Oh, okay, no, it broke. But it's okay. That's okay. I remember this problem. It's because it doesn't have a mini game. It needs to have a mini game attached to it, which we'll do. But we got it. This camera swoop is awful, and I need to change it. But I got really burned out one day trying to set up that camera tween, and I just, oh my goodness. Okay, I got really burned out setting up that camera tween one day, and I had to get out of there. Yeah, attack me. LYZ Lees. My name is Lees. That is who I am. I understand that is not so clear all the time. Oh, I probably should make, like, the word hyper pull that. That probably would be wise, that hyper would pull that up. Since I think a lot of people just call me hyper. But yeah, Lees, LYZ. I'm under server boosters. Yeah, I'm under server boosters. I don't put myself at the top, it feels weird. Maybe that's a me problem. It's a Lord of the Rings term? Tween is a Lord of the Rings term? Wait, what? Did you look up the origin? The first known use of the word tween to describe an age category was by J.R.R. Tolkien. Only in his case, it was for a hobbit between the age of 20 and 33. That's tween to describe an age category. That doesn't say to describe animation transitions, although maybe the first time I heard the word tween was Macromedia Flash. Right? So like you'd have, it's basically the same thing. Like you'd have a shape and you'd have another shape that was different and you'd tween them. And then shape A would morph into shape B. That was a tween. But I assume Macromedia Flash probably post-dates that. Maybe Macromedia Flash was making a reference to Tolkien. For all we know. Is 3D tween a bit too tedious, especially when applying to a camera? Can I see the camera tween code? Is it a bit too tedious? I mean, it depends. It depends. So yeah, so like for the rest of them, it looks really good. It's super great. You know, I'm really happy with the animation. This one was a bit of a challenge, but we got there. All of these, I feel really good about them. The problem with this one is just the position. It has to go so far down, it has to swing so far around that it just gets a little complicated in like navigating the math about making it like take a gentle journey. And so it just kinda, it gets a little wacky, especially going away. See, like goes out and then it comes back in. It's a little bit roundabout. When people ask for code, I know I'm bracing myself for them to backseat, but I trust that that's not where you're going with this, but I will show you. I'm not particularly interested in digging into it, but I will show you. I will show you this, because you were curious. So, I honestly don't even want to, like, talk about it, honestly, because it stresses me out. But basically, there's a position target and a rotation target. So when I click on the couch, we have stored the position that the camera should end on and the rotation that the camera should end on. And then it does some stuff. Some things happen. And it is tweening, but it's tweening both of those simultaneously. It's tweening the rotation and the position at the same time. And it's just a little complicated. So like there's this curved linear tween, there's a linear tween, and there's like a different tween. Yeah, honestly, I don't even want to talk about it. It really stresses me out, so I'm just gonna set that boundary. No thank you. This was a lot. This was a very painful experience. And then there's also like a curve that's added in to help it turn, because it doesn't look very good. If I just straight up have, if I just set a target position, it looks fine for the bye Felicia. It looks fine for the couch. because oh, I gotta reset it. Because for the couch, it's just straightforward, and the curve is like very slight, so it's totally fine. Doesn't need to be much going on. This is just like directly forward, super simple. But the litter box, a little more complicated, because the litter box, if I just tell it to go, it's going to look like absolute garbage trash poop in the bag. I think I could even show you how bad it looks. So I'm going to comment out this transition arc, which makes it look like less poop in the bag. And I don't think that demonstrated it at all. So to me, this is poop in the bag, and let me tell you why. It's poop in the bag because the entire litter box disappears. It's not that bad, but it bothers me because there's a whole half of the freaking animation where the box is out of frame, and that really irritates me. Because to me, it's just aesthetically ridiculous that it would just not be there. So in this case, I implemented something I called a transition arc, which keeps that litter box in frame. So it just like slightly adjusts it, so that way you always see the litter box as you're going towards it, because there's just something very disruptive about the thing you're moving to not being in frame. It really bothers me. So that, again, it's just a little different because of the position that it's at. I think the computer screen also has some fancy stuff going on. This is another good example. So computer station, this is what it normally looks like. Hey, guy. So what it normally looks like is like that. Let's see what it looks like when I comment this out. I don't remember, but I'm sure it sucks. So I'm gonna click on this. Look at that. What the hell? See, so this is a really good example. If I just straight up tell it, go from this position in rotation to that position in rotation, I mean, it's like, looks like we're going at the lamp, you know? Because it doesn't balance out, it doesn't distribute the rotation like evenly across the movement. You know what I'm saying? So like that's what I mean when I say it gets complicated, because just the fact that we're looking at it, especially, it's very disorienting. Like, oh, we're going to the lamp. We're not going to the lamp. So by adding that transition arc, it just sort of like smooths out the rotation a little bit. And then it looks like this. So it actually goes directly at the screen. Now, the dish is just tougher. Because, so for the bowl, I even was getting a little more complicated with it. Actually with the dish, I actually made a curve. I used a curve resource to be able to actually, because otherwise, you know, by the way, for setting up this, right, this transition arc on the computer station, the transition arc on a litter box, this was a very painful amount of trial and error. Because guess what? When I adjust this, I have to adjust this, and I have to adjust that, because it changes all the other values as well. It's freaking sucks. It's a very important lamp. It's super, super unpleasant. I can't just adjust this and be like, oh, that's better. It's like, no, now I have to change where it lands. I have to change that. It sucks. It sucks. Now, this still sucks, but at least I'm not just nudging numbers. At least I can actually like move something, and it's just a little more tactile. So that made it a little nicer, but it's especially difficult because it's so low. And here's the other thing. You know why else? Okay, this is why it's difficult. Let me tell you why it's difficult. I know why it's difficult. The litter box, even though it seems like it's in a similar place, the litter box, we look at it from behind. So that is to say, it's like we're going like this towards it. It's just like zoop. Not too bad, because it's just like zoop. You see? But the dish, we need to go in front of the dish. It sure is flip. So for the dish, it's like we got to go like that. We gotta flip all the way. We gotta do a spiral around to arrive at the dish. Someone was just asking why it's complicated to set up this camera, and I'm simply explaining I'm not looking for a single drop of help, I swear to God. But I'm just explaining because I do not want to deal with this right now. But that makes it like extra complicated because with every other example, this is just straightforward. This is just like a slight turn, right? This is just also a slight turn. You made it go down, and that's a little extra complicated that it angles down and it's a curve. But this angles down, it's a curve, and it like completely has the camera turn all the way around. So it's just like extra tricky. And I felt like it's not the worst getting there. I don't love it, but I could like live with it. But the one going away, I was like too burned out to even bother with this. So that's kind of like the lamp problem, right? Where it was going past it instead of like getting us there cleanly. So that's the situation. There's code in here. I'm traumatized to even go through it again. But yeah. That's the deal. Alright, so I'm gonna run away from that topic as quickly as possible, but I hope it was interesting. Good to see you, Kai Guy. Good to see you. Welcome, 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 welcome. Stuff. Philip had to make their own camera thingy to figure out how to do it, and after you made it, threw it away because you found a better way. Nice, nice. It's swirly camera position rotation stuff. It's tricky. I love lamp. Brick, are you just naming things in the room? Okay. I'm not a millennial, you're a millennial. So we're not going to worry about that, but what I do need to worry about is the fact that the bowl doesn't have a minigame script. So I got to figure out where the minigame script lives. This is very important, highly important. Oh, woo, ocean, the ocean is so, oh, woo, oh, the motion of the ocean is such that we would have the notion to be supported by you. It feels so good, just like lotion. Welcome, Ocean. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate you for that. Let's go, we got some bits. We got some bits from the ocean. That'd be like kelp, bits from the ocean. Hope you're doing great. I hope your projects are going great. Bits! Just the bits! Thank you, Flip, for the bits! Wait, it was gigantified. We have to look at the gigantified emote. Since it doesn't gigantify otherwise. Look at that. It's delightful. Fantastic, fantastic. Attach camera to a bone rig. What could possibly go wrong? That's an interesting idea, actually. 3D animation terms is short for in between, or filling the movement in between one keyframe to another keyframe. Term stated in early hand-drawn animation. It is older, right? That's gotta be older than Tolkien. She's older than Tolkien. It is resplendent with turns, I know. Basically, the reason why is because I wanted to debug what maximum turds would look like. Because they actually procedurally generate in the, in there. So, like, you'll never see the same turds positions twice. Kind of. They spawn in at different rotations and slightly different positions. And I just, and the thing is, in some spots, they can't get scooped. So I had to like do a lot of testing to make sure every single possible position would ensure the poop can actually be scooped. So that's why there's so much poop in there. Whoa. Poop flying all over the place. It's because it was easier for testing if I had the maximum amount. I also think this minigame is not communicated as well as it could be, but that's okay. Yeah, and you can see on the litter box too. It looks like someone was talking about Pinhead. We got pin poop. Look at that, look at all those pins. Those are where the poop spawn in. And they just like slightly changed their spot. In theory, the cat would drop a poop at a time. You got moderated for saying turd? The hell, Twitch? Turd? Turd. You can't moderate turd. You can't do that. That doesn't even make sense. There's not even a universe where that's a bad word. Simply not a thing. It just isn't a thing. Game of Kerplunk. Bullying? How dare you bully by saying turd? Oh wait, is Kerplunk? No, you better look at it on Tor. Where to buy Kerplunk near you at your address? I don't know. You just don't know. You can't know these things. So we take no risks. I never heard of this game. It looks kind of hype though. It looks very hype. I bet it makes a lot of sounds. It looks like Jenga. Jenga with balls. It's round Jenga. It was minutes of fun. I never heard of this one. Resplendent and turd. Not easy to replay. You haven't seen you play? Honestly, Stone, that makes an abundance of sense. That is a highly logical statement. Totally get that. Completely understand where you're coming from. Mortis, yo, a lot of y'all played this one. It's 1940s too. Strategio. I can't look up everything. I can't be that. I can't be that streamer. I can't do that. Resplendent turd. 2 words I'd never dream of seeing in the same sentence. Self-moderated. Flaguda finally got the internet working on your laptop. Nice. The Surface. Holy gods, that was painful. I have not had the drivers on it since last night and was finally able to ping a website. Congrats! Let's go! Quaternions? Never played it, but it reminds you of Grape Escape? Play-Doh characters that can go into traps, get smushed. I definitely saw that commercial. You were like, I don't want to play that. Okay, so I need to make a minigame script. Let me look at selectable object. On selectable object. To implement a new selectable object. Create and set up an area 3D that extends this class. Can we make this a little bit more snug? I need it to be snugly. Create and set up an area 3D that extends this class. Set up hover mesh and its corresponding shading material. Okay, we did both of those things. Create and set up a script on a node 3D that extends minigame. I did not do that. That I did not do. Decide where to call that. Well, yeah, I have to do that. I like you too. Okay, so we're going to find a place That's going to be somewhere in the bowl on a node 3. I have to pick a node 3D. So, for example, the minigame script lives on the scooper, since the scooper is like the minigame. For the cat petting minigame, the minigame actually lives on the cat's head, since you pet the cat's head. Well, he pets the whole cat's body. It's actually just on the cat's body. For the cat, not for the couch, for the... Otherwise, it can be kind of random. I mean, for this, the minigame is going to... I mean, I would like it to be centralized to where the minigame's going to be. For this, I mean, it's just like, it's the bowl. There's going to be food that you open. It's going to be water that you pour. So it's kind of two different minigames, but it isn't. So, I mean, you have the dish top level. I say just put it on the damn dish. Just put it on the dish. Okay, and then this is going to be called Minigame Bowl, I'm pretty sure. Let me look at another minigame. Let's look at, sure, phone in hand. This should be a pretty basic one, so I'm gonna copy it and not do that. I'm gonna copy it and go back to Minigame Bowl. Finally found Lee's sense of humor. Took you weeks of being cringe, and he's had to say 130 on. Poop is hard for me to resist. Poop is a hard one to resist. Poop. Minigame Bowl. Quaternion is very complex and funny. I know what you mean. Quaternion is... That's peak. That one is very advanced. That is an advanced pun. This is not a phone. In fact, this is the bowl. Stat name. It actually does. Uh-oh. Once again. Oh dear. Uh-oh. This is looking for one string, but this has 2 stats. Poop's hard for me. It is. Well, I'm gonna hold. That's called resisting poop is called constipation, Ocean. Okay. You might need more fiber in your diet if you find poop easy to resist. I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life or anything. It's giving you to be pretty high IQ to appreciate freaking morning. I mean, I guess if I wasn't a game dev, that might be true. Quaternion wise. Oof, this is not good. So okay, so what's with the stat name thing? What is that? This is not great. This is concerning. This might be some effort. So how do we use that exactly? Frick. I love that emote. That cat emote is so good. Successful game action. Oh, that determines if it's going to decrease the stat. Because all of the stats get decreased. So like in most, I feel like in most of these kinds of games, you're increasing the stat. So like, you know, if hunger is full, you're not hungry. If hunger is empty, you're hungry. Which I think is stupid. If your hunger bar is full, then you're 100% hungry. And so, anyway, that's why it decreases the stat when you succeed at the minigame. Well, this needs to not only manage 2 stats, but it needs to be able to route the right thing to the right thing, depending on which thing is the thing. This seems like an edge case I hadn't considered. Almost like it does need to be 2 mini games. Okay, so then, okay. Okay. I mean, show me the computer. This is not a fun reality right now. I'm gonna grab a Snickers. Alright. Where to learn how to use quaternions. Not what they mean. That's right. Polar coordinates. Where do you Santa Claus? This is a Christmas Coke commercial. You kind of well spent. No, that's legit. That's legit. Screw learning how quaternions work. You just need to use them. That is so legitimate, though. Here, the Godot has implemented Python f-string formatting and is instead using some Eldritch Abomination version. You know, I've heard that ever said before. I feel like I stumbled on like a pull request about that one time. I don't remember why. I don't remember much else about it, but I remember being like, oh, that does sound convenient. Are you talking about like the %s stuff? And then like the array at the end? Regarding the abomination? Have I asked YouTube to hit the like button lately? YouTube, have you pressed the like button? I'm just checking. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate you, chat. F-strings are simpler. Yeah, that's the abomination. Yeah, it's not a list, it's a damn mini dictionary. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It is. Oh, I know what an F-string is. I do. I use them in JavaScript. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like the $sign with the curly bracket. Yes. That's where I came across it. Was in JavaScript and being like, this is so much better. Yeah. That is nice. If that's what you're talking about, that is really nice. So you literally just type the variable name in, except it's just got a special like wrapper so it knows that it's okay in a string. Am I getting that right? Or are we talking about backticks where like you put, oh wait, actually in JavaScript you can do the backticks and then you can do it. It's something like that. But I feel like that's kind of what you're getting at. You pressed it when you got here, so don't look at me. Okay, all right. Just check. Just check it. Just making sure. So remind me, because oh my god, I hate this. So whenever the minigame ends, very, very important things happen. That if they don't happen, everything breaks. And I hate that, and it is not the system that I would have wanted. But it's a system I got. I think it's the back button. That's the problem. It's the back button. Because the back button exits a minigame. And if I haven't set up a minigame with the back button, it doesn't know what the hell to exit. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that. And the thumbs down means you're down with this content, right? I mean, look, at the end of the day, a thumbs down is still counted as engagement. So, what the hell? Sure. Generally, when we get a bunch of thumbs downs, it's because YouTube is testing the stream with like a wider audience, and they're just like, "This isn't what I want, YouTube. Stop this." Table strings, it basically F strings in Python because you can start a string with F rather than like a backtick in JavaScript. Ah, I see. Okay, I really do have to lock in at this moment because this is very confusing and stupid and dumb, but I love myself and I'm very smart, and I do have to, unfortunately, live with the system that I built. Maybe, but don't do it. Just don't do it, though. Only do it if you mean it, because it also tells me something too. Because what if I look at this and I'm like, wait, this wasn't an abnormally large stream, so the people who normally come here just didn't like it. What am I doing wrong? I don't really worry that much, but you know, it is interesting to look back in the analytics and be like, what were the most thumb down ones, and then be like, maybe don't do that. Maybe I won't make those kinds of streams. Grazie, your past YouTube chat just this time when you have time. Which one? Oh, I missed that. Can cleaning the litter box flip the poop into the water dish? Answer, only if you flip the quaternions. Yeah, right. You have to use a quaternion to direct the turd into a target. Yeah, yes. I'm so sorry that I missed this very well-polished turd of a joke. I just wanted to keep the turd thing going. I don't really think it's a turd. Oh yeah, same Fleekuda. That's right. That's true. That is more effective. Agreed. Hey, wait a second. Short for formatted strings. Gotcha. Yeah, that would be nice. They should have that. They should definitely implement that. I'm sure they have like a really good reason why it's not there, right? It's gotta be a good reason. Right? Right? Okay, I don't know. This is one of the most perplexing things about the system. And even though I just did it the other day, I have to like somehow remind myself, unfortunately. I have to lock all the way in. So, okay, what the hell is this? So this requires that something be a minigame. We call exit current minigame. It says minigame exited. It emits minigame exited. Minigame exited is connected. Oh god, it's so weird. Minigame exited is connected here. And then that's when it changes the event state. What the hell does running mean? Oh, the event is running. Yeah, I see. So that kicks off the event. I hate that. That was a strange choice. Okay. So if there's two minigames, because each minigame is designed to buff or decrease, or is designed to buff one stat at a time. But there's two of them. How is the back button gonna know which one to send? I mean, I think you just have to do it. You have to do the array again. I think that's it. I think you just have to do the array. I believe this is it. You know? But that's the reality. Unfortunately. And so that means we have to iterate through all these things. And how does it decide on minigame exited? How does it even know that this is the one to connect it to? What does it even do? It doesn't even use it. Which minigame is not even being used? What the hell is that for? Wait, what? What? So it changes all of them to running the event state? I've noticed that. You know what? I've noticed that. And it's weird that every single thing runs it. sloppy. He spent much time polishing that one. Oh man, why did I do that? I remember setting up the event stuff, and it was good. It was a good thing. Do we have to... Why is this... This shouldn't... Is there not some other way? I guess I was imagining I would somehow check. This seems very odd. Can we not have the back button connected to a minigame? Can the back button just be connected to a object? And then that would make so much more sense. If you press the back button to exit the object, and then the object itself may be associated with a minigame, and then it can exit it. Like, this would be the way. Now, that sounds like a refactor if I've ever heard one. But I don't care. It's gonna be rough, because this even says UI button back minigame, so it's like, this is like a very significant refactor. It's a refactor of epic proportions. Oi, oi, oi. Can we do a commit, please? Bowl is almost set up, except for minigame, but it has two. Uh-oh. Is what that's gonna be right there. All right. Okay. And where is this getting called at? 9 places? Obviously there. So 7 places. Select variable object for hiding the button, for showing the button, for hiding it again, connecting a minigame exited, letting the minigame know that a minigame is exited. In resets, we just set that up recently for handling exiting the minigame. For managing minigames, to set when it's going back. How does that get there exactly? Change current minigame. So whenever we, but see, that's why this needs to be object. This needs to be object. It's ridiculous that this is a minigame. I get that made sense, but it doesn't, because you're gonna have potentially multiple minigames per object. Oops. Whoops. I could not have known this. I shouldn't have. Look, I'm proud of myself. All right, I'm happy with myself. I did the best I could, and that was good. But now I have to do something different. All right, let's do it. Well, we're gonna start by refactoring this to UI button back object. It's weirdly worded, I don't care. So immediately, lots of things are gonna break, which is desirable. First thing I want to fix is, well, instead of setting what needs to go back from change current minigame, I would actually want that to happen when an object is selected. So that can go into selectable object. We have select instance, but there's like a select any. So if any are selected, change the event state, change select state, does it know what it is? How are you want to track what it is? And what does it do by knowing what it is? What is the point of it knowing what it is? Why does it need to know what it's going back from? Well, so it can reset it. Well, the event. That's the biggest thing, right? Is the event state being updated. That's the big one. That's like the main thing that we were just realizing needs to be dealt with very much. Look in the code you wrote for the jam and you're like, what's it? You wrote this garbage. Learned a lot this time around. Wow. That's so cool. I mean, I relate to that so much. That's this. Like the roguelike jam, I feel like I was really hitting a stride with like getting my code in ways that I feel good about that make sense. And I'm coming back to this just like no. That's cool. Trying to port your roguelike into another project. Let's go! Game like Jam helps people have things that they want to use in stuff. Yeah. That brings me a lot of joy. Thank you for dealing with that. Oh, minigame exited right here. So instead of minigame exited changing the state, I would want to say back button pressed. That changes the state, and it needs to know what object to tell. Because we can't have every object changing its event state. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. So how will it know that it's the one? Well, that's a good question. What do we have available to it? Runtime and restart begin. It has cat target, it has stat. I mean, the only thing we really have is like the name, the object. I mean, the object name. That's it. The object name. That's its ID, basically. Is this? It's rogueception. Yeah, it's rogueception. So that's what we have to store on the back button. Okay. So how do we put that on the back button? Well, as soon as it's selected, if any are selected, okay, I got it. For select any, we're gonna tell the back button. Set what needs going back. It's not minigame no mo. Heard you like roguelikes. Someone not doing vibe coding? That's me. What's up? It's not that bad, maybe. Welcome. I know the vibe coding streams are. You know what the vibe coding streams are? They're gambling streams. No shade. I'm just saying. It's kind of like gambling streams with less money. Instead of risking money and that being the excitement, it's risking time. You know, just like pulling that lever. Is the chatbot gonna get it right? Bing, bing, bing. You're absolutely right. Here's the final version. Yeah. I mean, look, I take the argument where, like, if someone is very experienced in a particular language and managing a team, that they can review the code of a chatbot and put it to good use. But I think that is a profound exception, and most of the people vibe coding are not that person. And I think it's fun to like mess around with sometimes. But I'm not gonna come out here and stream it personally. Like if I'm doing it, it's not for something I care to learn. I'm doing it because I specifically am like, I don't want to learn that. I don't want any more brain wrinkles. I want to, for example, I have these old tablets, like with the first, like Android ice cream sandwich on it, like old Android tablets. And I can't find apps for those things that really work sometimes, but not ones that I really want to use. So sometimes I will go to a chatbot and have it help me generate an app that will just do a very specific thing. Like I had one where I wanted to have like an app that I could set other apps to run when the tablet booted. It was pretty simple, it was pretty straightforward. I don't really have the time or interest to learn it right now. I just wanted to get that going so I could like continue working with this old tablet. You know, and I'm not streaming it, I'm not sharing it. It's just like a quick little, you know, to me, it's like kind of fun and good for that, you know? But like a serious project that I'm trying to like do things with, that I'm gonna work on for a long period of time, that I'm gonna come back to, that matters. The tech debt is piling. Like, have fun with it, sure. But if it's replacing learning, and if it is going into a system that you're going to need to maintain, like, you're in danger. And at that point, like, just learn the thing. But I would still never stream it, because you know, what's the point? Again, if it's just like a quick little mess around for fun, that's one thing. You know, again, no shade to the people who do that. I think there's fun in it, for sure. How does AI coding tool completely delete his entire production database? I did hear about that. I did. I know, it kind of boggles my mind when people like have the chatbots connected with their like version control and like their continuous integration. That really scares me. You always want more brain wrinkles. You want a shriveled brain. Don't sound bad. It's not hard to make a complex project. That's true. And I've tried vibe coding for a bit. The way AI is programmed to talk like an over-Xanax retail worker with their boss hovering behind them. Well said. Yeah, right? It's miserable. It's the worst. I hate it. I hate it. Ugh. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Because like that's like I feel like it's projection of the tech bros on what they want employees to be like. Like I feel like that's the personality of most chatbots. Sort of unsurprisingly. Perma uses it when they're too lazy to read documentation. Well, yes. Okay, so we're definitely not talking about that, right? Like that's totally fine to me. I'll do that. I'll do that myself. You know? Like, not when I'm necessarily lazy, but if I'm having a hard time understanding what the documentation is saying, or if for whatever reason something isn't documented, then I find the chatbot is quite useful for that. Yeah, that's totally fair, Perma. It's a good... It's worth using as a search engine. Sure, it'll make up things, so you have to be aware of that. But you know, it's if you've searched online, if you've asked your friends, if you've checked the documentation and the answer hasn't quite revealed itself in a way that makes sense, it's like another option to make it make sense. Fair use. Yeah, experienced coder. Yeah, exactly. I also use it for like repetitive things. So like if I have like a dictionary with like 20-30 things in it, right? And I just want to like add a new key to the dictionary to each and every one. I'll be like, okay, here, chatbot, this is an example of how I want you to just fill out the rest of these for me, and it'll just do it. You know, like data entry crap. Save me a lot of time with that kind of stuff. I know you explicitly told me not to. You're right, I overstepped my bounds. Programming should be fun. Yeah, I agree. It's not fun. Yeah. Fair. Legit. Like chess, like using like stockfish to like find your moves for chess. We talked about... Y'all explained what regex was to me the other day and I already forgot it. Glorified Google. Yeah. You aren't letting it just do its crap. You're making it troll through 30 Stack Exchange documentation pages to script together most of what you need. Yeah, exactly. As long as the AI says they're completely, absolutely, positively sure they understand you and got it right this time, then it's okay to ship it. Oh, yeah. Okay, I broke everything. I had to fix it. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh my god. I have to lock in so bad. Holy crap. Oh, Jesus. Unselect any. So this is called now UI back object. It's a refactor. And what needs going back, we're going to say object name. So the thing that it is going to get sent over there. Now, it's not looking for that, but we're going to make it look for it. So this is now going to be a string. So what to go back from, also now it needs to be a string. Back button is set to handle. We don't need to do any of that anymore. We can just say what? Okay. That breaks this. Well, that's going to be a completely different thing now. And really, this is about exiting the current object, or like, you know, finishing, handle exit of current object, which could have a lot of different things going on in it. I don't know that I need a signal. Yeah, maybe I need a signal. Actually, let's do a signal. We're gonna say object exited. And we're going to emit. Not that it matters, but we're going to say emit a string. That's a pretty big refactor. What to go back from equals nothing. So we'll just make an empty string so it's falsy. That's less angry at me. I love that. I did just break resets a little bit. This is now handle. Okay. Oh. Object.ref. Handle exit of current object. Okay. Let's go back to other things that are broken. Okay, that puts out the object name. If selected state is set to state selected, timer ends, show the button. Yeah, still want that, of course. That doesn't change, we're just updating the name. Okay, what else you got? Same thing, just update it, easy, not difficult. Here we're connecting that. Yes, we absolutely unequivocally want to connect this. So if the object is exited, we want to know about it. Now that function's going to be gone. So we gotta go find it. Minigame exited. So instead here, this will be much more effective. Suddenly this will make sense. My gosh. Which object? We're gonna rename that to... I can't believe that was just not even being used. That's so funny. On object exited. Which object? Which object? Which is gonna be a string. And this time we'll say if object name is set to which object, now we're gonna be good to go. Now we say change that state. Hopefully this still works. I'm gonna be pretty upset if it's not. Oh man, who knows? Ooh, I didn't even check. I don't care. I will be fine. So we're gonna search for the remaining places. One place remains. Only problem is we're not exiting the minigame, so we still have to do that, but that's okay. So this is actually on the minigame itself. So this is where we'll handle this aspect. So we're going back out of the object. We're creating this for minigame exited, refactoring that, and we're gonna look for the minigame exited function, and that ends the minigame. So now we need to be a little bit more explicit. How does it know which minigame to end? This is where it gets a little tricky. How does it know? Well, I think maybe we don't deal with it there. Maybe we deal with it somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Ads suck. Yeah, ads do suck. Ads do suck. Game dev to game dev. Oh, I'll wait till Env is back, actually. Env was like, ads suck. And then I was like, I'm gonna respond to your last message. Now that you're gone in ads. I think I should make a centralized helper function that is separated out into its own node to handle spawning, or be lazy and do it the normal way. Okay, hold on. I actually have to use the loo. I'll be right back. Let me think about that. Use a centralized helper function that is separate. I'll be super fast. A centralized helper function that is separated out into its own node to handle spawning, or be lazy and do it the normal. Wait, what's the normal way? What's the normal way? Do it. Try it. And if it turns out bad, oops. You know what I'm saying? Okay, wait. I have to revise that. If you know that it's gonna be worse to do it that way, don't do it. But if you're like not sure it's actually worse to do it that way, freaking try it. Each mob have its own spawning function. So we'd run goblin spawn, wolf spawn. I don't know. To me, I would like the way and again, I'm not like an expert here. I just do what I've done. And what I typically do is I have a spawn manager. And then the spawn manager will be like, will have a function like spawn something. And then whatever it is that initiates something being spawned will communicate to the spawn manager, hey, spawn something, and specifically this. And then it will spawn that. So, I don't know. All I can tell you is that's the way I would do it. And I'm not saying you should, but that's how I would. So, that's where I'm coming from. Is that lazy? That's the lazy way? I think it's working good for me so far. I'll certainly log the things that I spawn and make sure they're like logged by type and stuff too. That's also something I value. You know, I don't want to lose track of it all. Yeah, I don't know if I would have each thing spawn itself. That seems a little strange. Right, I need to do something with this. What am I gonna do with this though? Because I need to end the minigame, but it needs to know which minigame. Like okay, so like what I'm thinking is on each selectable object. So if I don't already have enough abstract functions, we're gonna add another one. Yup. We're gonna add abstract func as minigames. They'll all have minigames. And this would be an array of, minigames? I don't know. That would be kind of wild to like type a minigame. I don't know about that. That seems weird. I feel like I would rather, because minigame has an array or an enum. No? Oh, manage minigame does. I think it's on manage minigames. Yeah. So I would think we would put that in there. Would probably make sense. So we'll make it an array of manage minigame minigames. Then we'll go to each individual object, which now needs that implemented. I don't even think a chatbot could help me here unless I had one of those deeply integrated ones, and I'm not doing that, so we're doing it the old-fashioned way. Has minigame. And what do I want to do with said minigame? Well, we need to return the ones that we want. So in this case, what is this? Where am I even at? What is this? The bowl? Okay, the bowl is the big one. So for the bowl, it's going to have manage minigames dot. Oh wait. Oh, bowl. No, because this is wrong. You were wrong to think the minigame is going to be called bowl. That was incorrect. Let me make sure there's nowhere out there. Somewhere out there. That's looking for minigames.bowl. That's for itself. Why do you have your own minigame, Inoma? Why? Well, that's okay, because you don't. No, it's fine. No, it's just kidding. It's fine. No, actually, it's fine. That's actually fine. No, I'm just kidding. It's fine. That's good. No, it's okay. Where is the concern is right here, but isn't that what we just created? No. On event timer animation and we set the current minigame. Why? Okay, so you want to start it at this point? Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, that's not how we're gonna freaking do it, okay? A lot of ways we can do that. That is not one of those ways. Right? The way we're gonna actually do that is to be decided. So we're gonna comment this out, which is gonna break a lot of things. Oh my gosh, this turned out to be a major refactor. I'm in a lot of danger. So what I'd actually want to do is not a bowl, but we need to now have a thirst and a hunger, because that's what this is now. So on the bowl, we would say, yeah. Okay. It's very thoughtful of you. You know I'd be reading chat. Thirst and hunger. Okay. So, okay, so it has that. What are we doing then again? Well, back on selectable area object. I don't remember. Back object, connect object exited, hide button. Well, I don't think that's here. I think what you want that is back on the minigame script. So, down. When an object is exited, from that object we extrapolate the minigames that need to be exited. Now that's on a single minigame for some reason. So that's confusing. That makes me think you don't connect it here. That makes me think you need to connect it on managed minigames. So, give me this. Get that out of here. Not interested anymore. Sure, do it like that, I don't care. Get rid of this. Oh, 2-minute papers. And a fascinating video the other day on the new published paper from DeepSeek. I like DeepSeek. Talking about if I'm gonna like an AI, I'm gonna like DeepSeek. It's slow though. About training AI from zero, starting reference, and how in some situations that could be better. Whoa. DeepSeek has the least, like that personality y'all were talking about. DeepSeek has that the least. It's the most like, just like what I would expect like a robot to be like. Instead of just this like servile, sycophantic loser. Nobody has that worse than Copilot. Copilot is probably the most insufferable. Okay, anyway. Selectable area object. No, we want to go to manage minigame at this point. That does sound really interesting though. I'm gonna have to check that one out. I'll probably forget. I don't want to. It's currently a minigame. Change current minigame. What is all this? What the hell is all that? Oh, just a debug. Okay. That's fine. That can stay. Oh yeah, we're gonna connect this. So slap that in. Slap that ready in. Get rid of this. When an object is exited, we're not going to put that up there. We're going to put this down. Way down. In Hades Town. Now we don't just want to straight up go to end minigame instead, and we're not saying this, we're exiting a string in this case. Took a different track overall in its training to run more efficiently with less resources. Right. Oh yeah, I remember that. Maybe I kind of like that it's slower. You know, maybe it being slower means that the world's water supply is not draining as fast. Cheers. Okay, that's very interesting. I want to watch the crap out of that. So when Exits. Also, it's like, it's not my government spying on me, which is nice. Is the other thing I like about it. It checks a lot of boxes. Checks a lot of boxes. Sometimes it will just like start speaking Chinese at me though, which is interesting. And minigame. Well, we have to iterate a little bit. So we need to actually fetch the minigame array. So object minigames is going to be an array of manage minigames. Oh, it's right here. We're on there. I mean, that if that isn't proof that this is the right place, I don't know what is. So it's gonna need to actually extrapolate that, which means we need a way to do that. So if we just have a string, how do I turn a string into... How do I turn a string? I feel like I'm like resting on this message. How do we turn a string into a into an array of minigames? That's a good question. The helper function. But where does the helper function go? And how does a string get us to the helper function? If you can convert that string into an enum, that'll do it. That would be very, very valuable. I think that is a thing. Didn't I just admire that earlier in this code? But is that coming from object name or something else? It's coming from something else. Stat name. What kind of things do we do with object name here? No help, please. Mortis, no help. But that's also not even remotely what I'm talking about. But yeah, it is a useful thing. Object name is so how many? 13 times. Senior 13 times. It's okay. DeepSeek is open source? Wow. Well, that kind of makes sense, because I do see it, like, on OpenAI and stuff. China's so cool. Well, you know, as cool as a freaking world power can possibly be. Screen string, unhovered, hover effect began. So with the camera, we pass it in just fine with no issue. I think I just have to do something like this, but I just have to find a place to pass it in. That's what I have to do. Well, what if we set up? What if we store it on the manage minigames? What if manage minigames is tracking every object associated with in what minigames is associated with? You know? Yeah. I feel like I've gotten it down to a science. It's a whole thing. I still have to remind myself how to do it, but this is actually that very thing. Here we get a string and we ultimately turn it into an enum. So like this is going from string to enum, and going from enum to string is just as simple as saying the enum, whatever it might be, and then find key, and then you put the enum in there. So whatever your enum is, you put in there, and then that returns a string. It's confusing. But I think that makes sense. So now that we have on each object a abstract function that says has minigames, I'm gonna want that to inform manage minigames about it. So we could even say, when do we want that to happen? It's not like things get spawned in. So do you want to do that in like ready? You want to do that in ready? Is that a mistake? Is that a mistake? Is it gonna be ready and ready? I don't know. I'm not sure if it's gonna be ready and ready. But we're gonna find out. Nice, nice. Yeah, let's go. No problem. And then the find key thing. You'll use find key. Because it's basically a dictionary with like a little differences. Where the number is the value. And right? The number is the value and the string is the key. Yeah. String is the key and the number is the value. If you think of it like a dictionary. But not all dictionary methods work on it or work on it the same. So it is kind of weird. Oh, good night, it's not me, it's you for show. Good night, good night, good night. Good luck on everyone's projects. What a lovely thing to say. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? I don't know if it's going to be ready. I mean, it should be. It should be. I don't know. I'm not sure. We're going to find out. Ready minigame log. I don't know. But we're gonna find out. Good night. Good night. Enjoy your trip to Dreamtown, Flip. Thank you for hanging out as always. You have fun too. Sorry. Okay. And then this is going to... I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to find out. Manage minigames. Over on that, I want to keep a log. So we're going to say variable minigame object data. Object minigame data. Object mini. It does kind of feel like it should be like on like a object manager, but I don't like have an object manager. But in retrospect, I feel like I should. Feel like that would be a good thing. But it's kind of a gray area whether this I feel like this belongs here though. Object minigame data. That's gonna be a... Yeah, it's gonna be a dictionary. Dictionary of minigames. Well, it's gonna have a string. That's the object name. And it's gonna have minigames. Everyone's leaving. Oh no, I'm all alone. No, it's okay. Get your sleep. Get your sleep. I would be off now, but then I started refactoring, and it's Friday, which means I'm not streaming tomorrow, and I'm not streaming Sunday. And Monday's a member stream, and Tuesday's the showcase. So what it means, and so is Thursday, and Friday I'm gonna learn about how to do DLC. So that means I'm not gonna come back and work on this part for like a minute. So that makes me feel like I gotta get this done. I can't come back to it. I gotta get it done. Benj is still here. Thank you, Benj. Object minigame data. Okay. So this, hopefully I can crank it out though. So what do you want object minigame? I mean, it says a string with minigames. I don't know what to say. I mean, but you know what I like to do? You know what I like to do? I like to have a constant for object minigame data, a dictionary of strings that are minigames. And then it's like an example. So it would be like object name minigames, none. Right? Like that would be an example of what would go in here. But I don't really need to put that in, but it would be nice. And then you can use the... It would be nice. It would be really nice. It would be so nice. Like, yeah. So, like, normally I would want to have, like, an enum that represents the object names. And then I could pass that in more directly. I'm just gonna comment this out. I'm not thrilled about this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm not thrilled about it, though, but we're gonna do it anyway. Kai Guy's a peeper? I didn't know that. I had no idea you were a peeping Kai. Learn something new about people you thought you knew every day. Change grade minigame. So I think we need to make a set. This will make it not need to be like a enum. I think it's fine. Set, assign, or log object minigames. And this will ask for the object name as a string. And it will ask for the... Yeah, I don't need the enum. This will be fine. And it will ask for the minigames. So this is going to be minigames array, which would be an array of minigames, naturally. Then simply we just say object minigame data, get or add as the key object name and as the value minigames array. Wait, if that's gonna be an array, that's not a minigame. Well, that's okay. You're gonna have to just change it, that's all. It's no big deal. So actually, let's come up here. It's not minigames, it's actually an array of minigames. Sorry, it's just an array. Excuse me. Okay. So now that's set. That'll just log it immediately. So now it'll be in there. Again, I'm not sure it's gonna work with the timing, but that's okay. We'll find out. Manage minigames.ref. You got a problem? You got a problem? What the hell's your problem? You got a problem with me? You got a problem with what I'm typing? I don't got a problem with you. Well, now I do. What? You better autocomplete. Oh. Gonna parse global class management. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Accept expression variable initial. Well, yeah, I wasn't done yet. Here, what? Oh yeah, right. Yeah, we're not there yet. We are not there yet. We'll get back to that. Alright, bring my autocomplete back. You jerk. I said. Thank you. .ref.log object minigames. And so what this will pass in is has minigames the result of that. 2 view arguments for long minigame, but to do receive one. Oh yeah, object name. Object name has minigames. Alright, good, 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 good. Can't put type to raise in a dictionary type definite. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Welcome, but yes, no, that's very true. I always forget until I get to the point, and it's like, oops. So, hopefully someday. So now, I need to go to at least to each object. Again, I'm not sure that timing is gonna work out. We need to go to each object, and we need to set up a has minigames. They all need it. So I'm gonna search for every selectable area, and we gotta fill it out, unfortunately. It is what it is. Okay, we're putting it under has stat. Has minigames. In this case, how do we fill that out again? Oh yeah, we're just returning an array. In this case, it would be manage minigames dot couch. Really, it should be called petting, but you know what? We're just not gonna worry about it. Okay, next one. Phone. Now this one, nope, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Technically, it doesn't. No, it does. It does. It has a minigame. In a way, it doesn't. In a way, it does. We're not worried about that. It has minigames. Return. Manage minigames. Dot minigames. Dot. Phone. Is this phone in hand? Yeah. Okay. Tripod. Come down here. Oh. Add the function. It has minigames. Return. Manage minigames. Minigames. Tripod. Next. Litter box. Has. Why is this? Oh yeah, litter box is on a whole other level. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Litter box is a whole thing. And that makes sense that the public goes under it, because these are like the abstracts. I'm kind of okay with that, actually. Has. Generally, I like to have the public functions at the top. But since these are like all the abstracts, I don't know, I kind of like it here. Has minigames. It's sort of a pain to scroll all the way down otherwise. Return. Manage minigames. Minigames. We are on the litter box. Alright, and then I think the last one is going to be the computer station. Has minigames. Return an array of minigames. Computer station. Okay. So that is there. I'm sure other things are perfectly broken. Can we go back to like the minigame script? A lot of things are gonna be broken, but what I want to just do, if nothing is too broken, is I want to run it. Okay. Can I find member bowl? Oh yeah, that is gone. Yeah, that is gone now. That's fair. Totally fair. Yeah, this is like a completely different situation. I would recommend not having this exist. Because in theory, this is going to be minigame thirst. Minigame hunger. It's going to be split into 2 separate minigames. So you can create that. That's fine. Hell, here. Find the minigame bowl. rename that for me to minigame thirst. And then if you could go ahead and duplicate that. Hey! If you could go ahead and duplicate that, I'd really appreciate it. Duplicate, and we're gonna call this one hunger. Open up that. Rename that. And call this hunger. And then I'll probably, on the bowl itself, want to attach these, I guess, to each respective side, which feels a little weird. But, you know, it's likely that I will have, like, some kind of detection over... I actually have no idea how that's gonna work. I will have to think about that, but I'm not gonna think about it right now. Hope I don't forget. Okay, so what I want to check is if those got logged correctly. So we're gonna go look for that manager. I would like to speak with the manager, please. So we're gonna go to remote, and I'm going to try to find... Oh, I'm in the way. I'm gonna try to find... a lot of managers. Mini games. Okay. Now we look over here. And we check that. Okay, there's 6 entries. We love to see it. They each have a thing in them. Phone. Couch. Oh, good. Okay, looks like it worked. It looks like it worked. Yes. Yes. Excellent. Good. So those are getting logged correctly. Now I need to do something with that. So back to the minigame script over here. Right? Oh no, we moved it to manage minigames. My mistake. On object exited. Okay, so when we press the back button, it needs to inform the object's associated minigames that they have ended. So now that we have a way to check what minigames are associated with the object, this is going to be pretty easy. Can we call this exited object just so it's a little more obvious what it's supposed to mean? And then this, I mean, I wouldn't mind making a get function. I don't need it to be public, so, but who knows, maybe someday. Get minigames from object. This will take in an object name, string, and it's going to return a array of minigames. Now I gotta be careful because since we don't type this, we might have a type mismatch if I'm saying I want to return array minigames. So I might have to make sure I cast it real good. So that'll actually be pretty much what this is. We get the object minigames based on object minigames data. And we want to pipe in the object name. That's the thing I want to get. That's the value I want to get using that key. But we're gonna potentially return it right. Yeah, so you just return that. I mean, literally just return it. Return object, and that's not what that's type is gonna be. That's gonna be just a regular array. So we'll say, well, you could do it here. You could say here, do this, do that, and say as array minigames. Now return object minigames. Hopefully that works. Then we say variable object minigames I don't know, I like to do the helper functions. I find them really great. That way, you know, I'll always have a single place. If I ever need to fetch this again, which I very well may, I'll have a single place where that happens. I find that, you know, if I'm like, well, I don't need a helper function, a get helper function right now. Later when I do, now I have to go refactor this to be a part of that, or leave it, and now it's one get that just doesn't have it factored in, and it's just like, you know, I don't want to deal with that. So I just make it a rule of thumb that I always, is that it? Like, it's like thumbs up because you did a good job. Rule of thumbs up that I always do the get and the set if I'm doing like a fetch from a dictionary, basically. Okay, variable object minigames will be an array of minigames. Even if it seems redundant, I know it's worth it for me. And that is going to equal get minigames from object, and then we pass in the exited object. Now, for which minigames we end. For minigame, for minigame to exit, minigames in object minigames. Minigames is starting to lose its meaning. I've said that word so many times, it's just a string of letters. For minigame to exit, minigames and object minigames, end minigame, minigame to exit. Okay. Right, so where is that going to exist? Oh, right. So that's funny, because it's actually going to be on itself. Oh, it doesn't need to call it diddly squiddly. Ha! Minigame to exit dot end minigame, which we obviously need to... Okay, hold on a second. Wait a minute, this is wrong. Hold on a damn second. Wait, how do I find the minigame? I don't know. Wait, I don't know. Oh. Right. That's just an enum. Well, I'm afraid you're gonna need to send out a signal. Because there's a bunch of different minigames, it's multiple things. This is a signal job. That's what this is. Signal, minigame, exited. Now that's not already somewhere, is it? I feel like that's very familiar. Okay, I guess we undid that. Yeah, we made object exited. And that's what you connected. It's very what it's gonna be. Okay. Minigame exited is going to carry with it the enum, absolutely, undoubtedly, assuredly. Oh, you... Does it have to be after it? Nuh-uh. Wait, so... Oh yeah, duh, my bad. Minigame... Here we go. Okay. So what I actually need to say is minigame exited, emit minigame to exit. Then we come to the minigame base class and we connect that signal that was just created, because it already knows what its own minigame enum is. So we're good to go. Hence the abstract function, or per the abstract function. So in ready, we're going to... Oh yeah, this is something I started getting in the habit of, is just making like... I don't know why, it's just something I like doing, is prefixing, like instead of just having like a ready function that's just got a smattering of crap in it, I just break it out into functions, and then I like prefixing them with the word ready, so I know that that's what's happening with them. It's just what I like, and I just recently started doing that, so I'm gonna try to just keep up with that. I didn't do it in the last script, I just realized, but do it where I can when I can. Let's do connections first. Well, maybe we'll get just connecting it. Bunk ready connections. And then in here, we say manage minigames. .ref minigame exited. Connect on minigame exited. Come full circle back to that function, which I deleted earlier, and now I actually just wish I kind of left. Doesn't really matter. On minigame exited. That is gonna have a exited minigame typed to manage minigames. And from there, we say if, let's do a variable, my minigame, and that doesn't get assigned minigame type. What is that? Oh, minigame type. Great. Beautiful. Wonderful. If minigame type is set to exited minigame, then end the minigame. You want to know which one? Sure, go ahead. I don't care. Seems kind of pointless, but it's fine. It seems really unnecessary. Come on. Come on. We don't have to do that. Alright. That would be weird. It's right there. Well, I guess before I wasn't confirming that that's what it was, I guess. Or was I? I don't know. You know what? I don't care. Yeah, look, because here we were returning if it didn't match. So, which we could obviously do here as well. Some people like doing it that way. I don't really care. Well, then you do get this, and you don't have to do an else. That's stupid. I don't like it. Get out of here. Alright. Who knows? Maybe the timing needs it. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out the hard way. Okay. Can we not do that? Please? Can we just say manage minigames, find key. So this fleekuda would then be how you get the string, find key, my minigame, or minigame type, whatever the hell it is. That gives us a string. Okay. Much better. Where are we at? Oh no, don't do name. Oh, come on with the name. Here, make a variable for it. Make a variable for it. Minigame type string. Come on. Come on. It's convenient. Then all I have to do is just write minigame type string. I might as well enjoy this benefit. I'm gonna type it all over the dang place. Oops. But the name is it's a variety of things. So it's always been very confusing. This will make it less confusing. Okay. What's broken? What am I missing? I must be missing something. Too many arguments for end minigame. Expected 0, but received 1. Oh yeah, elsewhere. Okay. On cat teleported. Whoa. So this is after when the cat gets teleported to the couch for petting. When we exit that, what the hell? Why? Well, we're gonna be pressing the back button. That's so weird. It makes sense for starting the minigame. I'm not sure I understand. I bet, honestly, y'all, we can try it, but I have a feeling that it's this way because weird things happen if it's not. Is currently minigame. Get current minigame. What the hell is this? Get current minigame. But what if there's 2 minigames? What the hell is this? Current minigame? That's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of a problem. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Well, that's just setting it. Where do we really use it, though? For a print statement here. Here, I don't care about this. For right now. Oh, actually, this would be different. This would be tried exiting. Yeah, we got a few problems here. What to go back from, which is already a string now. Whoa. It looks like I was experimenting with how I want to indent things. Okay, anywhere else? Besides set. Oh, sorry, besides set. Oh, excludes that. Oh, okay, that didn't work. It really didn't work. Oh. Okay. It's not that kind of excludes. Cool. Alright, whatever, I'll just ignore it. Don't care about that, don't care about that, don't care about that, or that, or that. We get it in the petting mini. The petting mini game really... Oh. Ah. Hi there. Don't remove this even though it seems redundant. Unless you understand how to make it non-redundant. I like to think that this new system might be the thing that does that. I could be wrong. To do. Evaluate the correctness of this statement. I guess we just leave it, even though I think it seems pretty dumb. Oh yeah, too many arguments to end minigame. So we don't need that anymore, but yes, it's a bit concerning. I mean, I guess if you want to do anything, you would like emit, which is horrible. I don't want to do that. Well, I'm a little concerned. I don't really have the capacity to timestamp the to-do, so I know when I said that. Whoa. I'll tell you what, I'll add a little extra context. Let's say this. That is like totally something I get to be able to do because I'm recording everything. Oh god, who knows what that to-do is? 41 to-dos. Here we go. Oh, here. Another to-do. I'd be out here evaluating my to-dos. Evaluate the correct... This is in light of the signal, the self-checking, the new self-checking on minigame exited signal. Yeah. Slash object exited back button situation. Okay, I give myself a little extra context. Thank you. Okay, let me see what's wrong. Huh. Nothing is wrong? What? Okay. So the bowl is still weird, but we're in the middle of setting up the bowl. Everything else is fine. Timestamp as in the date you were like, maybe I should evaluate this, so that if it's been like 2 weeks since you put that in and you didn't need to, then you can remove the evaluate. If it's been 2 weeks, no thank you. I bet it makes sense. I can't understand it, why that's helpful. But I could see myself circling back to that and being like, that's why Fleekuda said that. Fleekuda said to timestamp this, but I'm stubborn and don't know why I should. Check Git if you have to. Okay. Everything is quite functional. It's great. The minigame is working correctly. They're exiting correctly. The refactor was a wild success. That is amazing. I don't know, I'm a little surprised. Okay, great, so that's good. Now I just gotta make sure the bowl is set up correct. Now what makes the bowl so weird? That when I hit go back, things aren't normal. This is going very well. Well, what sets the camera to start up? This is very, very effective. Oh, sorry, partner. I'm sorry, partner. You've been noted. I literally have noted. Like, you have been duly noted. Kind of try to be obsessive about writing the date when you make notes. More context can be nice just in case. True. Very true. I would say like if there was like a meter of being convinced, it's much closer. You know, like an RPG game where you get like a percentage of success. Like maybe the dice is like the D20 is like a mid roll. There's something I'm a little unsure. I mean, I could use the console log, but I'm not sure I've set up the console log. I don't know where the console log is at, because I've made a lot of changes to it. And it's not the same console log that I used to know anymore, which is probably for the best. Okay, so if I hover over the litter box, it says litter box is hovered, litter box is unhovered. If I click the litter box, a lot of things happen. Back button is set to handle litter box. Event state change. Yeah, this is probably going to be weird. I imagine this will be strange for the bull. Maybe. We'll see. Actually, maybe not. Event state changed on select area litter box not running. Hover array block state updated to none. Litter box is checking if it is the minigame to start. Litter box is the minigame to start. This used to do so much more checking. It's so much better now. Minigame changed to litter box. Giant backtrace. Litter box is unhovered. Yeah, this is way cleaner. This is so much cleaner than it was before. Back button hovered, back button pressed, back button tried exiting the litter box. Much better than the minigame. Oh my god, this is so much better. Event state changed on a selectable area litter box running. Hover array block state updated to all. That is to say, it's blocking everything while it's in transit, while the event is running. Litter box requesting a camera. Arriving false. That is to say, it's leaving the litter box. Default is going to move the camera to itself. That is to say, this position is where we're going of the camera. Camera tween begins. You switch to the default camera. Blah, blah, blah. It knows that it arrived. On unselect any, the litter box is officially unselected. State is changed to unselected. We've unselected the instance litter box. Litter box is the minigame to end, ending the minigame. Current minigame changed to none. Backtrace. And now the event is not running. I feel like this is what isn't happening on the bowl. I feel like the running not running is going weird. Because that's what takes us away. I feel like running isn't procking, because that event situation, the event state, what that says is it's so clean now. It was a mess before. What that event state is saying is the event is the camera moving towards the couch. During that event, other things are happening too, like making sure the hovering over something else is blocked, so I can't click on one thing and then immediately click on another thing. So the event state is just saying, hey, what is the event? The event is that we're moving towards the thing, and all of the things that should be happening during that event are happening. And then whenever it arrives, the event has ended, and all of those other things reset. So event begins, and then once it arrives, event ends. We click this, event begins, event ends. That's what that's about. So now I'm going to study what's happening with the bowl and what makes it different. So we click on the bowl. That was a lot of prints. That's because I was debugging the curve stuff for the camera we were talking about earlier. So that's why that's a chaos of print. Just some leftover debug there. Back button is set to handle bowl. Excellent. We love to see it. It's a lot of data there. Event state changed on selectable area bowl not running. Was it set to running in the first place? Must have been. Yes. Okay, there we go. Bowl set to running. Hover block. Request the camera. All that stuff is part of the event state. Okay, yep. Good. back button is set to bool. Nice. Event state changed to not running because it arrived. Then it will, because of that, update the hover array. That is to say, we can now hover over things. Actually, yeah. And then on hover object, bool is unhovered. So that's unhovered. Artifact ended on bool. Looks pretty good to me. Camera between is ended. Camera between is ended. Okay. So we're hovering the back button. I'm gonna press it. Nothing. Okay, so all that happened was back button pressed, but more than that is supposed to happen. What's supposed to happen is stuff like tried exiting couch. We don't even have that happening. So wherever we have tried exiting, we need to look for that. That is, I think, the key right now. It's not even trying to exit. Okay. So, tried exiting. That's on the back button. Handle exit of current object. And that gets called from what? Oops. That gets called from manage resets. On pressed back. Yeah, so that actually comes from here. When the button is pressed, it runs on press back. The button is pressed, it goes to there. If it's not set to none, so it must be set to none. Would be the safe assumption. Let's see. Else, let's give it a red highlight. Back button pressed, but there's nothing to exit from, LOL. Okay, so let's see if we get that message. When I press it. Vibe coding? Vibe coding? Hey, what's up? I'm gonna need more of a sentence than that. Okay. So we click on this. Hit go back. Yup. There's nothing to exit from. That is very interesting. Hover rate block state says no. Okay. Unhovered. So it's never getting set. The bowl? What? Yeah, that's missing, I guess, from all of these. Huh. Whereas in the others, if we click on the couch, for example, somewhere something is getting set that is not happening on the bowl. Let me hit back. Back when press try exiting couch. Do we print that at all? I guess I don't print anything about that. Well, let's get some information about that. Oh, mini games. Oh, wait, this is old news. I don't need this check anymore. This is an old check. We don't need none of that no more. Gotcha. Okay. We just need to make sure it's not that. No problem. So as long as if what to go back from. We're going to say if there's something to go back from. Go ahead, do it. That's just an old appendix leftover from the previous setup. Blah! Okay, wait, things happened. More happened. We're getting further. Back button pressed. Back button tried exiting bowl. That's a step in the right direction. So it actually started running the event state. It's blocking everything. We can't click on anything. It's requesting a camera. We actually are exiting. So arriving is incorrect. Event state changed, not running. Hover rate blocks 8 and 9. Well, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. So I think I need to look into what's going on there. Click on the couch and go back on this one. Try to exiting couch. We have arriving false. So that's a huge difference. Running all and then false. Whereas if I come to the bowl and we hit back, it's doing running all true. Incorrect. Because it's already arrived. So it doesn't make any sense. Okay. Where does that print live? I'm not exactly sure. 17. Damn. We say that word a lot. Okay, on the selectable area object. Nice. It's a good place to be looking for this. And that's in a couple places? Oh no, it's right there. Wait, right? Or where was that other place? It was here too. Oh, it's the same thing. Oh yeah, okay, I see. I always get confused when I see them right next to each other and they're the same, but it's matching with the other word. Okay, so it's going to switch the camera for the instance. Arriving should be false here. So what runs this? Switch camera for instance. That runs probably from the instance. Makes sense. On the bowl. What do we got here? What's your deal? On event animation timer begin. Oh, it's commented out. Why? Oh, it's more minigame stuff. It's some more holdovers from the minigame. The old minigame setup. I mean, this is obviously working. So we set the current minigame when the animation timer ends. So this is saying when we arrive, the camera gets to the thing, we set the current minigame. And what it's setting it to is just this, which is a little silly, I would think. Tell me more about set current minigame. So manage minigames, change current minigame. All it does is update the current minigame. Yeah, this is definitely something that needs to be dealt with. This is a problem. Because this is only assuming that one mini can be set at a time. But now there can be multiple mini games. Potentially. And like, so what? Like, so what? Where do we use get I feel like I've already been going around this block. It was with petting. It seems like it's just with petting that this is where it matters. Everywhere else, it literally doesn't matter. Yeah, petting. Petting's the only place that this is used. Okay. There's this. Which also seems not good. For the event timer, if the thing is selected and its name is what? If its object name is not set to the current minigame? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Thank you for the hydrate, Fanny. Hello. Cheers. Friends, how are we? Friends, how are we? I'm doing well. I'm like at the tail end of a refactor that I had to do to get something to work that I didn't know wasn't gonna work unless I did this refactor, and now I'm about to do the refactor. I'm trying to find like how to get this final points, this refactored so I can make it work. And it's a little just like, why did I build it this way in the first place? Well, I did, and I have to deal with it. Yeah, you do not have a tail emote! It's just silly. I love it. What the hell is this supposed to mean? Yeah, of course the object name isn't set to the current min. I don't even understand what that means. Does this return a string? It returns a variant? What the hell is this? What is this nonsense? I don't understand. I don't understand this weird-ass code. That's how it begins the timer? Yeah, the refactories. Alright, I know this is gonna break everything, but I just want to see how it breaks things. I want to just behold the breaking. Godot, tell us what you want! So it's obviously gonna be broken. Yeah, so nothing happens. The camera doesn't move as it should. Okay, well then my real question, I guess, is does the else ever run? And give me a print for, yup, it does. Please. I assume. And you know what? When it does, give me a little bit of detail here. Yup, it does. On or when object name matches this? What's that gonna be? Yep, it does. Okay, so we'll be able to click on it, but when we go to exit, yep, it does. When couch matches couch. We click on the bowl, we go here, nothing. Because it's hitting this false. That's why it arrives. Oh my god. It's fine. It's the last bit of mess, but it is a mess. So tell me what those are then. Yup, it does, but not when that matches that. I don't care. Just make it be something I can filter and check out. Okay, so you click on the bowl. Yep, it does, but not when bowl matches none. Go back. Yep, it does, but not when bowl matches none. So why did it get set to none? I mean, first of all, the bowl has 2 mini games in it. So yeah, but is it trying to set it to the 2 mini games? How does it even know whether well, no, because you commented out, Lise. Remember? That was the whole thing that we just discovered. The selectable area of a bowl has that's why it's none. Because this never sets that it's the bowl. Because it's not. It's thirst and hunger. So I mean, it's this not necessary. This isn't necessary. We can check this another way. We can just make sure that how can we check this? So what the hell are we trying to check right now? What are we trying to check? What is the point of this check? I don't understand. Tell me more about this function. What the hell are we doing here? On event state running. So when the event state begins, we block all the hovering, as discussed. We start the event timer, which will be the length of that animation length. And then this is a mess. This, I was totally compensating for some crap I couldn't wrap my head around. That's exactly what this was. Period. Bottom line. Oh, look at that. Currently camera default. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. What the hell is this supposed to mean? If the object is not the current minigame, then then we know we're beginning. The problem is not the problem. The problem is the cats are plotting to overthrow us. If the object is not the same as the minigame, then we're at the beginning of the animation because it hasn't been set yet, because it only gets set when it arrives. It's ridiculous. And then so if it isn't matching, then we know, oh, it's so silly. Then we know. I remember the desperation that I coded this in, and I just didn't, I wonder if at the time I said future Lee's problem. I really do. But I remember furiously just coming up with, basically I was just looking for synchronicity. Okay, when is a moment when I can start the timer? When is a moment I can end the timer? Well, this happens at the same time, so we'll just say if that's true, then we know it must be the right time. Just move on, you know? Mess. I find it funny when I look back at something I wrote and current me says, what did I write? Wait, I really didn't understand why I was writing this. Damn, that's me, what the hell? Exactly. I mean, I know why I did it because I needed that event state system because I was trying to do like something 3 tasks removed. And I was like, please just let me get this out of the way so I can do the other 3 tasks I gotta do. Dang. But we're cleaning it up. We're cleaning it up. Okay. So what this wants to do is figure out, when do we need to begin the timer true or begin the timer false? That's what this is designed to do. Do we begin the timer true or begin the timer false? What does false and true mean in this context? Arriving. Okay, yeah. So are we beginning the timer because the camera is arriving at an object, or are we beginning the timer because the camera is exiting an object? So how else, now that we have this new wonderful system, how else can we determine if we're arriving at an object? We can determine if we're arriving at an object if, I don't know. If yeah, honk? Yeah. Can I just observe the others? Can I just observe the others and think about it? Can I just put my brain on it? Put my eyes on it? It's a little confusing. I see why I came up with what I came up with, because it's very confusing. Here, get rid of all this. Get rid of all this. Show me the truth. Show me the reality of the situation. Couch is selected. I mean, if it's selected, I don't know, but that happens after. But I think the thing is, it happens after the fact. So if I hit go back, Windows unselected is one of the last things that happens. So that's not the moment. But the mini game getting set was one of the most. Well, what about when the object gets set? I mean, the back button, right? It's the back button. It's the back button, and it's the object being set. So over here on the back button, it is not still called mini game. I renamed that. I guess I didn't. Back mini. No. We are not using mini games as a thing to check anymore. It's absurd. Object. Okay. UI back object, UI back object. So what's gonna happen is this is gonna change. It's gonna be empty or not. Basically, it's gonna be empty or not. Either it's gonna be this or it's not gonna be this. Which makes an abundance of sense, honestly. That's a very reasonable thing to check. Has the back button been set? Would I love for it to make a little bit more sense? Sure. Can I just make it work? Future Lees can deal with that. It'll be fine. It's way less messy. It's weird, but it's not a freaking mess like this. It's weird, but vaguely logical. So if the object name is not set to... We don't even have to do that. You don't have to do any of that. We could just say, well... I don't think it matters. How does it know that it's the right thing? When does it even... How does it even know to run this? Pray tell. Change event state. Running. Well, it only runs one time. Obviously it knows. No, I don't think it, I think it is obvious. It is obvious. I wouldn't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let me just try this. If UI, back button object, but why didn't I do that sooner? See, I'm a little concerned. I don't think it's gonna work, but it's gonna be interesting. And can we please do a get for this then? Func get what needs going back. I really am not sure this is gonna work, but if I really think about it, it kind of makes sense. So this will return a string, and all we're gonna do is I mean, we could do the evaluator thing, but I still like this idea. Variable what to return, what to get, string equals, what to get back from, return what to get. Okay, now I'll come. Yeah, I don't believe you, that's bullcrap. We're gonna come over here to selectable arable object. Oh, and I got lost. UI back button object dot ref dot get what needs going back. Variable what needs going back string equals this. If what needs going back, then if that's set, then we're exiting. Okay? I have a feeling that this is a mistake, but I'm gonna do it anyway, because I want to see what happens. If what needs going back, we're exiting. Otherwise, we're entering. I don't think this is gonna work. I want to be clear about that. Okay, that looks good. That looks great. It works fine. It totally worked. It literally completely worked. I don't know why I thought it wouldn't work. It works great. It works perfectly. Perfection. We are clicking on the bowl. We are exiting the bowl. We got 2 stats showing up. We got 2 stats exiting. We can click on any of these damn things and everything is fine. Hell yeah. Let's freaking go. Oh. All right. Good. Good. Okay. What? Let's go. Excuse me. I love when a plan works. Oh my gosh. How you doing, Streetwinkle? Welcome. Oh my freaking gosh. It's kind of funny because I could have checked the previous implementation. I could have just said check if the minigame is set to none. I never needed to actually do the comparison. Like, I must have been in a stupor when I made that. I remember the stream very well. I remember it's one of the streams that has a cell phone on the front of it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because if there's no back button set, then we know that we must be arriving because there's nothing to come back from. If there's something to come back from, then we know we're coming back. It's very logical. Well, honestly, I don't know that I think that's it. I mean, look, yeah, sure, I was like, okay, I would love to make the door clickable. I'd love to make the cat clickable. But there was just a lot of infrastructure that needed to be set up. Now, I will say, there's still a bit of cleanup because I don't think this is useless currently. It is currently useless, except for the petting minigame, which I bet it's also useless. I just have a feeling that it's not actually necessary. Catfish teleporting current minigame is if not, is currently minigame, start minigame. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the whole currently minigame thing. Click back twice quickly and it breaks. Ooh. Let's see. No, I think that was fixed. I feel like that was addressed another time. That definitely is something that used to happen. And so I just came up with some other solution. Let's just click all over the place. So there's another guard that prevents that from even being possible anyway. But like if there wasn't, yeah, that would have been bad. Click, 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 clicker game. Click everywhere, click everywhere. Basically, there's this block all that happens where nothing can be clicked on while in transit. When that transit is occurring, clicking is just not a thing. There's no clicking that can occur. Clicking is dead until the transit ends. It's kind of fun to just see the system work, though. Love it. Let's go. You miss good stuff? You heard some exasperation or joy? Yes, both. Literally both. Yeah, literally both. I mean, at this point, everything works exactly as it should. And now there's just some, like, cruft that I have to ask myself whether it's worth keeping. And if I feel like dealing with that right now. I kind of don't feel like dealing with it, but also I don't know that there's a better time for me to deal with it. Maybe there will be. I guess I just don't know. I'll put it to Twitch. I'm not going to put it to YouTube because there's already a poll on YouTube. So we're going to put it to Twitch. This is your responsibility. It's up to you, Twitch. I probably will just do whatever I want, but you never know. Actually, I don't know. How do you do this? How the hell do you do this, Twitch? Twitch, why do you make this hard? Poll. What do you want me to type? Open a setup menu? Oh, neat. Oh, okay. Should I clean up or stop because yay? No, clean up. Yes, embrace yay. Allow additional votes. Channel points per vote, 500. Okay, I'm gonna start thinking about cleaning it up. So, beeping. Try finish teleporting. Current minigame is start minigame. It's not even saying what minigame it's starting. What is this? Oh, on petting. Oh, that's how petting even knows. Embrace yay? Okay. That's how petting even knows to start in the first place. Embrace yay. That's 2 for embrace yay. That's 3 for embrace yay. That's 4 for embrace the yay. That is quite a number. That's a high number. I did set it to 10 minutes, which in retrospect was a bit long. We have a cleanup. It cheated? Is it cheating? I said allow additional votes. It's not cheating. Oh, wait, no cleanup. Hold on a sec. Whoa, the tide is turning. Wait a freaking minute here. Hold on. Let me put this up there. Wow. This is rapidly... That went from embrace the yay to no cleanup fast. Chet thinks coding is just YOLO, not thinking about future leads. Who has to maintain the code? Exactly. Doug is in the rare mood to cook for your future self this coming week. I love that. Getting rid of a bag of potatoes. Nice. Kaka, you're gonna be so glad that you did that. You're gonna be so glad you did that. Okay, so clearly we gotta leave this up because who knows where it's gonna go. Who knows where it's gonna go. Okay, you've given me food for thought. Potato food for thought. Kaka, that's awesome. I love that for you. Stu makes a very good point. Oh, crispy smashed taters. Oh, that sounds so good. No cleanup, another vote! Okay. Okay. Alright. Let's clean up. Unless the tide significantly turns. So, look, starting this minigame is very important. If not, manage minigames is currently minigame. It's such a weird thing to say. Minigame type. If the current minigame isn't me, start the minigame? I just don't understand this. What if I just... What if I just don't do that? What if I just do this? Is that bad? Why is that bad? The cleanup involves... Good question. So what I've basically done is I've decoupled checking which minigame we're in from whether certain logic runs. And it's left behind some other things, other checks that were relying on which minigame is currently running. And I'm basically certain that it's completely unnecessary and ill-advised to be basing things on whether a minigame is active or not. Because and maybe that made some sense at one time until, surprise, I have an object, the bowl, that has 2 mini games in it. So it kind of maybe, even though it was convoluted, to some extent made sense if there was truly only going to be 1 mini game active at a time. But things have changed. Now there could be 2 mini games active at a time. So therefore it made it ridiculous to try to use that as a test, and it revealed how ridiculous it was in the first place. So basically going through and finding where I'm relying on understanding which minigame is the active one, to not. And I could be wrong. It could be that actually somehow in a weird freaky way, embrace yay, we got an embrace yay vote. Maybe in some weird way, it's like, it is the right thing for now. Alright, so I just, basically what I just did was, hey Danny, welcome. With an I voted stamp, ding! Thank you for the vote, Danny. What I just did was so the cat, when I click on the couch, the cat is going to teleport to the couch. My ear's not hurting because of the headphones. Your ears are hurting because of the headphones. It's my ears. And so when I click on this, the cat's going to teleport to the couch, and before, it was checking to make sure that the minigame was set before it started the minigame. I know it doesn't make any sense. So I'm just gonna say, how about when the cat teleports, what if the minigame just starts? How bad is that? Why is that bad? Let me find out. So here I go. How bad is it? Looks fine to me. Let's pet the cat. Pet. Cat looks great. Loneliness goes down, loneliness goes up, we go back. Don't look like it was necessary to me. Am I missing something? I don't think so. I think that was great. I can click on all kinds of things. We can make ourselves dizzy, flying all around this room. I need to fix that bowl camera animation, obviously. But it looks really good to me. It looks great. Everything was fine. No zero problem. So that was eliminated. That was a cleanup. I think this might be unnecessary. I know, don't remove it. I know, but I think that I might understand. Start minigame instance. What if I just do that? Like, what happens? What happens if I just do that? Probably bad things. Prove it. Okay, so far the minigame seems to be functioning perfectly. Go back. Ooh, I think that I implemented a system that just didn't need all of the really wacky things I had set up before. That's what I think. Okay, see ya. Sorry I don't get to commit that fun message about Fleekuda, but unfortunately I don't think I need none of that crap no more. That's what I think. Right, this is an abstract function, so it actually has some very serious requirements. Oh dear. Wait, what? The hell is this? Wait. Back. Function here to match the parent. Parent's signature is start minigames void. Start minigame is minigame. Okay, well, okay. Let's talk about the other ones. Do they use it? Would be my next question. I see. I don't think we need to set the current minigame. Like, that's what I think. That's what I think. I think this is not needed. That's my opinion. Sure, maybe someday this might be necessary, but the current implementation as it is, I don't think it's needed. Now you do have the end minigame instance. Yeah, but that's different. Just burn it down. Burn it down. See what happens. If you regret it, well, Lise, what? Bring it back. Why? Because you need to make a commit. Why? Because you're going across multiple scripts. Right. And it's going to be really annoying to try to undo that. True. So I would recommend putting it the hell back. Okay, committing the fun Fleekuda message for like 10 seconds. Okay. Commit it. Then you can try without it. Because if I was just changing one thing on one script, whatever. But if I'm going across multiple scripts, I am just going to be so upset if it turns out it doesn't work, because now I have to do a lot to backtrack. So, yeah, we're going to commit this as such. Minigame coupling with going back is pretty much done almost. Okay, that's that commit. Turned his entire project by removing one line of code. I must be wiser. Okay, now torch the project. I mean, it does seem, but then it's not even back. I don't know. It does seem concerning. I'll tell you what. Why don't you just pass it? Okay, and we'll get rid of this. I'd much rather have an empty, unused thing here than totally get rid of that just yet. Because I have lots of abstract functions that are just empty, and I come back to them later. Do I do software engineering or just game development? Although I am also learning web development for various tools and things, because I also enjoy web development. But you know, it's not like a professional thing that I do. I just do it because I like doing it. Same with game dev. But no software development. No software development. Although I do want to make, I do feel like I come up with things sometimes and I'm like, ooh, this could be a little app for myself to help me do things. But I do not. I do not do such a thing. I come here and I develop games. Because, you know, I enjoy it so much. I enjoy it so much. I love getting to have a game at the end of it. I love the process of testing a game. Oh, wait, this is some stuff. See, you got some stuff happening here. See, this is why I think you should leave it. Because there are some things that occur. We just don't need to do this crap. That's all. So I think it's a useful function. It's just clearly the vast majority of its use cases are not really worthwhile. What about you? Are you a software dev? Or are you interested in game dev? Or what's your story? What is this? Is this on petting? Looks like it'd be on petting. Oh, it's just on base minigame? Start minigame. It's checking if it is a minigame to start. It is a minigame to start. Start minigame instance. That's really weird. And it would just set itself? It like doesn't make any sense. It generally doesn't make any sense. It's just the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. So it's so let me get this straight. The minigame knows it's the one to start, and it starts it, and then it sets itself as the one to start? It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, let's see if I've messed anything up. Looks good. Let's pet the cat. I do need to fix that petting minigame, but it's just like I've watched a couple people play the petting minigame, and it clearly wasn't intuitive. But that's okay. I'm not worried about that. I mean, I think it's okay. I think it's fine. Let's go. Any more get current minigame crap? I don't even want that. I don't even get it out of here. I don't care. I don't need it. Maybe, probably not. What about set current minigame? Is that even being used anymore? Oh yeah. Well, wait. Really? Well, yes. I mean, I could see this potentially being useful. I could see this potentially being useful. I don't really know what it would be useful for. Why does a minigame need to know that it's the current minigame? I don't know. If we know what the active object is, isn't that enough? Because the object... Well, we don't know what the active object is. That's the thing. Not something we don't know. Do we? Well, it's whatever the... I mean, honestly, the current object is whatever the back button says is the current object. Which, if you think about it, is a little weird. And I feel like we need to manage objects. That's what that makes me think. You know, I think that's where it gets weird. That we're looking at... Well, then make it. Yeah? Yeah. Make it. Are you sure? Yes. But what if every object doesn't have a minigame? You see? You see? But again, if we're not using it, that's the thing. You can set the minigame all day. But if we're not doing anything with it, what's the point? Add it in later. Look, I'm not saying don't add in setting what the current minigame is. I'm setting that right now it serves zero purpose. Right? So if you want to add it back in, I can do that like no problem. Easy peasy. I can make functions. I got the ability to make functions. So if you gotta do it, do it. But if it doesn't need to be there, yeah, forget this. I know it's weird that some of these... Yeah, it's weird! It's better this way. No, it's not. No, it's not. Wrong. Incorrect. And in fact, this becomes optional. Setting up selectable objects has never been easier. And this was the thing, when I was setting up a clickable object, I had to make sure an entire minigame ecosystem went with it. But now I can just click on something. It doesn't have to have the pretense of a minigame. Sometimes you just want to click on things. What if I want the player to win trophies and they want to go look at their damn trophy and just be like, nice, that's my trophy. What if it's not a damn minigame where they polish the trophy? It can't exist? No, it can. So I don't even know if I need this step 3. Create and set up a script on a Node 3D that extends. I mean, yeah, I should do that. That's an optional. That's freaking optional. That's what that is. Okay, keep looking for more current minigame cruft. Get it out of here. It's happened to you in the past? Forgot what it was, but it was a single line that completely broke everything when it was removed, and it was unknown why. Yeah, that was, and you know what? Can I tell you, it is like one of the most delightful things. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. It's one of the most delightful things, raid, to just like stumble on. It's going great, triple jump, because okay, so I don't know if you ever had this before. Maybe not. You're a very smart person, so I don't know. But I had some code lying around with little caveats, okay, that said things like, hey, I know it doesn't make any sense that this is here, but you should really leave it, because if you take it away, everything breaks. Right? I know, it's weird. I know this is weird, but it's just better. Right? And now I've just like refactored stuff, and I'm removing all of those things. All of those little notes of, oh, don't touch this. I don't know why it needs to be here, but don't touch it. Now I can remove them. It's like, let's go. Great. Very, very satisfying. So in that sense, things are going very well. How are things going with you? How was your stream, Triple Jump? Welcome, Raiders. I'm working on a virtual pet game, and it's just kind of for fun. You know, I'm trying to learn and grow as a game dev, and I'm trying to make my systems better. I just finished a game jam this past month that was not that game, and so I'm returning back to that code after a while, and it is very interesting. It is very interesting to circle back and realize the things that I'm realizing, because I guess I've just learned a lot in that time frame, and it's just really nice. It's really nice to see. Check out Triple Jump's game there on YouTube. I gave you Triple Jump's YouTube channel. Triple Jump is making a game called Atomcraft. It is a cellular automata with chemistry stuff. And you can be a cool character, and you can explore, and you can find things, and it's probably, like, actually a very seriously extremely cool game. A lot of depth to it. And if you like cellular automatas, if you like sandbox type games, if you like chemistry, if you like science, okay, you're probably gonna check this game out. Hope you had a great stream at Atomcraft. I almost called you Atomcraft. You are the game. We become our games. Isn't it amazing? Okay. So I'm gonna finish cleaning this up because I think I know what to do. Just added a blueprint tool that lets you copy and stamp your own prefabs. It's like, how does your game keep getting bigger? How did you manage scope? You don't have to answer this at all. You go, get some sleep, get some snacks. All right, the raid and run, I respect it. With that said, your ability to manage scope is incredible. Like you must be building your game with such like a great foundational system that you can just implement something like that and it's okay. I gotta study your code or something. I got to. There's a lot to learn from Triple Jump, let me tell you. And this is like your first like Steam game, right? It's kind of amazing. You just like came out the gate. What's your background? What makes you Triple Jump? You, again, don't answer any of these questions. Like, you get out of here, you go live your life, you take care, okay? You take good care. Unless... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I need to go back and like, well, I guess Twitch only saves some things. Oh, you got a whole other project over here. This is like an older one. This is like one that you maybe moved on from. So you've been making systems-based things. I mean, I see the tightness. I see the tightness there. I know, I should have been following you. But by the time I found you, I was like you were already like looking at making a demo. That was in Unity. It was almost done, but then Unity did that rug pull. Oh, Unity, look what you lost. You lost out on Triple Jump. You screwed up. You screwed up, Unity. Triple Jump out here making waves with Atomcraft. You're gonna rebuild godot someday. Wow. You screwed up, Unity. You screwed up. So I mean, that was like, you know, almost 3 years ago at this point. So, you've been working. Neat. Yeah, the rug pull sucked. That was bad news. All right, I'm gonna finish cleaning this up. They're in C# anyway, so... Oh, you use C# in Godot. That's why you're so good. I see. It's all coming together. Yeah, so I will need to set this... No, we're not. Yes, we are. No, we're not. No, we're not gonna set minigames. If you want to set minigames, okay? You do it when it becomes necessary. For right now, I deem it unfreaking necessary. Start minigame instance. We're just gonna cut that out. I'm just cleaning up this mess. I have so much to learn with building systems. Sometimes I think I want to make like a really clearly systems-based game. I think that would be, it might be helpful, because I often am just like, oh, it's just like a game, it's an expression, it's like you're jumping around and you're collecting coins. It doesn't need systems. Actually, but maybe something where it's like, no, this is a systems-based game. It needs systems. It could be very valuable. Okay, now that is currently a minigame, I don't care. We return if it's not. See, this is the kind of crap I'm talking about. What the hell is this? Get out of here. Now, I might regret removing that, but I committed before I did any of this, so it's okay. I might, I don't know, but if look, if anything that I've learned in the past several minutes is accurate, then I shouldn't be needing that at all. So we're about to find out. Set to none, who cares? Process, oh, look at this. Look, you know you're making mistakes when you're setting process weights. Come on, get out of here. All right. See if I've broken it. I broke it a little bit. Oh yeah, well, yes. Okay, currently minigame. Get out of here. Yeah, I'm scared. Of course I'm scared. Or no. No. No or. Okay. Just that. Just that. Systems facilitate this. Systems facilitate fun. So designing systems for facilitating fun is game designing. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Heard. Facilitating fun. That is what we're trying to do, isn't it? If it's currently a litter box minigame, physics process, whoa. Ooh. So that does actually seem like a really good use case for checking the minigame. I'm gonna be honest with you. But then again, there should be another way to check if it's currently the minigame. Right? Like, we could just set a flag in here or something. That definitely does raise some questions. This might have needed it. Not much needed it, but this might have needed it. I mean, this is kind of going back to some Janktown, but at least it's a lot less Janktown. If I say UI back button object, now look, okay, this is not okay. And I want you to know that. I want you to know that I know that this is not okay. Alright? I want you to know that. Object to go back from, but I want you to consider this. I had about 40 freaking lines of code that were unnecessary. And that were like this placeholder crap that was getting the job done, band-aid, duct tape together crap. I had that. Like 40 freaking lines or something. Maybe more. I could be exaggerating, I don't know. Some amount. And if I'm just gonna put like one, okay, thank you for the follow, Daniel. If I'm gonna put one friggin' goofball line in here, I'm okay with that. And I'll come back to it, and I'll make it make more sense. Just like I did with this. I can trust myself to fix it. So I can get out of here and freaking go to bed. Object to go back from. It's silly. It's silly. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna work. So if object to go back from is set to litter box. I know, okay? It's magical. I just don't care right now. I don't really care. I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's the right thing to do. And then, look, okay? we're gonna say to do. Replace this var and if check with something more like gooder. Doesn't make sense to check the back button when it should be data held elsewhere. What I think I would probably do is on manage minigames. I think what I might do is in object minigame data, I might add a new like value or something that says, is this currently an active minigame or something? I don't know, maybe not. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Hopefully that works. It might not, but we're gonna find out. Okay, what else is left? Last thing left is currently mining. Again, the litter box. But we have an and. Okay, alright. Well, I mean, if we're already checking things in the physics process and being a mess, we're starting to balloon the lines. This script is, the litter box script is nuts. I don't know, we'll have to see. Is active. We don't have anything like more useful. Are you sure there isn't something? Are you sure there isn't something? You're absolutely sure there's not something better. I know there's something better. I just don't have the capacity. I gotta move on. Is active, Boolean, false. I'm sorry. I'm doing what I have to do for right now. I'm doing what I have to do. There's some stuff happening in here. There's some stuff happening in here. We'll need to deal with is active, Boolean, and stuff too. Okay. I'm sorry that you had to come in and see this, but also I'm not sorry at the same time. So we'll say is active equals true if object to go back from set to litter box else false. And then if is active, it does that. Then in this other place, this other horrid place where this behavior exists, currently minigame, we will do the same thing. And is active. Okay, it could be a lot worse. And the is active thing, you could kind of keep it. You just have to refactor what sets it, you know, and everything will be fine. Okay, let's see what's wrong. It might be real bad. It might be real bad. Or it might be fine. We're not gonna start with a litter box because I don't have the patience. I don't wanna, I wanna win before I find the L. Okay, we can still pet the cat. Loneliness goes down. Very good. We can go back. So litter box like. The litter box is fine. Okay? The litter box is fine. We can switch between things. There's no problem. We can click on this. I've got Rogue embedded inside of Tamagotchi. Let's freaking go. We can go to the bowl. Oh yeah. Yeah, isn't that handy? I'll show it to you in a second. I'm just gonna check it all. Yeah, it's good. It's good. So that's, look, okay, I have traded a cabal of bad code for like one little crime, okay? It's just one little misdemeanor. It's not that bad. And I put it to do, so I'll fix it. Okay? I'll fix it. All right, so what was that if-else thing? So that if-else thing is pretty handy. So what it lets me do, the way I think about it is, the left side of it is what you're setting it to if it resolves to true. The right side of it is what you're setting it to if it resolves to false. And then in the middle is the if statement. So if this is true, then set the thing to true. So, you know, it could be something else too, obviously. So, yeah, where's another place I use it? I use it in the... Do I still have managed debug in here, or did I get rid of it? Yeah, it's still in here. I think it's on the debug window, though. Program window, debug tile window. It might be like a clearer example. Just in here somewhere. Here. Okay. So, here... I mean, it's a little confusing to look at, but I'm saying that if raw value is something, so if this isn't falsy, then display value becomes the raw value dot name, whatever that is in this case. It's a variant. If raw value if raw value is truthy, it becomes the name. If raw value is falsy, it becomes null. So left side is if the if statement resolves to true. Right side is if the if statement resolves to false. And then if on the left and else on the right. And then you just set it to equal that. That's it. I don't know. That's just the way I understand it. But it's pretty handy. How it gets compiled down? I don't even know. It's kind of like a more natural language way of setting a bool. Yeah. Right. This, if that, otherwise this. Yeah. Which I think GDScript is really good at that. So it kind of makes sense. Well, y'all. I have cleaned up. I have cleaned up the mess. The mess has done been cleaned. We can click on the bowl. That was my task today. Get that bowl clicked on. Is the camera a little wacky when we whip away? Yeah. But now we can, in theory, track both hunger and thirst simultaneously, which is really nice. Yeah, it's like a ternary. Yeah, it's a ternary. We can click on everything else. It's all way more efficient. Everything is so much better than it was. I'm very proud of myself. 8.5 hours. Well, that's okay. It's Friday night. Let's look for someone on YouTube to raid. And we'll do the same thing on Twitch. If you're on YouTube and you haven't hyper smashed that like button, hyper smash that like button. If you're on Twitch and you meant to follow and you forgot, I'm just reminding you, but like no pressure. We're going to do a raid, obviously. So let's see who's around on YouTube. Hopefully we can find someone on both platforms to raid. RJ! Let's go! Y'all are gonna be in good hands with RJ. Let's freaking go. How long has RJ been streaming? 26 minutes ago! Perfection. RJ is working on a strategy game. So, how do you say? Age of Empires? That kind of thing. And it's 2D isometric. Now, I will be honest, that looks very three-dimensional to me. I don't know. I think maybe RJ's using 3D to get the sprites and then putting those sprites in a 2D isometric environment. I think that's what's happening here. So, yeah. It's a very, very incredibly impressive project. So, I'm more than happy to send you all there. Hey, welcome back, Kai Guy. Yeah. Okay, so let's set that up. we'll do the raid. See if I can time it right. I'll be back on Monday for Twitch subs if you have your Discord and your Twitch account connected. Otherwise, I will be back on Tuesday, and also for YouTube members, of course, YouTube members. And otherwise, I'll be back on Tuesday publicly for the freaking, you know what it's gonna be, Jam Showcase. We just did a whole dang game jam. Thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. We just did a whole game jam. And Tuesday and Thursday, we're going to be playing all the games. So if you want to see all kinds of cool games like Rogue that people made, Tuesday is the day, Thursday is the other day. They're the times to be there. I hope I'll see you there. If you want to learn more about it, I should probably put that link in there because I know I'm going to mess up the timing on the Twitch raid and it's about to raid out. I always do that. I always do that every freaking time. Actually, I got plenty of time. Oh, we got plenty of time. Like, go. Okay, let's see if we can get them at the same time. Let's see if we can do this. Go. Edit. Customization. This is how you do a YouTube raid. Redirect. RJ. L. Jones. Strategy game make. Aw, hell yeah, we did it! Yes, so go check out the games. Go play the awesome games everybody made. And on Tuesday, hopefully I see you at the showcase. All right. Goodbye, y'all. Goodbye. Have fun with RJ. Have fun with RJ. Leave a like on YouTube.